So after this, we'll just wrap it up and let people put all their questions, and we'll do a part 2. So look at it here. So this is Hebrew is from right to left, the way the writing is. So are you able to see it? And
I'm looking.
Yeah, it turned the wind. That's the wind that brought the quails, by the way. That one came from another direction. That brought the locust, rather. Okay. It took away the locust and blew them into the Red Sea. That's what the English says, the Red Sea. Okay, and there remained not any one of them in the territories of Egypt. But look at that Red Sea here. It is Yam Suf. Yam Suf. Yam is the word for sea. There's no question for that. Okay, or the word is the word for sea or the word for west. That's it, yeah. But then the word for Suf is not the word for red in Hebrew. The word for red in Hebrew is Edom or Adam. But let's look at this red here. Let's look at it here. That's it, Suf. It means reed. You see it here? Suf. Definition, reed or rush. That's papyrus. Is what the English word tries to do with a play of words that started changing red to reed. If you try it in any other language, it's not going to work, because, I mean, there's no guarantee that the word for red and the word for reed will be that similar. You just remove one E, one alphabet, and start confusing. And another thing is the Red Sea, the reeds cannot grow inside the Red Sea because it's a salty sea. You can't have reeds growing in it. It completely disqualifies that their Red Sea narrative completely. So they can go in here and they say they find some chariot wheels. Come on, this is thousands of kilometers. A lot of kilometers length here. You can find anything you want if that's what you're looking for. But I tell you, search along the Nile, you're going to find much more chariot wheels than you're ever looking for in your life. because they're going to come
and probably skeletal remains.
A lot of things. But the way this life is whatever you're looking for, if you have fixed your mind to a certain place, you will find what you're looking for there. Even if it's not it, you would make it look like it. You see, so this is the Red Sea. It's the same sea where Moses was caught from, and some of the reeds was part of the things that was used to make his basket when he was floating in that river. So English says Red Sea. There's nothing red about that sea. You can go to that red one, that's one. But the real Red Sea is not Red Sea, it's Red Sea, and that's the Nile.
Even at a point, didn't the Nile become red?
Oh yeah,
the plagues of Egypt.
Yeah, you see.
It became blood. So that actually confirms even what you're saying.
Yeah. So it's Yom Suf what we have here. Yom Suf, that's the Sea of Reeds.
The Sea of Reed.
Yeah. Sea of Reeds. So so people can go just have a look at that and drop their questions. And I was saying here in this my slide that the same way they have taken resources from this part of the world and exported it and brought them back with poisons, with you take crude oil, you bring it back as petrol, you take cocoa, you bring it back as chocolate, take leather from northern Nigeria, bring it back, and you're telling us it's Italian leather, all the different stuff. It's the same way that they have taken the story of the people and brought it back, imported as Roman Catholicism. Exactly the same thing. So there are many people who are saying that, they want to go back to their roots, start practicing, some things, and they get in the wrong path. And the reason for that is because they just know half of the truth. They think this Christianity thing, this following God, Bible is something written by a European person. That's not true. That is not true, because that's just half of the truth. The real story is really from here. Is really from here. So what they see is just the importation part. They think it just came from Rome. No, it was exported from here to Rome first before it was brought back here. You see. So I think people deserve to know the truth. People deserve to know the truth. The people of the book, they deserve to know the truth, so that they will stop supporting their own enemies. They deserve to know the truth.
It's disheartening that when you try to wake people up and the kind of response they give to you, they paint you out to be the devil himself. Like, yo, what the hell is wrong with you? But I don't blame them. You know, it takes a minute for certain things to sink into the spirit of other people.
Mm-hmm.
That indoctrination, you know when they brought all of these to confuse the indigents, the locals, the elders never agreed with whatever they brought. So they targeted children.
I see.
They targeted a lot of children and taught them these. And these children have grown into generations. So when you challenge the source,
they're not going to listen.
Oh my God, they will insult you, they will bastardize you, they make you feel like you are evil.
I see that.
But the evidence is too much.
There's a lot of evidence.
And anybody who starts on this tangent gets an encounter some way, somehow. Like I was telling you about mine. I have traveled. I'm first a musician. And I got, his songs very early in my life. And that propelled me to a lot of travels. If you look at the treatment they give you, just because you wear black skin, you are melanated. That is like a sin. So I started asking questions. What have I done? What did my ancestors do? Who did what? What warrants all this disrespect? And trust you me, when I started walking that path, I had to become a pastor. I had to teach at church. I had to learn the Bible. I had to read history. Eventually had to set the show up to open the eyes of people that, you know what? The worship of God, like you rightly said, it's not about going to evening service in the church. Because that is a system, that is the matrix, that has been created to contain you. But they wouldn't understand. But we are not, that's not going to deter anybody anyway. We're just going to, keep seeking the truth, sharing the truth, throwing the light, so we see where we go from here.
Yes, so people need to be changed really literally from the heart. And then I tell them this information is powerful, by the way. But then if they don't have a change in heart, because we people, the real people of the book, and really anybody, we need to begin to love one another. It's very important, because knowledge in itself can puff people up. I mean, the Bible has been here for ages, and people will still do what they want to do anyways. But then when people change in their heart, that's where the real change comes. That's the real thing.
Begins to take effect, yeah.
And hopefully we hope this information, let people begin to rethink, love one another, respect.
And I know a guy, after all of this that we have done, will ask me, Kofi, yes, that's great information, so now what?
Exactly. I know.
I should stop going to church, or I shouldn't believe that Jesus died for me. I'm like, okay, do with it as you please, but this is the truth. I know one day, somewhere, somehow, this information is going to come in handy.
Yes, and that's happening already. That's happening already.
Yeah. So, Kunle, let me thank you at this point, and let's run this. We're going to give all this information to my viewers, and I know they're going to ask you questions and all that, and I think that will be the foundation for the next recording.
Yep.
So that we can further teach.
Yes.
And, open up some of these things to everybody's knowledge, because we're in the information age.
Yeah.
And this is the time Africans, as we have accepted to be called, are Kaabalians, will have to open their eyes and realize that they are the promised ones. Yeah. They live in the promised land.
Yes.
They have the chunk of the world's goodness.
Yes.
And they are targets.
And they need to begin to believe in themselves, believe in their God.
That's what I'm saying. You are targeted because of what you possess.
Yes.
So begin to believe and wake up. Realize who you are.
Yes.
Then only you can protect what you have, and then you can know what they came here
for
to take away.
Let's sell yourself cheap. Because I'm wondering, that brother who asked that question, that after all of this, then what? That's a funny question, because if United Nations and these European Unions, all these countries will come together to spend billions of dollars to keep that lie in the Middle East running, it suggests to you how important it is to keep that in your
How important it is. Yes. But you see, you cannot make a lie the truth given 1,000 years.
Yeah.
It's not possible.
It's not.
Last, I chanced on some information, great information that is. In the history of the world, no African country has forced any other country to speak their language.
Wow.
No African country has colonized any other people and taken their culture to them. No African country is producing stuff and creating avenues for certain people to buy their stuff in the wise of economics and commerce and all of that. No African country has enslaved anybody. So it means somebody is after the African.
So unity is very important. And one irony, interestingly, is that when you see a person that, because sometimes you find people not liking, not loving one another, they just dislike. You see how women, sorry to say, they put on a European kind of looking hair and things like that. That's a suggestion they don't really like themselves. When you see someone that, even when you see another dark-skinned person like yourself somewhere else, you just try to distance from them, you don't want to associate with them. It's a suggestion of how you see your own self. Because if you can treat someone that looks like you like that, and it suggests you don't like your own self. That's why you wear a wig to try to look a certain way.
You see, it's part of the programming, and people do things blindly because they do not understand the roots of what they are doing. They feel like, oh, this is common fashion. They brought it, let me wear it. But you see, everything from the West is calculated, and it has gains for whoever came to market it. Education came to divide us. Science came to confuse us. Politics, division. That is even worse.
That's a big one.
The main thing for the West on Africa is division. And they always bring it in different ways and forms to divide. Because like you said, if we learn to accept ourselves and come together,
yes,
it's done.
Yeah.
And that's what they are preventing.
They will prevent that with everything.
Look at all these borders within Africa.
Useless.
One nation, children of the same family, descendants of same source, and we have borders crossing from my part of the world into my brother's part, my sister's part. I need to go through what, immigration?
And someone with a French passport can go anywhere. The British passport can go anywhere within those.
And yet, people do not see what is being done. I wonder why it's so glaring in my eyes. Yet, people just cannot see that somebody is after you. Somebody is pulling strings so you don't function.
It's very simple to see. It takes.
As somebody will put it, it's a saddest thing. It's a saddest thing.
So let's push this out to the people. Let's see how they react, how they respond, and we.
Yeah. So if you have any questions for Kunle, you just have to go down there in the comment section, put it there. We both are going to read, and that's going to necessitate another recording, and then we'll get to address some of the issues that you bring up. Let's learn together. Let's grow together. The time is now.
Yeah.
That $1 million question is being asked right now. The challenge. You see, I record some very short questions and I put them out for people to come to certain realizations. I call it ask yourself. I don't know if you chanced on any on the internet.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That ask yourself the questions that you've been told not to ask even in the church, where you are getting all the teachings. It's questions that make you learn. It's not teachings. Because people can say a whole lot of things, but it is the question you ask that determines your understanding of what they have said. You get it? So let's learn together. Let's bring ourselves to power, because there's an underlying enemy. Even though we don't fight back, they fight always. And that's the truth. Thank you very much, my brother. And on to the next one. I see you.
All right, then. Some brothers that came from the United States, and they were trying to tell the Kenyans, in fact, the whole of sub-Saharan Africa, that we are the real people of God. That is absolutely true. Even the United in Christ brothers, what they think is that we came from that Middle East. They have not found that out yet. But the real truth is that everything is here in sub-Saharan Africa. It's written in the book of Josephus that Samaria, the land of Samaria, starts from a place called Guinea, and Guinea is in West Africa, and it continues up onto the Accra, Benin, Topaki, and it continues there onto the southern part of the continent. What they crossed was the Red Sea, and that Red Sea was the Nile. So those kind of things would destabilize the narrative. And you see what is happening with Ibrahim Traore and the rest like that. And that's why these people have been kept like that. And the same way that fossil fuel is taken from the continent and exported, brought back as petrol, cocoa is taken out, leather is taken out, brought back as shoes, it's the exact same way that their story was exported and brought back as Roman Catholicism. But the story is actually their story. But then what the devil wants to do, which is succeeding in some people's lives, is to get them so offended at that truth and get so many fake pastors, they are fake prophets and things like that. And I tell people the fact that there is a fake prophet and there are fake prophets everywhere confirms that there is actually a true prophet. You don't find fake South African rand. You don't find so many of it in China. Why? Because they don't spend rand there. See, you don't find fake naira in Venezuela very much, because who is going to spend it there? Where you find fake pounds is inside the UK, for example, because that's where the people need it and that's where the original is. So the fact that you have so much false prophets in Africa and all that, that is where the real thing is. And that's why the enemy keeps coming there. Have you heard of anything European spirituality, American spirituality? No. It's only African spirituality you hear. Yes, Nubia, for example, is the name of the dark-skinned people just south of Egypt, like that. And if you break that word down, it's like saying Nubi and Yah. And Nubi is the Hebrew word for prophet. Yah is the name of God, like when you say Yahweh. So it's as good as when you say Nubia, it's like you're saying a prophet of God. And it said in scripture that you are a nation of priests and prophets. The glory of an African person generally is their spirituality. It's built inside their DNA.
Another thing with us African is that we are trying so much to move away from the true sense of what God has intended us to be, and we're trying to mimic other nations.
So the people have seriously been hurt, even especially in their minds. They've been defeated in their minds. It's like this woman said, Arikana Chiomborikwa, former ambassador, of the African Union to the United States, if I got that right. So she spoke about the African person. Generally, they don't love themselves. So when you find out that you don't love people that look like you see an African lady, you see an African man, and you don't like them, you see each other in diaspora, and you hate each other, it's a very strong indication of how you feel about your own self. Very, very strong indication. It's the same story, is in the Bible, is in global politics, is literally everywhere. It's the same story that is just playing out before us. The video you're about to watch is a quick conversation between myself and a TikToker called Madam Speaker. So it's basically about what I can call a theory of everything, so to speak, of what is going on in the world and how it's all connected in literally one flow. How Bible prophecy and Bible reality is being played out in world stage, and not in some special prophetic explanation, but in actual literal terms. How the same people who are at the bottom of the socio-economic ladder of the world are the same people of God whom he chose from the Bible times as we know it. So our talk and interview is more like a build-up from a previous interview she had with a group of brothers from the United States that have actually found out, their ancestry by doing DNA tests and things like that, and they see and they understand that they're actually Israelites. Okay, but then most of the people from that group still think that the real Israel is in the Middle East. But in the reality of it, the real Israel is in sub-Saharan Africa. That's the real land where the whole thing is. So that's basically the things that we were discussing and how that connects to global politics and geopolitics altogether, and how it's connected to what is happening in the Sahel and things like that. So that's it's a very interesting conversation. There was a few technical glitches and delays a little bit, but it's not too bad. I think you enjoyed the conversation. So I'll see you at the end of the video so we can have a wrap up. Thank you. Yeah, so straight to the point. I'll try to link it maybe from those that have watched, and those that have not subscribed to a YouTube channel, you can do that. So she had a chat with some brothers that came from the United States, and they were trying to tell the Kenyans, in fact, the whole of sub-Saharan Africa, that we are the real people of God. So, and I have found that through a completely independent research that is absolutely true, And one of the ways I'm beginning to confirm more and more is by the number of people that are saying the same thing, and they are completely not connected to each other. So my submission to the people today is that the language, the people, and then even the land in sub-Saharan Africa is actually the real Israel, and not just in the Middle East. You see, so even the United in Christ brothers, what they think is that we came from that Middle East. They have not found that out yet. You see, most of the things they're saying, well, we are from there, we migrated from there. But the real truth is that everything is here in sub-Saharan Africa. And that's what I want to share with the house. Would there be any room for anyone asking questions, or they'll just type it?
Okay, the people can type, but if you don't mind, maybe somebody else joining in the panel.
Of course.
Then we can maybe accept one or two people who would want to ask you some questions.
Great. So let me just give a quick run of it so that we can prepare the foundation in the next 40 minutes or whatever for a round up. So we have found, like I said, the languages and the peoples and the land are all from sub-Saharan Africa. So starting from the languages, we have found, I am from West Africa. I was born in Nigeria. I'm a Nigerian. So we have found over 27 words, still counting, in the Nigerian Yoruba language that is just about exactly same with the Hebrew. Okay, and then the Yoruba language is connected to Igbo, is connected to Xhosa, to all African languages are just connected. Sometimes they call them Bantu languages. So I picked the Yoruba language because it's just about the African language I can speak the best. So some of them is only, I don't know how much Yoruba people we have, but we have them also on my TikTok channel, those Yoruba words. For example, the word for God is called Elohim, but that singular for Elohim is Eloha, and in Yoruba you say Oluwa. The word for heaven is called Shamayim. The singular is Shama. You say Sama in Yoruba. In Amharic, you say Samai. We have another word like the word for bad in Hebrew is called Ra. And the word for something that is rotten in Yoruba language is still Ra, or you say Jera. Different multiple words like that. Like the word for sea is Roy or Ray in Hebrew. And in Yoruba, you say Ri, literally. Then secondly, about the peoples and the cultures, cultures and things like circumcision, okay, things like paying bride price, like people marrying their brother's wife if the brother is deceased, things like that. These are things we find consistent in the African culture, particularly sub-Saharan African culture. And so people try to say that, well, maybe the colonialists brought it, and I say, no, it's not possible. If you want to copy a colonialist, you can, try to sag your gene, try to act cool and all that, but you don't copy a colonialist by cutting off the foreskin of an 8-year-old, because that's when they circumcise the age. So things like the purities they observe when maybe a woman is menstruating, or not touching dead bodies, or if you have touched a dead body, things like that. It's deep inside African culture.
Okay.
Yeah, then.
Minister, let's start here. Let's start with you introducing yourself so that for context,
Okay.
because I don't think that everybody who's here actually watched that episode that I did with Israel United in Christ, right? So just introduce yourself to the people at home and tell them where you're from. Then we can continue from where you left off.
Yeah, so like I said, I'm Kunle Aderemi. I'm Nigerian. I'm a minister. We still did a conference some days ago. I minister in the gospel. Although, of course, my first degree was in physics and second degree was in engineering. Then I've worked in the telecom industry for maybe close to 10 years, before, I left that. And yeah, so then my question that came to my heart, which is the question in many young African people's minds, is what happened to Africa when the rest of the world was developing? Is it that the race is cursed? Why are things backward? So this began to lead me to a lot of research. And I got very serious with the research, and God helped me from the past about 5 to 6 years. I got very intense with the research. So I started digging deeper and deeper and deeper, and gradually I began to see all these things, and it led me eventually back to the Bible and how all these things were are before they got covered up by, the colonialists and the imperialists and so on. So that's basically the intro.
Okay. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining in and wanting to share. I believe that obviously, even though you're not a member of the Israel United in Christ, you come with your own, what do you call this? You did your own research, and obviously, because you're a minister, there's some more insightful things that you want to share with us, picking up from where the Israel United in Christ members shared with us, or do you want to emphasize on what they've shared with us?
Yes, I'll just pick up from where they stopped. And like I said, I advise everyone that is watching to go to your YouTube channel to go and check on that and, subscribe and watch the video and things like that. So I'll continue from where they stopped. What the brothers said, they are from the United States. They have found out that they are the people who are taken from West Africa, Southern Africa into the transatlantic slave trade. And they're saying those are the fulfillments of the curse in Deuteronomy 28. The blessing is from 1 to 15, the curses is from that 15 to the end. So they are saying that is the fulfillment of that prophecy, and that they are the real people of the book and of the promise. And I'm coming to corroborate that is 100% true. And I'm also adding to it, like you said, that it's not just that we are the people. The actual land where these Bible occurrences took place is in sub-Saharan Africa. And we have proofs for that. I don't know how easy it will be to pop up these proofs, but maybe if we have another YouTube session some other day, it's easier to show maps, etc. So, the city of Samaria, starts from a place. It's written in the book of Josephus that Samaria, the land of Samaria, starts from a place called Guinea, and Guinea is in West Africa, and it continues up onto the Accra Benin Topaki, and it continues there onto the southern part of the continent, and that's literally the place where the Bible writing is. And another thing is that people say they crossed the Red Sea, but in the real sense of it, what they crossed is what is called the Reed Sea. It is in the English translation that they are doing that mix-up. So what they crossed was the Reed Sea, and that Reed Sea was the Nile. You see, another thing is that you find out that the Israel that we know today is 40 times smaller than Egypt. Egypt is about 1,000,000 square kilometers, and Israel is about just 25,000 square kilometers. It does not make sense that they are gone. We take them from that land of Egypt, and he's saying he's taking them to a spacious land and take them to that small place. Yes. Another thing is that place is a desert, and then what you have here is much, much better. Same thing with Genesis chapter 13. He said that Abraham went up into the land of the south. So he went southward when he left Egypt, is what he said. See, but then in newer translations, they changed it to he went to Negev, just change some of those things like that. So those are the kind of things that we want our people to know. Yeah.
The one thing that I would like to still ask, because when I checked the comment section on the previous video that I did with Israel United in Christ Brothers, I don't think I was clearly put to light when it comes to the issue of color. Black and white, to say when we say the people of God, the chosen ones of Israel, it's us, people of color. And now that we're in a place where we've got people who are mixed race, we've got people who the mother is white, the father is black, How then do we separate that? These are the people of God, these are not the people of God, these are the people that Christ actually died for, and Christ didn't die for this nation specifically.
Yes, like you said, I would want to go partly with what they said and shared in that program, which is that it's ultimately a thing of the heart at the end of the day. In fact, someone who is completely from another tribe, not the people at all that is as white as snow or as the background here, and they set their heart to receive Jesus Christ, they are going to be accepted. And really, and that's the same thing that Jesus said, really, if someone who is 100% Hebrew, I mean, and he knows his tribe, knows everything, decides to turn away, that kind of person can be rejected. So at the end of the day, God is very just, and he eventually opened the door to other nations also and other peoples, or even the people that are not a people, as he said. Yeah.
Speaking of doors, when they mention the issue of 12 gates,
Oh, yeah.
each representative of Israel, to say if we are from Benjamin, we're going to go through the gate of the Benjamites, and according to the tribe that is coming from Israel. So the people that are coming in who are not from either one of those tribes, gate are they going to go into when they have to be?
Honestly, I'm not very sure. But then when you check that scripture, it says that there's 144,000 Hebrews, 44,000 Jews, I mean, Israelites rather, 12,000 from each tribe. But then after that, it said that there is a multitude that cannot be numbered. If we were in a YouTube mode, I would have been able to display those scriptures. So he said there was a multitude that could not be numbered that still joined those 144,000. Okay, so it lets us know that there's still other things, and then they can easily be grafted. If you think of it like a tree, he said that if the actual branches were cut out, you see, that how much more a grafted branch, and that was Paul talking to the Galatians, Ephesians, those other nations, that if the actual branch that were meant for the tree were cut out, how much more, you that are grafted in can easily be taken out. So I can imagine that if you're grafted in, it depends on what branch you got grafted into and things like that. But those are just probably some details and technicalities to it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I'm covered. I'm not seeing anyone with
Questions?
a question, but if maybe there's something else that you want to add onto what you've been sharing, because I've been interrupting you here and there.
No, it's fine.
Maybe then,
No, it's fine.
yeah.
So, like I said, and this knowledge is very critical to global politics because you want to begin to think that even if what these guys are saying is true, why then would the United Nations spend so much time and money to keep that story that way? And that tells you actually how important it is for that story to be kept, because they know that if this story gets out, can you still hear me? Sorry.
Yes, I can still hear you.
So they know that if this story gets out, these people will know who they are, and that has very important implications in geopolitics. And one of the things that it will do is that it will remove all the sentimental attachment people have to that fake land of Israel, because those people are called Ashkenazi Jews. Okay, and somebody from the tribe of Ashkenaz is from the tribe of Japheth, completely out of So and so those kind of things would destabilize their narrative, and you see what is happening with Ibrahim Traore and the rest like that, and that's why these people have been kept like that. So it's a deeply spiritual thing that when the people begin to understand, they begin to realize that they are special. As it is, they are still fighting that idea. They can't believe. They believe someone who is of the scripture, anything good must come from outside. Is how they have been trained. And the same way that energy is taken, like fossil fuel is taken from the continent and exported, brought back as petrol, cocoa is taken out, and leather is taken out, brought back as shoes. It's the exact same way that their story was exported and brought back as Roman Catholicism. So the same thing. So it makes you begin to wonder that these imperialists from the Western world makes you begin to wonder that what really do they have originally? You see, because just about most of the things that they portray and they show are literally from the people, in sub-Saharan Africa. So that's it.
Yeah. Okay, and now with the issue of, I think I'm probably just asking
Yes.
some of the people I'm asking the same thing that I asked the brothers who are from the Euphrates in Christ. Things like, I believe that also, because you're saying that originally you're from Nigeria, you would probably relate to things like your African
Okay.
spirituality, where you have got witch doctors that they visit, or witch doctors that come. Like for a simple, like a simple example, like when you buy a house, there's supposed to be a witch doctor that come and anoint that house or something of that sort, that bad spirits won't come to that house. I asked a question that, because African people say that before the Bible was presented to them, because according to my understanding, like I've said, that after I was educated, because I sat with Dr. Abel Damina, and as he was teaching us also to say that because originally the Bible was written in two languages, Hebrew and what's the other one?
Greek.
Greek, yes. Then the loss in translation of that to what it is today, because now we have this new international version and this, King James version and all that stuff. But we, as the people of color, or the African people, we've got a mentality that the Bible came with the slave masters.
Oh,
They came with us, that we can focus on the Bible while they're taking our land, while they're stealing all these things from us. And because back then we are under the notion that we didn't know how to read or write, we feel like civilization actually came with these people. Actual fact,
yeah.
but based on the fact that we people can always argue that we had ways of doing things and ways to speak with God and communicate with God before all of these things that the slave masters came with. I just want to know your thoughts and opinion on that.
Yes. Yes. Very, very important. So, like I said, or like I used to say on my channels and all that, the extent to which a lie can deceive a person is the extent to which that lie resembles the truth. You know. So, if a lie is too far from the truth, most times it's easy to detect and people knock it off. So, what the devil did, and these things are organized by Satan himself, is to take what is so close to the truth, just like he did in the garden, um, to deceive the people. So it is very close, very, very close to the truth. And he used that as a tool against them. So some colonialists, well, some missionaries came with a pure mind. Some came with a perverted mind, like the letter we read of King Leopold to the missionaries to Congo. So that truth, even though it's the truth, had to be taken to the people to deceive them, is what actually happened. But the story is actually their story. But then what the devil wants to do, which is succeeding in some people's lives, is to get them so offended at that truth and get so many fake pastors, they are fake prophets and things like that. And I tell people the fact that there is a fake prophet and there are fake prophets everywhere confirms that there is actually a true prophet. You don't find fake South African rand. You don't find so many of it in China. Why? Because they don't spend rand there. You see, you don't find fake naira in Venezuela very much because who's going to spend it there? Where you find fake pounds is inside the UK, for example, because that's where the people need it and that's where the original is. So the fact that you have so much false prophets in Africa and all that, that is where the real thing is. And that's why the enemy keeps coming there. So it's the same way that they have exported so many things from this country, from this part of the world, is how they have exported and imported that back in. So they are the real people. It is their story. There are festivals like Omowo Festival in Ghana. They have the Ashanti people there. And by the way, have you heard of the River Pra in Ghana? The Pra River in Ghana. So that river, for example, that's the real river Euphrates, you see, and that's where the real people are, you see. So all through the land like that, it is their own very own story. If there is fetish things happening in Africa, it's always been like that. Because even when you read in the Bible, there are times when there are prophets of Baal and there are these other prophets. They built another temple that God didn't ask them to build in the northern part. So things like that have been happening up since a long time ago. It's just a perversion. You will see the same way they kill rams in the scripture, the same way the native witch doctors kill rams, they kill chickens like that. So these are perversions of the real thing right from the start, and it's still here till now. So those are it's their story. It is their thing. It is their thing. Yeah. So it's just been perverted.
Okay. I you just, there's something that actually unlocked in my brain when you're saying that the closest thing to the original obviously located within the, it makes so much sense, because I don't think there's anywhere else in the world where you can find replicas of the truth like you can in Africa. you want to talk to pastors, you will find them in Africa more than anywhere else. That's just my observation.
Yeah.
Meaning that
Yeah.
surely it says that even the real thing or the original thing is right here where we are. Thank you so much for that.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. So, and then if you check the first 10, just check the first 10 richest pastors. Although money is not always the
Yeah.
yardstick, but check where the first 10 richest pastors come from. You will find out that a minimum of probably 3 of them come from
Yeah.
Africa, maybe from even West Africa to be
Yeah.
precise, some from Southern Africa. They are not doing everything perfect. That's not the yardstick, but that tells you something. But for those that are Christians, they might say, oh, they are taking people's money, they are taking tithes and offering. But if they are the ones doing that, it shows there's something inside their DNA connected to that thing. They may not be doing it perfectly, but the thing is there.
Yeah.
So that is where their DNA is called E1B1A, by the way. That's the DNA of the Hebrew DNA. So they are the ones that have that DNA. That's why that thing keeps stirring up in their hearts. Check. Have you heard of anything European spirituality? No. American spirituality? No. It's only African spirituality you hear. Because have you heard of the word Nubia also, by
Yes.
the way? Nubia, yes. Nubia, for example, is the name of the dark skinned people just south of Egypt,
Yeah.
like that. And if you break that word down, it's like saying Nubi and Yah. And Nubi is the Hebrew word for prophet. Yah is the name of God, like when you say
Yeah.
Yahweh. So it's as good as when you say Nubia, it's like you're saying the prophet of God. And it said in scripture that you are a nation of priests and prophets. That's why I check they're always spiritual about something, always spiritual. That is their pride. But then the world has turned that their pride has become almost like their shame. A Chinese can build robots, an American can tell you they've gone to the moon, they know how to do movies and things like that. But the glory of an African person generally is their spirituality. It's built inside their
Yeah.
DNA. But their enemy has tried to use that to mock them. Even Africans mock each other. Oh, all of you pray. Oh, what you do all the time is you pray. Other nations are
Yeah.
building robots. But those nations, they build robots. I was I was having a problem with my card, like a credit card connected to a business account, and I discovered that for a while the name of the company has been spelled wrongly, and I thought it was something that was going to take my time. I decided to go into the bank app here in the UK, and I went in there, and it didn't take me more than 45 seconds to solve that problem. I just went very user-friendly kind of interface they've built.
Yeah.
Everything is simple to use. But then that bank, when you check their adverts on TV now, I don't want to say the full name, but they're doing another advert and they put a Gabriella instead of that. I mean,
That's
know what the
familiar.
Gabriella is, you know. Just take the first syllable of that word, you see. So people who have, they have sexual feelings towards people of the same gender. So they are constantly pushing that in their narrative. Constantly pushing that in their product. And I wonder what is wrong with these people. You have such a beautiful product, everything top notch, but the spirituality is opposite. They don't have a sense of moral alignment. They
Yeah.
don't know how to raise children, you see. And this is the part of the world, so to speak, that God has blessed Africans with, so that when we work together, as nations, that spiritual slash moral part of things
Yeah.
supposed to come from Africa. But the Africa is mocking himself, saying all you do is pray, all you do is you are too rigid. But that's where they think. Try to see how they raise children in the UK. Their children are not doing so fine, stabbing themselves in classes, taking drugs, but then in Africa they
Yeah.
raise children with
Yeah.
much better standards. You see. So that's the glory of the people. They are really, really a Nubia. A prophets of God. Yeah,
And
nation
I
of
think
priests.
another
You
thing
want
with
to say
us
something?
African is that we are trying so much to move away from our the true sense of what God has intended us to be, and we're trying to mimic other nations. And when we get stuck there, it's like the people that actually discriminate us more than anybody else out there, we discriminate each other. You get what I mean? I would rather move away from being an African and try to mimic other
Yes.
people than me just embracing who I am. And I think because of I don't know, maybe it's got a lot to do with how it's more subconscious, because of all this slavery and all the stuff of us being made to believe that we're not good enough, we're not beautiful, we're not smart enough, and all of that stuff. So much that even today we still try to run away from ourselves and try to be like other people, and we feel like what other people from other nations do is actually way better than what was us, which is what you are sharing with us today to say, listen, if you can of expertise, then we don't even have to worry much about us trying to be better than other people who have been designed that format that what they can do best is just to create robots and all that stuff.
Yes, that's absolutely true. So the people have seriously been hurt, even especially in their minds. They've been defeated in their minds. It's like this woman said, Arikana Chiombori Kwa. She's the ambassador, former ambassador, okay, of the African Union to the United States, if I got that right. So she spoke about the African person generally they don't love themselves. So when you find out that you don't love people that look like you see an African lady, you see an African man, and you don't like them, you see each other in diaspora and you hate each other. It's a very strong indication of how you feel about your own self. Very, very strong indication. She said there was a child which was about 5, 6 years old, and they put
Yeah.
some dolls in front of her, basically a white looking doll and a black looking doll. So they asked the girl, just about 5, 7 years old, which of these two dolls is more beautiful? She pointed to the white doll. Which of these dolls do you think
Yeah.
you want to play with the most? She pointed to the white doll. Which of these dolls do you think is finer and you don't want to give anybody and you want to hold on? She pointed to the white doll. Which of these dolls do you think is evil and maybe wicked? Surprisingly, she pointed to the black doll that looks like her. Why? Because of what she has watched so much. All those princess movies, of which, by the way, this thing is so multifaceted because even all these princess mermaid movies they watch have their own spirituality altogether on its own. Because we know that when you're showing a mermaid, for example, you know this Little Mermaid cartoon, a mermaid, we know what mermaids are. They show us cartoons where children become one becomes cat,
Yeah.
one becomes an owl, and they say, oh, PJ Masks or whatever they call them. And we know that this thing is witchcraft that these people are playing with, you see. So we know that spiritual thing, and
Yeah.
so it's all multifaceted, you see. So the people don't love their own self, but that's where the work needs to be, and that's what part of what the church needs to begin to do, to teach the people. I think the church is doing so much of that work because that's the only place where people can be mended.
Yeah.
Surprisingly again, or well, not surprisingly, that's where the devil again hides to abuse some people and to beat them down. The last bus stop that they have, to have that console and that solace, consolation and solace, it still goes in there and perverts that ministry. So the people needs to be healed right from their soul. They don't believe in themselves. They never can believe that Jesus is really someone from their tribe. They can't grasp it. They can't grasp it. And also the European people keeps pumping information into their mind, doing movies to change the whole narrative and things like that. It's just like this Langley. I don't know if you've heard of Michael Langley, which is this African, the guy in charge of African Command, right from the United States. They are saying that Ibrahim Traore is using the gold in his country to defend himself and things like that, which is a lie. The same thing they did with Gaddafi, and they're trying to say he's a bad person. And they did that with Gaddafi, they were successful and eliminated him, even though he was a good man. But then they're trying to do the same thing with Traore now. So they keep pushing the people down because if Africa rises, France is gone, for example. England is also coming because you find England and France, for example, are one of the top
Yeah.
10 or even top 5 nations where you have the highest amount of gold reserves. And none of these two countries have as much gold reserves, if any at all. So where's the gold coming from? So if these people ever rise, they know that they are done for. So
Yeah. From
it's
up.
literally the devil working through these other nations, through their fear, through their pride, through their greed, through their desire to control, to keep the people of God down. The world does not know this information we're sharing, that these people are really the same. It's the same story, is in the Bible, is in global politics, is literally everywhere. It's the same story that is just playing out before us. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. You know what? I believe that we still have a long way to go, but thank God that we have all these platforms that we are going to be able to share on a daily. I think we are probably going to do this again maybe in the near future. But I will also go through your channel and just see the stuff that you are sharing there. And maybe I think
Yeah.
maybe going forward we can just have topics, that we need to cover, so that we can just focus on one specific thing. Because I feel like today we were just all over the place, just like relating to the brothers from United in Christ. But I feel going for segments where we just really just focus on one thing and educate the people of God. Because I really feel like it is our job.
Yes.
As long as God has given
Yes, absolutely. And speaking about platforms, there's this, this is a Chinese platform we're speaking on, which eventually is got sold to United States.
yeah.
And you remember, if you can remember, 3, 4, 5 months ago, they were fighting to bring down TikTok. And the main reason is because there are Democrats and Republicans in the United States.
Yeah.
They disagree on almost everything, including this same sex blah blah thing.
Yeah.
But when the matter came as to if to let TikTok be banned or to stay, they unanimously agreed we must ban the TikTok. They did not disagree on that one. And that tells you that if this thing is this, if it scares them this much, it means it's very important. And the main thing coming out at that time is that their lives were about to crumble, which is still going to crumble at the end of the day. But anyway, they agreed on that because the African people, they were about to rise. I mean, getting uranium, I mean, some of those minerals for as little as maybe 80 pence, per gram or something. And now it's being sold for 200 grams. I mean, France basically just went to call the United States to come to the Congo and those countries to destabilize them. You keep, it is said that wherever you see these European people, and I don't have anything against people of color. In fact, I've got people that are my siblings that are literally light skinned. So, but then it's just their government. And some of these European people, I mean, the populace are speaking up that you guys are being unfair to these people, you see. So they know that if these people rise, they are going to go down. They will have to respect us and deal with us. But that's not bad. They don't need to be afraid. African people are actually nice to the point of being gullible, if anything, and being, yeah. And we like visitors. We just smile. When they smile at you in this country, they smile. Most times the smile is very plastic. I don't know if you have lived in the UK before. Their smiles are very, very plastic, and you can tell this is a fake smile. But then if an African is smiling with you, generally he has a good heart with you. But they'll just smile at you like, yeah, just smile with you like this. Before you know it, you're reported and they've messed you up. So yeah. Yes, so it's a cultural thing, it's a hard thing. And I can imagine that is why most of our people is the people they have directed towards their care work to take care of their elders. Because they know generally these people have a conscience. You don't see Chinese there. So they put them there to they know where the strengths are. So it's a very broad thing that covers the whole thing. It's in scripture, and scripture is what's playing out in all those things that we see in the world today. It's a very interesting. Anyway, talking about platforms, by the way, this Chatroad app, I just downloaded it. I discovered it's made by an African. So it's literally a Pan-African. It functions just like TikTok. They have live sessions and things like that. And they have been very kind of check them consistent.
In our next engagement,
and
we're familiar with it.
Yeah. So whenever you're ready, pick your topics. Then it helps us to be.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate you
more
taking the
focused
time
and more
to come and
direct.
share with our people. I'm going to make this available on YouTube in a few days or so that at least people can have an idea when we now continue going forward to say this is where it actually started, where we can probably have like a segment of some sort. Because I feel like we need to get out there and for our people to say that we are one and we are still together, and we owe it upon ourselves to actually share the information amongst each other so that we can actually rise.
Yes, absolutely. So then we might just get one or two guests to come up, ask questions,
for our
so
next
it's more
engagement.
interactive and things.
But thank you so much for today. I really appreciate this. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Speaker. All right then. Yes, so thanks for watching till the end, for coming till the end of the video. So you can drop your thoughts in the comments and things like that, and keep sharing, and let's watch it. It's such a beautiful time to be alive, so to speak, and to watch how these puzzles piece together and how everything is literally in one same canvas, and how God is doing more things than the deep state is doing with their 1,000 points of light. God himself is the father of lights, and he's got everything covered. The whole answer is in the scriptures, is in his truth. So thank you for watching, and God bless you. Morning. How are you doing, sir?
I'm all right.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to be off in about 10 minutes. Okay. I have to go get some things done, but I said I always like supporting your live.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I'm here to tap, and chime in the next 10 minutes.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
So what's up with you?
Yeah.
Any questions for me? Any questions? We always ask you questions. Do you have any questions?
I already know what I need to do, which is to read, your book. By the way, you can look up his page and read his books. It's just what I need to do. I think it's the quickest thing because I think there's at least 3 on on the homepage of the website.
Precisely.
Thereabouts. So
the original Hebrews, 50 similarities.
So I think that third one is talking more about the prophecy fulfillment, I guess.
Prophecy to be fulfilled.
To be fulfilled, okay. See. So
yeah, if you look at the prophecies very carefully.
Okay.
Apologies, go on. There's a delay here. So when I speak, it takes some seconds before you hear me.
So yes, I was just about to say that the first one is probably the one I will first read. That's in the order you mentioned it. So, but I'm listening to you. You're saying something.
No, you've watched the documentary. The documentary is 100% the first one.
Oh, I see. But is it the first 100%. One that has? Is it the first one?
Volume 2 is good.
Okay. Is it the first one that has the Paleo Hebrew written out?
No, I haven't given you that one yet. I didn't post that one online because I wanted that one to come out in videos.
Okay.
But I have a book for it.
Oh, I see. I see. That's wonderful. All right.
But volume 2 does is it entrenches. I apologize. This delay.
No, I'm used to it. That's how TikTok is. Continue. So that's how TikTok is.
Oh, okay. So what I'm saying is, volume 2 entrenches people's belief in the fact that we are the ones. It's impossible for you to have 50 similarities between two cultures that are the baseline or fundamentals of both cultures. And we do exactly what we used to do then today. We swear the same way. If a Yoruba person is going to swear, they raise their right hand to heaven and say, Olong. Now, that's how they swear in Torah. And when you see, when they're having a covenant, the English language has destroyed a lot of things. Between Abimelech and Abraham, they said they cut a covenant between themselves. They use the word karath. But the word karath, if in proper Yoruba, is ikearato.
Okay.
Ikearato means to cut your flesh, which means you shed blood. So it was, in most cases, these things were blood covenants. Now, the big deal is this. The big deal, if you read the word itself, I would love for you to go to the Torah now. Look for the story of Abraham and Abimelech, and look for the word cut. Today, in modern times, the word cut a covenant simply means you guys had an agreement. So you and I can cut a covenant, write it down and just, yeah. But in those days, that wasn't what it was. The word is literally to cut flesh. Which means, and there's something called the mule, you see, which is the dynamism of the Yoruba religion, way of doing things, culture. Now, when two people sign an agreement in blood, there is always a third party in that covenant. Guess who the third party is?
Who is that?
The ground.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's true. That's why.
That's why they call it imule.
Ati dale.
Omashi. So ento ba dale ma bale lo. So we are all going to end up in the ground. So Toba Dale, the ground is going to reject you because it's going to witness against you in the end of days. Now, everything that the Creator has made is a witness. Even the blood of man, Adam, is also a witness, which is why the Most High said to Cain, the blood of your brother is crying unto me from the ground. So the air is a witness. That's why the Most High cannot judge us without witnesses, because his standard is that at the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses, let everything be established. So if there are no human witnesses, he has created his creation to be able to be witnesses. This is where witchcraft got the idea of wargs from. So they can inhabit animals and see through the eyes of animals. And they use a lot of crows for that. Medieval Europe, this was rife in medieval Europe. So anything that has a presence or anything that he has made acts as a witness. So so when he was talking to Abimelech, the conversation between him and Abimelech was sealed by the ground. In fact, if you go to Genesis 17, the interesting thing is this: when you circumcise, where does the blood land?
On
the ground. So the ground is testament to the fact that that person has been circumcised. So the Creator can say all of creation is witness against a person.
Interesting. That's quite interesting. So all these cultures are...
Is this delay is not letting me speak fluently?
Yeah, you can. I'm still listening to you.
Oh, okay, thanks. So when you look when you see this, the way the prophecies are structured, no prophecy of the Most High will fall to the ground. The Bible says that he treasures his word. He has elevated his word above his name. Now, that means that every prophecy that he has given through the mouth of a prophet must come to pass. Ezekiel 36 will talk to you about it. Jeremiah 16 will talk to you about it. Jeremiah 24 will tell you about it. It speaks of a time when the children of Israel will be scattered into all the nations of the earth. This is beyond the Assyrian capture. This is beyond the Babylonian captivity. This is basically when they left the land in 135 AD. A lot of people left in 70 AD due to the General Titus ransacking the place. The Maccabees was in BC, I think 145 BC.
135 is back.
I'm talking about 145 AD, 135 AD. The Maccabees were brothers. Yeah, they revolted against the Greek Empire.
So 135 will be Bar Kokhba revolt, isn't it?
Well, yeah, precisely. The Bar Kokhba revolt, Simon Bar Kokhba.
Okay.
So that was when Emperor Hadrian literally bought half of his military resource to ransack Judea. Now, what happened was that if you look at Zephaniah, and this is, the funny thing about the Torah is it's a tapestry. If you know how to put the pictures together, you have the verses together, you're going to get one single picture. Now, when the Most High looks at all the children of Israel, he sees only Jacob, which is why when he complains sometimes in the Bible, he says Jacob has sinned. Jacob is the people that are forming Jacob that have sinned. They were putting Jacob in trouble before him. But so when you look at the entire scripture, especially something like Zephaniah chapter 3 verse 10, he talks about is migrating from beyond the rivers of Ethiopia or rivers of Cush. So the Nile River is the river is the it's called the Nile in Lower Egypt. Lower Egypt is more to the Mediterranean. Then Upper Egypt is more to Sudan, which is the land of Kush. So if you are moving from that land of Sudan and you're going far away, which is Oreku, which is where the word Iba, well, part of the reasons why you get the word Iba, Iyabaore. There's also Iyabari. Abraham was called the Hebrew. Abari, I don't want to talk about that. I'll talk about it later. So they went far beyond the rivers of Ethiopia or Kush. That leads you smack directly to Western Africa. So the Bible now prophesies in Zephaniah 3. It says, from beyond the rivers of Ethiopia, my suppliants, the daughters of my dispersed, shall bring my offerings unto me. So that means that the people that are coming back from the West. There must be a gathering from the West to make that scripture fulfilled. And how were they dispersed into all the nations of the earth? Like I was saying to you before, 45% of the people in the transatlantic slave trade went through Badagry. That was why Badagry was known as the slave coast. Ghana was known as the gold coast because they traded gold from that port. But they traded slaves from Badagry. And those slaves did not go into West America alone. What people do not look at is that more slaves went through the trans-Saharan. Yes. It went through the trans-Saharan than it went through the transatlantic. So what he has said, it is for that prophecy to be fulfilled. Because if our people are not in China, the prophecy has lied. If we're not in Japan, the prophecy has lied. If we're not in Yugoslavia, the prophecy has lied. But what people fail to realize is that the world has been whitewashed. There's a word called aborigines. Luckily, there's a word called aborigines. The word has not been erased. Those are the original inhabitants of every land. They've been black people from the beginning. So what you would find ultimately is that there is a Hebrew, truly a Hebrew in every nation of the earth, if you track it properly. But at the end of the times, their blood is going to begin to call them to come back home. He says he will call. He says, my sheep hear my voice, and another they're not going to follow. So there's going to be a call from heaven. Obviously, maybe not an audible voice for everybody to hear. But the human being's mind, when you look at your pineal gland, it's a transistor. It has the ability to vibrate. So it works also with frequency. So if there's a frequency in the spirit, those that are tuned in, that have an uncalcified pineal gland, will be able to receive that information. This is where people talk about, I had a hunch. But we're all coming back together. We all have to come back together because Israel is supposed, I hate the word Israel, forgive me, but Israel is supposed to be a nation again, or Yasharel is supposed to be a nation again.
I see. And
that's prophecy.
And the 1948 is not it.
It's never been it. It couldn't be it. Okay, let me give you one of the major reasons why. It's just common sense. We don't have to fight anybody. I like debates. I like intellectual debates. I'm not disclaiming that you people are the people. Okay, you are the people. But what does prophecy say? Prophecy says that the entire tribes of Israel are going to be gathered. There are 12 tribes. You guys call yourself Jews. You're only from the tribe of Judah. That's an unfulfilled prophecy. Has he forgotten Naphtali? Has he forgotten Gad? Has he forgotten Judah? Has he forgotten Levi? So on a common sense basis, they can't call themselves the Jews because the constellation is 12 tribes that make one. Yes. You have only one tribe. One tribe is trying to make 12. How does that make sense? So if we are diligent in our studies, And if you read Jeremiah 16, I think it's 14 to 16 or 14 to 18, it says when he's gathering his children back, he said, we're going to forget the times that he delivered the children of Israel through Moses. Please, if you can find it and read it. He said, we will not talk about it anymore. Which is the same prophecy as the woman who had 12 crowns, who gave birth to a child, and the child was caught up to heaven. But that the woman itself, what happened to her? She was encased by the moon and the sun. So while the whole world was in pandemonium and the devil was trying to catch her, the Most High did miracles to save her. The first exodus from Egypt, which Moses pioneered, is a type and shadow of the major exodus that is going to take place. So Pharaoh was a type of Satan. But this time around, Pharaoh is going to be Satan because he's going to control the world. And Satan is going to be Pharaoh.
Yeah.
And what he will be challenging is the church, and not a church, I don't like the word church, is the ecclesia. It's called a called out people. Because we are not a church. We are an ethnicity. It's a bloodline. So that's why churches have as many denominations as their human cells. So ultimately, what we're looking for now, and it must happen, prophecy must be fulfilled, is the coming together of the body of the Messiah. He cannot forsake his covenant with Jacob. Oops.
Yeah, I'm still hearing you.
Apologies, please. Yeah. So he signed a covenant with Abraham. Apologies, sorry, my phone kept ringing. So he signed a covenant with Abraham. The covenant was not for a time. It was not for a period. The word olam is oloamo. Oloamo means for as long as creation in Kotamoyi, this creation, for as long as it exists. So that's why the Messiah says that heaven and earth shall pass away, but the words of the Most High shall never pass away. There's not one title, not one jot or title will pass from the law. That's precisely why he made that statement. So the Most High's covenant cannot be erased. For as long as there's creation, his covenant cannot be erased. Now he has signed a perpetual covenant with Abraham. What the Messiah actually came to do is to renew that covenant. He did not come to destroy that covenant.
Akaraogun, you're welcome. Sorry to interrupt, Ibini. Akaraogun is asking me to come do a second interview, but I'm struggling with the time. So I'm thinking if it's like I'll dash you Ibini. I don't know if you see one Akaraogun. It's a Yoruba kind of group. So they are still staying with Yoruba spirituality, and they have not seen that connection. They think the reason why we are saying that this scripture is the same thing as Yoruba culture and extends towards some other sub-Saharan African groups like that. The thing is because there's a self-esteem problem, and we're trying to give ourselves some, some.
I've encountered him before.
Okay, you know Akaraogun, right?
I know him. I know him.
So have you been to
He's on a group by a lady called MD. Nice guy, but I think I think in time they'll understand our perspective.
Yeah, a group by what? Sorry, you said a group by a lady called something.
MD. There's a lady called MD.
Oh, okay.
So she has a group where the practitioners of the Sheshe are.
Okay.
And I'm very fond of joining all manner of groups. If you are atheist, I'm going to join you guys. If you are Isheshe, I'm going to join you guys. If you are Krishna, I'm going to join you guys. The reason why is this: I believe that if your argument is strong, and if you know the tenets of your argument, you will stand in any situation in the world and you will stand tall. I think when people run away from arguments, especially arguments with atheists, I think they run away because they believe in God, but they don't know God. And the Bible says that they who know their Elohim shall be strong and do exploits.
Yeah.
So I like to be around these people.
So we can start requesting for those that are there. There are some people that have been chatting me up, sending me mails, and some have sent it to our official mail. They've got some responses from the official thing. So if I've invited you over from email address, or someone has sent a mail to you to join the live this morning, just request so that we can have a conversation, because it's the easiest time. So one of the people is, hey, clean your mouth. Don't clean it on that place. So one of the people is someone who has shot a video of a king in Idonre. So I don't know if he has joined now. And who was talking about a Jephthah story. We'll still try to research into that to see the validity. Another one is someone who is talking about Insibidi script, which I spoke about in one interview, talking about how it belongs to the Bibio people into Cameroon, partly Igbo also. The other person is another Ada like that. So if I have invited you over from one of those platforms, either on our WhatsApp or you have the mail is sent to you, just request, and anybody else can request. So what we want to do is we want to have a first set of guests. So when we have the first set of guests, then we will then go to some scripture reading. So Ibini is our first guest today. Usually it's like the first guest is usually timeless, which is great. So while people are gathering, so let's get this to 5K. We'll see how
Then I
speak.
run off.
Sorry?
Really run off after.
Okay.
Like 15 minutes.
Yeah, so we'll still have him speak maybe one more time before he leaves, because it's like he wants to leave us. So let's the request rolling now. We'll do a first set of requests, then we'll touch some scriptures. Then we have some more guests back and forth like that. So those who have been invited by mail or by WhatsApp, just request now so I can, because I may not have the time to maybe chat up or respond properly as I should online. So let me see. Fikayo, okay. Fikayo should be.
Can we do the Jeremiah 16?
Oh, if you have it there, you can read it while we're
when you're ready.
Yeah, you can do it while we're piling up the request. So Fikayo, you're welcome.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone.
Yeah, so Fikayo, are you the one that I don't think you are the NCBD person. What did we have a conversation? I know I've chatted to you before.
Yeah, that's about Idonre.
Okay, yeah, Idonre. Okay, great. So you can push up your volume some more. So
Okay.
just hang on. We'll call you up shortly so we can have our chat.
All right.
Yeah. So Chikazo, you're welcome. So let's let me see. So if Ada is there, if the NCBD person is there, whichever, you can join the request rather, not just stay in the comments. You can ask him to finish that. Okay, let's see. Okay, so let's start the timer. So Ibini, please, you can do the Jeremiah you wanted to do so that you can tell us a little more about the prophecy that's to be fulfilled. Let me refresh that.
All right, so Jeremiah 16:14. Therefore see, the days are coming, declares Yah, when it is no longer said, Yah lives who brought up the children of Israel out of the land of Mizraim. That's verse 14. Verse 14. 15 rather. But Yah lives who brought up the children of Israel from the land of the north and from the lands where he had driven them. For I shall bring them back into their land I gave to their fathers. See, I am sending for many fishermen, declares Yah, and they shall fish them. And after that I shall send for many hunters, and they shall hunt them from every mountain and every hill, and out of every hole of the rocks. For my eyes are on all their ways. They have not been hidden from my face, nor has their crookedness been hidden from my eyes.
See. Wow. That's interesting.
So he has to do that. That's the gathering. He has to bring us back together again. He's prophesied it. And he says that gone will be the days when people will be referring to, because the greatest story ever told is the deliverance of the children of Israel from Egypt, from Israel. That's the greatest story ever told. But he's saying that as great as that story is, it will pale in comparison to what he's going to do at the end of the days.
I see.
So I think that's where we are now. And I think that that's why people like you are rising up, sending this information. It doesn't matter if people don't agree. It doesn't matter if people, for as long as they're listening, you're sowing a seed into their life. If you sow that seed, leave that seed, at some point it's going to germinate.
That's wonderful.
It is not to him that willeth, nor to him that runneth, but of the Most High that showeth mercy. And he says, I shall have mercy upon Jacob.
That's great.
We're coming back again.
That's great. That's wonderful to hear. So let me quickly have Fikayo. I may not set time for Fikayo because I've literally specially invited him. So Fikayo, good morning. Let me still set the time for you anyway. You get used to our time. Fikayo, good morning.
Okay.
So tell us
Good morning.
how we met, or just remind me also, please. Let's go.
Okay. Thank you very much for inviting me here. My brother sent me a link, a short Instagram post, an interview that you had granted someone some 2-3 weeks ago or so. And I felt, what exactly is this talking about? First off, I've had questions around that before, because I remember from the scriptures, the Ethiopian eunuch, that man was baptized immediately. The Holy Spirit orchestrated his baptism. And at that point, there was no conversation about the gospel going to the Gentiles. So I was like, so if this guy was not a Gentile, cross to the Gentiles, that means that there is something about that. So I have had that question for many years personally. So when I listened to that, it set up a chain of reaction in me. So the following day, I remembered an experience I had last year. I was at Idore, where I went on a field trip from my place of work then, and they have a bat festival. We were opportune to interview the king, and during the interview, the king told us that that festival, one of the things that they used to do was that virgin girls would take a bath to the top of a mountain around Daidori, and that they do it in remembrance of one of their ancestors who went to war. And when he was going to war, he made a vow to God that if he won in that battle, when he comes back, he was going to offer the first pin that comes out of his house as a sacrifice. Unfortunately for him, it was his daughter, the only child he had that came out. So that struck me, and I was like, what exactly is this? So I left it. I've been pushing it for some time. So 2 days ago, I just said, let me even check. Where was Jephthah from? And I remember one of the videos that said, Yoruba people, the Ephraim and the likes. So I checked and I said, oh, there was a conversation about Jephthah had issues with the Ephraimites. I said, oh, okay, let me share this video. Let me just figure out. I don't know where this is going to, but then I shouldn't just sit down on the information and just share it. So that was why I shared the videos and the likes. I just sent another video not long ago too. So that's it. I cannot hear you, sir.
Yes, that story is apparently very close to the Jephthah story. It's literally just about the same thing. And the way I work normally when I see things like that, I still check 2, 3, 4, 5 times. And truly, Jephthah is from Manasseh, if I got it right. And Manasseh is the brother to Ephraim. Okay, just the same way this other person that was having the fight with them, Gibeon rather, is also from. The Gibeonites are also close to the Ephraimites like that. But yeah, definitely is close. So we'll research that. And I mean, apparently that is quite close. We are not Hebrews. Okay, let's say we are not Hebrews. Our Yoruba ancestry is enough. Yeah, we'll bring you guys up over time. So I'm like, so we'll push that interview, check it more, and I'll check more of his videos. So it's nice to have you, Fikayo. So how much time do you have, Fikayo? Do you still have some time to still stay on?
Yes, I can still stay on for some time.
Okay, great. So let me let Mr. President speak for his own time also. Although he doesn't believe these things we are saying, it's not accurate. So Mr. President, you can unmute. Let's have you speak. Good morning. How are you? Oh, he's gone. Mr. President, you can come up so we can have a conversation. Maybe he left unknowingly. Morning, Chika. Let me still see if he's somewhere there.
How is everything now?
Good. Let me still see if he's there before we continue. Did he leave? Mr. President, can you type? What happened? Did you leave inadvertently? Or let me try to arrange these. Okay, Tiwalola, you can also come up so that we can have a conversation to see if we can update our knowledge. And these things can be they can be
Okay, let me just throw some light on some few things why a lot of people will not, mostly the Yoruba people will not believe they are Israelites. Now, the first thing is indoctrination.
Let me set your time, Chika.
Okay, yes, my time, no problem.
Yeah, let's go.
The first thing is indoctrination. What exactly they were told. You know, if I'm born into an Igbo family, it is the history they told me I will believe in. Just like everybody just believe, oh, I'll be Nigerian person now, I know if it be Israelites. That's the mindset. But what were you before you became Nigerian? Nigeria is just how many years? Do you understand what I'm saying? You were once first Yoruba, and before they called you Yoruba, what were you back then before you were called a Yoruba? Do you get what I'm saying?
Surely not Israelites. I don't know why you people
now listen. Relax.
Why try and tag us with Israelites? Trying to use the Bible to tell our history. What nonsense is this?
Listen.
This is TikTok for
it's
you.
not about Israelite. Israelite is just a name.
I know you Igbos claim Israel. Please do not attach it to us, Yoruba. Don't try it. Okay? We are not from any Israel. We are from Ile-Ife.
We are trying to cook a soup. I discovered there's no pepper in the soup, so I just brought some pepper. That's what I did.
Now listen. I'm not telling you that Yorubas are Israelites, but I will still tell you the truth is the truth. Bring a Yoruba man and bring an Igbo man. Go and do DNA test. Go and check their genealogy of the both. They are the same blood. No matter the old tribal, this Yoruba, this one, we are all one. Forget about the old Biafra, this one. Which year Biafra nonsense happened? Even if the Igbo cry from now to tomorrow, this and that, all this things started, it's just an instigation of 50 to 70, 100 years stuff that happened. Yeah. What about years before that time when they were all living together? Even this problem, we are just inheriting people's problem because that's even you are complaining. You were not there when they fought Biafra War. I was not there. So why am I taking the problem?
Please, what's the evidence that are from Israel?
Let him finish his time. I'll talk to you.
If you want to listen. I'm not telling you to force yourself. Just like my Yoruba friend, I have a lot of Yoruba friends. One day I spoke with them that I told them I'm an Israelite. One of my friends said, come on, keep quiet. You will be saying you be Nigeria. I said, yes, I'll be Nigeria because I did for Nigeria as a person. But that doesn't deprive me from me being an Israelite because I'll be Jew. It is my foundational level, my history, everything about us, Jew. It has been proven.
And how did you come to that conclusion?
Relax.
That you're a Jew.
No, listen. In Nigeria today, we have Christian, we have Islam, and we have Jew too in Nigeria. Who practice the Jew? Just the Igbo. See, today there are Jews in Igbo land. See, today
as a religion, do you practice it as a religion or you believe it's your ancestry?
As a people, as a religion.
No, seriously, do you practice as a religion
yes,
or as ancestry?
Listen.
Let's do it this way.
As an ancestry, as a religion.
Let's do it this way.
The thing is, the truth is just
Tikazo.
So you believe you are ancestrally linked?
They are linked.
Israel.
The truth is just that you know these truths are just coming out now.
Tikazo.
We've known that already. That we know that already.
Tikazo, let me give you one more minute so that you can wrap your. So that I'll give her a time so that she'll do hers because she interrupted is what I'm giving. So do your submission. She's gone. Should have stayed.
Just like wetin I talk, I say wetin divide we Nigeria now. The day where they start to divide states to states, and I still tell person say if they divide even Delta State tomorrow in the next 4-5 years, somebody wey dey Delta go tell the next person say I'm not from this person. No, if they divide ordinary Lagos states into two tomorrow in the next 3, 4, 5 years. Somebody go tell you say he no be mainland person you na island person
Yeah, and they will say we have no connection.
Imagine, so that division has always been there. Every time they divide,
Chika, you never tell us how you take be Jew. Tell us how you take be Jew. No just
all right. Time up. Time up.
See, just search Igbo Jew. Just Igbo.
There is nothing like Igbo Jews. There is nothing like Igbo Jews.
All right, time up.
The government already debunked that Igbo Jew.
Time up. Government, which year the government they start?
Time up.
Government, what year the government?
Time up.
What year the foundation of our government started?
Time up.
No, can government stop propaganda nonsense?
Time up.
No.
Stop propagating nonsense
here. Can I ask for a favor, Minister?
Okay.
Can I ask for a favor,
Minister? Go ahead, Ibini.
Yes. Can you ask the gentleman speaking about confirmation of who the Jews are?
No, it's the next one. That's Prince.
Ask them. What do they think? What do they think a Jew is? The problem is this: they don't know what a Jew is. They have
watched a lot of movies.
That's why they're saying they're not. Yeah, that's all. So ask them the question. To start to educate them, we must know what the meaning of a Jew is to them. As far as they're concerned, is the people in Palestine. And they cannot reconcile the idea that they're related to white people. Exactly. They can't stand that. So the crux of the matter is this: what is your knowledge of what the name Jew is? What is your knowledge of what it is? That's all. Let's start with that.
Let's move. Thank you so much, Ibini. Let's go to Prince. If you're not patient on the Elewedu, you're welcome. If you're not patient with the life, you just go back and forth. You're not going to learn from each other. So let's have Prince. We'll give Prince 3 minutes. After a while, after this first set, we'll reduce it to 2 minutes so that we need to be concise and move. Let's go.
Actually, I just came and I love the topic. That's why I joined. I have no submission yet.
Okay.
I will just be listening.
Okay, but I'm sure you are a little skeptical about what we're talking about, ain't you? It's a fresh kind of idea.
I want to know more. I know a lot of truths are coming up now. I've been to your page as well, so when I saw you live, I decided to join to learn more.
All right, you're welcome.
I'm open to to learn more. I don't want to be stereotyped like Jew is Jew. Let's see evidence, because a lot of things are unfolding these days.
That's true.
And then you have to open your mind if you want to learn.
Exactly. Thank you so much. So let's put you in the comment section. Thank you so much for that. So so Fikaya has spoken, or I might still put Fikaya also in the comment section. So please, is it Elewidu? Mr. President, please come up. He has even shared the live. So Mr. President, come up.
Please, me, I just have a question for this this Igbo guy claiming Jew.
Just hold on. We'll give you the time to do that. So let's have Mr. President. Mr. President, counting, going. Let's see. Okay, so let's straight away take it to 2 minutes so that we can do that. Okay, so let me have where is this name? Opa, you're writing. Is this looks like Greek or Russian? So your name is Opafe, is it? What's that name? Opaf.
Ora, Lunife, Oramfe, Unile, no.
Okay, Oramfe. Oh, Omicron, Rho, Alpha, Eta, Phi, Epsilon. You're using Greek to write Yoruba. That's interesting. You'll be more accurate if you had used Hebrew. All right, Oramfe. Let's go. 2 minutes. So ask your question too. I'll let you, but Chika, you need to stay with your time. I'll give you 2 minutes each, like for 2 sets before we move to other people.
I don't even need 2 minutes. I just only want to ask him a question. That's all.
Okay, ask your question and I'll give Chika 2 minutes. What's your question? Let's go.
Chika, if you are saying you guys are from the Igbos are from Igbos are Jews, can you also tell us who are your progenitors? And secondly, I have an evidence. The Israeli government carried they make a secret DNA test in Igbo land, and they found out that Igbos are not Jews, because there was a time in Amdekano were claiming, oh, the Igbos are Jews, they are Jewish, the Igbos are Jews, and the Israeli government secretly came to Nigeria and they did their DNA test with the Igbos, and they found out that these people are not they are not Jews. And I want him to tell me how do I want him to tell me the Igbo people, where are they from? Because I have also studied that these people are from Bantus. I heard that the Igbos are Bantus. They are not Jewish people. And please, can you tell me your progenitor if you claim you are Jew?
All right. So, Chika, let's go. That's your 2 minutes. Try to condense it, Chika. Let's go. You can unmute yourself, Chika. You're muted. Yeah, let's go now.
Now, the people that is there in Israel, what year did they came as refugee in the year 1946? Now, listen to me. They were not even Jews. They were practicing Jews. They came to Palestine. That land belonged to Palestine. And those Palestine chased out the real Jews, which were blacks. Now, listen to me. If you don't know history, go and check your history. Now, these people, when we say come, they came as refugee. That was how they gave them that part. And because it was through the United States of America and other part like Germany and the rest, they brought in those white people. All those people you see, they have 2 passports. All the people in those Jews, they have 2 passports. If Walla happen now, they go jump, go their own place. Now, 2. People will know they originated from that particular place. How would they get our genealogy? Do you know the deception is too much? How would they tell you that you are the true Jew? People will can't deceive the entire, this will come as a refugee. It just like somebody can't stay for Fulani, can't stay for Ife land now. Tomorrow, because they stay for there, they'll come talk say the Ife people are not Ife people. No, that's a lie. These people go and check which year that Israelite they come into Palestine. They get that position. It was in the year 1940 something. So if they tell me, say, I want to use through their own white man, the white people will come as refugee, where they want to define who we will be. Just like the white people go define us as black, say, you are this, you are not that. No, they can't. Nobody can define us where we. Before Nigeria came, I will still tell you the same thing. Our foundation was based. In short, we having a black skin alone tells who we are. Black skin alone tells who we are. That's just the truth. There is no way you can describe us. You understand me? That's all I can say for now.
Thank you very much.
Are you saying
let's do this way. Hold on.
Palestine chase your ancestors to Nigeria, to Africa?
Hold on, Orafe. Let's do it the style that Ibini requested. Ibini is the second person on the guest list. Can you try to, of course, you know the way I am. I don't ask people. I don't ask sarcastic questions. If I'm asking you a question, it's sincere. So if you don't know, you can say you don't know. Or who are the Hebrews? Well, what does Hebrew mean? Who are supposed to be the Jews based on your knowledge, Orafe? You are muted, Orafe. Orafe, can you hear me?
Sorry, I'm here. Sorry.
Yeah, so who are the Jews? Repeat? Who are the Jews? According to your knowledge.
To me, I believe the Palestinians, they are Jews.
Okay.
In my own view.
That's the people they show on the TV that are fighting, of course, Gaza, etc. Yeah?
And no, lastly, I want him to answer my question.
But you didn't answer mine.
Are you saying No, I'm throwing my question to Chika. Are you saying the Palestine chase your ancestors to Africa?
You didn't answer mine. Huh?
And
Minister, just 1 minute. Let me just answer you. The first question, the question is that part you are calling that Israel where you see, so that's not Israel. They just accept the fact. The Israel where they think say they chase us go, that's a lie. That place is never Israel.
Okay, that then where is Israel? Where is Israel?
Listen to me. Listen to me. Do you know, say, if you say the white people came to some parts in Africa and called that place Israel, do you know till today they will be calling that place Israel till today? As at those years in the early 1900s, there was nothing like Israel. There was no place on earth called Israel, but there were people called Jews. They have the Ethiopian Jews, they have the Bantu people, they have other people that has been practicing Jew. These are set of people that, or they are blacks. They all this they don't, just like the Arabs. The Arab, many of them are Muslim. You can't tell them the Arabic they speak. They influence those Arabic on people, and those Arabic they started speaking those language, reading the Quran. The same way the white people also came into Africa. They taught us how to read English in order to read the Bible, and that was how they started teaching us how to read ABC and the rest. That was how education came in. That was how they entered us and colonized us. But the real thing when we personally they do, it doesn't change you from being a Yoruba person. It doesn't change you from being a Yoruba
please,
person.
Can you tell me the present day,
the Jews
which place can you classify? Are you talking about
the truth is just that the Jews, no be one person, no be Jew. These people don't scatter all over. It just be like, if we see our air texture tells us a lot about who we are. We, the West African, if you check our air texture, is different from the people like the Somali. Check our air texture, is different from them. It's different from the people from some other African country like Egypt and the rest.
Orafe, let me reduce the fire on. Let's mute. Orafe, let me reduce the fire on the live and to show something so I'm not causing fights that I know the solution to. The real land of Israel begins at the Great Plain called Guinea. It continues to Ghana up onto Benin, Nigeria. That is Samaria. And it continues southward. The real Israel is not in the Middle East. Have you heard that before, Orafe?
No.
So I don't
I
want.
think we need to show him the map.
Apologies.
Show him
Minister,
the map.
no, don't please let.
Sorry, you said
know
map.
what,
Who draw that map you are talking about? Who draw that map?
Exactly. You see, we're going to complicate issues.
I know.
What we need to ask the gentleman is this: do not bother about location. We're scattered already. Let's not bother about location. Who is a Jew? He said the people from Palestine, that the Palestinians currently there are the Jews. That's where the argument should start from, because that shows that he doesn't know who a Jew is. The next question you want to ask him is this: are you conversant with the Torah, with the Old Testament? If he's not, then he needs to be conversant with the Old Testament, because you might be basing yours off of facts that have been read. He might be basing it out of the fact that he just doesn't want to be a Jew. I can stand there and say I'm not a Yoruba person, even though I'm bloodline Yoruba. So he's never going to understand where you're coming from if you're showing him too much information. The basic information is this: how do you know a people? You know a people by their culture. There are no two cultures that are similar. You can have one or two things in common due to association, but cultures usually are distinct. Nigeria has been a country since 1970. The North has been there 1960. The North has been there, the East has been there, the West has been there. Till today, after amalgamation and living with ourselves, the culture in the North is distinct. The culture in the East is distinct. The culture in the West is distinct. Ghana is our neighbor. Cotonou is our neighbor. All cultures usually are distinct. So if we're going to show him that we're the Hebrews, first and foremost, he has to be patient. He has not done the research. We have. So as a humble person, what he should be asking, not fighting us, what Oramfe should be asking is,
did I insult you? You're saying I should not fight you. Did I insult anyone?
No, I didn't say. No, I didn't mean it.
And stop using the word fight.
I didn't say it that way. I apologize. I apologize. But the point still stands. If you don't know where we're coming from, you can never know where we're going to. If you haven't read the books that we've read, if you haven't done the studies that we've done, it is only fair for you to be disgruntled at what we're saying, because you're oblivious of the facts that we have. But what we are saying is, we're not just coming from the blue and saying we are the Jews. That's not what we're doing. What we're doing is, we've read the Quran, we've read the Torah, we've read several books, and we've brought all these books together, and we've found a common factor that shows that the original Jews were black people. First, let's start from there. Let's not even talk about Yoruba. Forget that he's a Yoruba man. Let's forget. It is indisputable, even for the white people, it is indisputable that the Messiah was a black man. Revelation chapter 1, verse 13, 14, 15 tells you, he said his feet were as unto burnt brass, as though they burnt in a furnace. Anything that burns, when carbon burns, it turns back darker. We are carbon-based creatures. Job said, 30:30, my skin is black upon me, not dark, black upon me. This is not a statement that a white man can make. This is not a statement that an Arab man can make. No matter how much they stay in the sun, they get a slight tan. The black man becomes very dark because of pigmentation. We're not even saying it from a spiritual perspective. From a biological perspective, melanin is the key to our conversation. Melanin is the key to our conversation. And what we're saying is that you cannot have white people live in a land that has radiation. And Egypt had radiation. So how did the white man survive as a slave, not as a ruler, as a slave, under the desert sun for 400 years? You can't take a white man for a stroll in Nigeria for 30 minutes. He's going to turn pink. Why do you think that they use sunscreen when they go to the beach? Do you know the sunscreen is white? Do you know the content of sunscreen? Melanin. If you use a UV camera and you look at a white man under sunscreen, you see a black man. It's the equivalent of chlorophyll. So this is not even talking about religious books. This is pure science that we all did in school. So how can you now tell me that a white man lived as a slave for 400 years in Egypt? They will not exist anymore because their skin structure or texture does not permit them radiation. It doesn't. They know it. That's why in Europe today, Europe is it's called the temperate region. It's not even called the tropical region. It has less sun than the tropical region. In Europe today, they have the top 10 highest rates of skin cancer is still in Europe. How do you explain that? So that goes to show you that it cannot be the white man or the Palestinians, as you're saying. These people migrated from Iran, from Persia. These are Persians. And they're whitewashed Persians because the original Persians were also dark-skinned people. So if we're looking at it from just an Egyptian perspective, they spent 400 years in Egypt. If you are looking at it from an Egyptian perspective, have you ever had a white man in the desert before? It's common sense. You can't. Their hair cannot be the texture of what it is today under the sun. Samson had dreadlocks. The white man cannot produce dreadlocks. So how did Samson have dreadlocks if he was a white man? Ask yourself these questions. We're not just coming here trying to some outlandish claims. We're not just trying to speak for speaking's sake. We're speaking because there is a technical fact behind this. There is a fundamental error in the message. And what we're saying, what Chikazom is saying is this: if they have lied to us, they have read the book, and in the book says that he's a black man. If they have lied to us and they've given us a white man with blonde hair and blue eyes, the next question you need to be asking is, was the lie intentional? Because they enslaved our ancestors by this. You cannot be more patriotic and more ethnic and more African than we are. We are African enough to research these things. And if you're going to be African as well, you will research it. You can research something when archaeologists dig a hole. Sometimes they don't find anything there, but they still dig. And if we're wrong, dig with us and say, guys, these are the errors. We're not right on every fact. I disagree with Minister on some facts. He would disagree with me on some facts, but we're together as brothers because we have a common purpose. If they enslaved us with a white book and with a book that they brought to us, they claim they brought the book to us. If they enslaved us with that book and they put the image of a white man and they made us worship a white man for 500 years, and we're now discovering that the man was not white, the question you should be asking is, why did they do this? Let him come from Ghana. Let him come from Sierra Leone. Let him come from South Africa. The fact is that he was a black man. He was an African. That's the point we're trying to prove to you. And then we can now narrow it down. Which people in Africa have these traits?
Let's save my case. Let's save some of Ibini's.
I don't take too much time.
Ibini's fuel. Thank you, Ibini. So,
sorry, 1 minute. No, not 1 minute. Let me just say one thing.
Okay.
Do you know when Russia opened up their vault that was locked for many years, they showed us something on the internet to tell us that the Jesus that was in the Bible is a black man? Why would Russia expose such truth if you think? First thing you go,
that thing now,
why did they open that vault? To show us, okay, Abi una don't do too much. Oh yeah, let's just expose this truth to give black people to know this is the real Jesus, is a black man. Why Russia, of all things, just to expose the NATOs and all of them all put together? You know, use anything to fight them. He go, open the vault, bring out the picture and show the entire world that Jesus was a black man. So which narrative do you think this man is trying to pass? Is an hidden truth. So if you feel like, I'm not talking about either Igbo, Yoruba, I'm talking about we blacks. Blacks is black. Whether you be Yoruba, you be Igbo, you be this, we all are black. That's
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, so Rafael, let's give you some time to maybe do some research. Let me bring somebody else who may maybe, or do you want to say something before? I think Eliwedu wants to come up and she's also on your side.
Yeah, okay, I will drop now, but I will just tell you that even the Jesus you are talking about, I don't believe in it.
Yeah, that's all. That's okay. All right, thank you, Rafael. So, but take your time to think about it. So, Eliwedu, you can come up, or End Time Prophecies is the fastest fingers. I don't know. Okay, let's view guests. We have been, I think Omni something has been there for quite a while. So, Almost Zopo, let's give you 2 minutes. We can make it 2 minutes real quick. Almost Zopo, drop your submission, your question, whatever. Let's go.
Well, I would like to contribute in this respect of these Jews something. You see, the Jews today in Israel, they are Europeans. That is very clear. They came from Poland, Hungary, and Russia, and Germany also. So that area they call Israel is not the actual geographical location, because in the beginning, when they were looking for a place to establish the nation called Israel today, they went to Uganda, Kenya, and those areas. So later they abandoned that project there and shifted to the Middle East. So why were they in Africa, deep down Africa, Central Africa, and later they changed to the north part of Africa? So there was something going on. So if you look at those people there, that land, to me, that land was former ancient Egyptian land, Kemet. I've been to Israel. I went through. There's nothing spectacular there, nothing great. When I went to visit where they said Jesus was buried, I'm telling you, it's new, very new. You can date it back to maybe 1960 or 70s. They're just using it for money. I went to River Jordan. You go to those areas. There's nothing that makes you feel this place something happened. No archaeological digging of human skulls, there's no melanin there. But when you just go over to visit Egypt and say, okay, go to Abydos, go to other areas, go to Giza, you are going to see things, archaeological things. Even you will see the mummies of ancient pharaohs. Now they are closing it. Before it used to be open.
The time is up. That's true. That's very wonderful. But the thing that
there's a lot of evidence there. These people today, they are not Jews, and the Jewish, this Jewish for me is a religion. They're trying to make it a kind of a DNA something. To me, Brother Chika, is a religion, and it was carried to Europe by Africans. We brought it to the Europeans.
Can I quickly ask my question?
Yeah.
Just to everybody.
Just a minute. Just a quick submission. Yeah, you are here already. We're going to bring you up next. So, yes, he's very right, about that Middle East, Israel. Another thing is, one of the things that make people, and that's part of why those whitewashings had to happen, and they had to deceive using the Torah. It's a very devilish thing to do. Have to deceive people using the scripture. So, but then, when people go there by faith, in fact, first off, you have spent millions of whatever currency to go there, or thousands of pounds, and you want to believe what you have spent your money to go look at. So even when you know this thing is not adding up, you just try to, it's part of why the things are like that for the people that go there too, and they don't really want to think about it at all. So Lewedu, let's have you. You're welcome. 2 minutes for your question. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm an atheist.
Okay, you're an atheist or atheist?
Atheist.
Atheist, okay.
So now, and I'm also a Yoruba man. Wonderful. Here's my question. Can you give me empirical evidences, archaeological findings that says that Africans or Yorubas, when you explain to a Christian like you can back it up with the Bible and whatnot. For me, you can't use that because I can just tell you I don't believe that. No disrespect. You get me? Now, can you give me empirical evidence, theological findings, nothing related to your religion, that proves this point that you are pushing Sub-Saharan Africans are the real Hebrews? I don't think this will be difficult because I'm sure you've heard from people who don't believe in this. Like, it is important you are able to convince people like me with archaeological findings, evidence, empirical evidence. Thank you very much, sir. What's your response?
All right. So who's gonna?
Please, emphasis on no Bible verses. I don't want to hear that. Okay. Emphasis.
So
may I attempt, Minister? If you want me to go, I'm ready.
I know you're ready. What we'll do now, just before I give you the go ahead, we want to have two people who, who are for this motion and two people who are not for the motion online at the same time, so that there's still two free spaces for juxtapose. So let me let you have that. So because of that, we may need to drop one person amongst the three that are within, that still believe the Middle East thing, and then the vice versa. But while we are thinking, so if you see that you are shuffled, don't mind, you can still request or whatever. Let's go, Ibini. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Brother Eliwedu, well, nice hearing from you. The first thing I'll say is, it's a paradox to find a Yoruba man that is an atheist. I've never heard that before. The Yorubas have never been an atheist. Well, having said that, I'm going to say some things to you. I'm not even talking about the Bible now. This is empirical evidence. It is impossible for this creation, this world that we're living in. Let's even imagine it's the Big Bang theory. There is a sun hanging in the sky. All of creation works with the sun. The sun has several rays. It's got gamma rays, it's got X-rays, it's got infrared rays, it's got visible light rays. The rays, the spectrum is wide, right? But the most important thing about the sun is it radiates. There's something called radiation with the sun. Now, you do not find any plant in all of creation using an umbrella. They bask in the sun and they glory in the sun. The reason why is this: they have chlorophyll. So chlorophyll protects them from the ultraviolet rays of the sun and the infrared rays of the sun, and also acts as a means of them producing sugar for their digestion, right? For them to feed. That's how they feed. So if all of creation, the animals in the forest, on a scientific level, most animals rise up with the sun and they set with the sun. Cold-blooded animals like the crocodile cannot do without the sun. They've got humps on their backs that act as radiators. So they usually can't hunt until they come into the sun and bask for like an hour so that their blood becomes warm enough for them to act. The muscles cannot work with their cold blood, so they need to warm their blood. What am I saying? You can't have creation and then have even the white scientists will tell you, you can't have creation, you can't have the sun. The sun is the key element here. And then have a being under the sun that doesn't have melanin. Now, there's something, I'm going to take you into the world of alleles now, where you have dominant genes and recessive genes. Brown eyes is dominant genes, right? Black skin, melanated skin, melanin is from a dominant gene. Kinky hair is dominant gene. White skin is recessive gene, which is why a black man can give birth to a white man, which is what we call an albino. But you can't copulate two white people and then they'll create melanin. Melanin cannot be created. If you do not have melanin during birth or during conception, you're never going to have melanin. Now, the beautiful thing about melanin is this: every cell in your body is covered in melanin. I'll take you to the nucleus of the cell. In the nucleus of the cell is protected by a heavy layer of melanin, because that's the only way you would not damage the DNA in the cell. If you don't want to damage DNA, you create a melanated structure around it so that the light rays that are coming into it don't damage it. If it is damaged, you're going to have mutations. And mutations are when you have people with six fingers, 4 ears, and all sorts of distortions on the body. Now, if we're looking at the sun, and we're looking at the sun in correlation with creation, and we're finding that everything in creation has carbon, and the essence of carbon is simply to protect you from the ultraviolet rays of the sun, that means that the white man cannot be the dominant gene. It's just common sense. They've even done their research on it, and they call it alleles. A white man cannot be the dominant gene. He is the recessive gene, because melanin is the dominant gene. And when you can lose melanin and gain melanin. You can lose melanosomes and gain melanosomes. But you can never produce melanin if you don't have melanin. The white man has 15% melanin. That's why they need to stay in concrete jungles. The only people in the world that have Neanderthal and Denisovan genes are the white people. You won't find Neanderthal and then the people in Papua New Guinea, the Aborigines in Papua New Guinea. And there's a reason for that. It's copulation. But nobody in Africa has the Neanderthal gene and the Denisovan genes. And the Neanderthals and Denisovans were known as cavemen, the Flintstones. So on that basis alone, black people are the origin of creation. Common sense. It's science. I've not talked about the Bible. You've not heard me mention the scriptures. Thank you.
All right. You have used it's like your time 3 times over.
So the man has not still answered my question.
So no, wait, no, relax.
The question is,
relax. Wait, hold on.
Hebrews. That's the question.
Hold on. No.
It
See,
makes no sense.
I've been on TikTok for quite a while. I know how TikTok strategy works. It's easy for people to say things when your real name is not there, your face is not on camera, and I've heard this before. So relax first. So first, Ibini, thank you for your response. Let's follow this live channel so that you can know when we come up live next time. And then let's also keep the time so that it doesn't sound like we're being unfair to those who are spending less time. Now, you said he has not answered your question. I've done this many times before on lives and I waste my energy. Can you repeat to us what he has said, maybe in a 1-minute summary, Elewedu? What did he say? So that you can prove that he didn't answer your question or he did. Let's go.
Telling me about how the Neanderthals, yada. My question remains the same. If you can answer it, it's as simple as that.
No, you didn't get my own question. What he has spent 3 minutes to do, he even spent more than his time. What was it that he said? Can you summarize it in 30 seconds? Yes, take your water. So can you summarize what Ibini said in maybe 30 seconds? Or do you need him to still repeat it for you? Or can you first summarize what he took the time and energy to explain to you? You are muted in case you don't know. Yeah, you said he didn't answer your question. I've read that, you've said it, but what did he say at all? Can you try to summarize it? You're muted. Okay. Let me assume that you are, okay, now you have changed to typing, but at least it's fair enough that you're not raising your voice or something. So take time, watch some of our videos, follow his channel. He's written some books on this topic. Read his books if you can. For me, I do videos. It's a lot easier to watch. So watch some of our videos, take your time, because it helps. I want to bring somebody else, so you can just go to the comment section so that somebody else that has your opinion can still come and also defend their own. Thank you, Ibini, for the time. So we'll just try to stick to the time given next time. So I think what he said, because I was listening, which I've learned something that I've not even learned it before, which is that what's that thing called? The melanin is the dominant gene, and it's natural with the sun, such that you need it to really survive. And then a dark-skinned person can give birth to a white-skinned person, or it's not possible vice versa. I've heard that before, but I've not heard it quite explained technically this way. And what else did I hear? I heard that, it's definitely scientifically backed up. And then it is with that kind of dynamics between a melanated and a non-melanated person, it is just fact, and demands that the melanated person is the one who is dominant and who is the father, in fact, of all other races. So thank you for that, Ibini. So let's have some people who have studied, so I can learn something from the other person too, who may be on the other side. So triple A, I need somebody who doesn't quite believe this thing we have up here. Okay, who can, over time we'll have people from Europe come on, is what happens most times, and they can talk. So have them come on. So if you don't believe this, there's a lot of people requesting, but I want to bring in somebody who doesn't believe this thing we have written here. so that we can have them rather than just talking amongst ourselves and we already know what we're talking about. So if you in that category, you can let us know on the comments so I can bring you up first, give you priority. Or let me just do it randomly. End time prophecy has asked. Let me just let her or him, let her come and say hi. So Akinshola, you're welcome. Let's see who else we can bring up. Do we still have more space? So yeah, so let's have Omo. Omo, can you Omo Zokpai? Can you give like your final submission? Because I saw you still have some more things to say. Let me give you a final, make your final submission. Then we can, if you don't mind, give your space to someone who wants to learn more, who has not seen these things, so we can cover more mileage. Omo Pai,
Yes.
yeah, go ahead.
So, but for me, the issue of Jewishness is a religion. It's not a tribe. So it's something that was arranged, because if you look at the ancient text, if you go to the ancient Egyptian text, the coming forth of day and night, you will see the same story of Heru. You will see that Mary is Isis. You will not see Osiris. And you will see the Trinity there also, and the Virgin Belt. So the Christian religion of what we are trying to put up is a copy from this ancient text in Egypt.
I see.
So once we go further, even before Christianity, we have it in the Bhagavad Gita that Hare Krishna has the same story and virgin birth of Jesus. So for me, it's just a mythology. It has nothing to do with the real people.
See.
So the people today we call Jews, they are just convert. They have nothing to do with Africa. They have nothing to do with today Africa. They just came from Europe, and you can see it in them, their DNA and everything. Even NASA once said they left black and they came white.
Yeah, and
they will not accept.
Yeah, and I see the Egyptian prime minister at one time.
Yeah, he said we will not accept that. They left black and they came white. So that is my submission. So I will go down. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Omo. It's good to have you. So, so like I said, in fact, there's some things you even said I disagree with, but then at least we were able to hear his submission, so it's okay. But then, yes, but like I said, the Eastern European, I mean, Netanyahu himself had to change his name. That's not his original name. You know, he had to change it to what he's got now. So, yeah. So let's see who has not spoken. Osas is here. Sorry, who's that? End time. Is it Osas or End time speaking? Or Lord?
Lord. Yeah.
Okay, good. So let's give you 2 minutes. Submission, question, breaking, whatever you want to do. Let's go.
Okay. I'm Lord Listo. I'm from Ghana.
It's nice to have you.
Okay. What I want to say is, not necessarily all African, but we the West African, how we argue. Even, let me just quote more. In the Bible, Jesus Christ said, I came for my own, but you don't accept me. It's the same thing. When you are speaking the truth today, some will just reject. Whatever the truth will be, not everybody can stand the truth. But you know the truth shall set you free from this mental slavery and everything. So what I want to just say is, make a recommendation that don't do the good work and you will be blessed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Lord List. It's good to have you. So yeah, it is. That is it. If we just take the time, just like the brother Elewetu that came up, just take the time to learn things. Just check the facts and see. So if I didn't have that TikTok experience and I know how TikTok works and how people speak, actually, not just TikTok, the same human beings, I would have wasted Ivini's strength again asking him to respond to somebody who is not listening. Trying to pour water on a dusk bag or polythene bag, it wouldn't work. So thank you so much, Lord Listed. So Osas, can we have you 2 minutes? Are you ready, Osas? Is it Osas?
Hello, hi, can you hear me?
Osaho, is it? That is like an Edo name.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Is it Osaho?
That's correct, yes.
Osaho.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Minister. It's a privilege to actually come to your show. The first time I actually met you on TikTok, I was so happy to realize that I wasn't the only person who actually has the same kind of belief as you are, even as a Christian. Just to respond to the gentleman who is an atheist regarding trying to prove that we, the actual Hebrew people, I'm not going to take so much of your time because I'm just on a short break at work. First and foremost, I'd like to point out the fact, even in the Bible, Nigeria, as from the region we come from, is an example of what the Tower of Babel actually originates from. There's nowhere in the world that actually possess the characteristics of so many people speaking so many languages at the same time. Secondly, I like to talk about the monuments and statues in Egypt. If you've noticed, all the Egyptian pharaohs who were actually dark skinned, the moment they've shown them to the world, you find out that all their nostrils, all their nose, they've been broken. If you doubt what I'm saying, you can Google it, and you find that all the statues, all of them somehow, magically, they all have broken nose, and that has been done on purpose, because just trying to show to the world that they are of the other kind, not of us, trying to confuse us. And the map of Africa, the map is actually upside down. So where the geographical Israel, the Garden of Eden, that is not actually where it is. It's actually in Africa, Southern Africa. And thirdly, I just like to portray this.
Yeah, I think
the
alarm is because of your time. Yeah, I'll add more 30 seconds.
Yeah, this is my last point. Mm-hmm. If you notice that we actually follow the law of Moses, every 7-day male child is born, they're circumcised. We're one of the people in Africa who actually do that ritual, and we've been following all sorts of things, like when a woman is on a period, cycle, the laws, and some other food that we're not supposed to eat, and the whole 10 commandments we've been following them. And also the people who actually casted the bronze were the Benin people in the Bible. Till today, they're the only people who actually cast bronze in the world. And when the invaders came to the southern part of Nigeria, those artifacts were actually collected. I'll just, because of the time, I'll leave it there, and for other people to actually discuss about that as well. Thank you very much, Minister, for giving me the opportunity to speak on a platform.
Thank you so much, Sahon. It's good to have you. So let's go to the next person. Let's refresh. Akinshola. Akinshola, are you ready? Akinshola, did you? Okay. Let's have end time prophecy. If Akinshola is still. End time, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, let's go.
Hello, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning. So first of all, I'm going to read the Bible. So those that want to run away from the light can run away earlier. I'm reading from Revelations 2 verses 9. And it says, I know about your suffering and your poverty, but you are rich. I know the blasphemy of those opposing you. They say they are Jews, but they are not, because their synagogue belongs to Satan. And I'm going to read 3 verses 9, Revelations 3:9. God had to say it twice. Look, I will force those who belong to Satan's synagogue. What?
Go ahead.
Look, I will force those who belong to Satan's synagogues, those liars who say they are Jews but they are not, to come and bow down at your feet. They will acknowledge that you are the ones that I love. Now, who is this Bible? This is Revelations, which is the part of the Bible our generation will fulfill, in case anybody does not know. And God is saying it to what? The Israel over there, because He already knows. He knows about them before whatever their plan to be at that side and claim what they are not. And another thing, I wanted to answer the question of that atheist guy that said, what is the proof about Israel? How do you know Israelites? Israelites are people that are rebellious. We are always going from slavery to slavery because we never want to leave. Israel has never seen an idol they don't want to worship. Israel has never seen a Baal they don't want to bow down to. And that is why we've been going from slavery to slavery. Which race in this our own knowledgeable time has been taken as slaves? Israel can be found in America, Jamaica, Haiti, the Caribbean islands. And because it is a tribe of people.
Yeah, 30 more seconds. Go ahead, please. You can do 30 more seconds, end times. Oh, I think she's was it a network? Yeah, it's like she just left immediately at the time. Okay. So is she back?
Akishola is here now. Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, Mr. Akishola, you're welcome. Let me add to your time while we're waiting for him time to return. Good morning, good morning.
Good morning, good morning. I stumbled on your site sometime, and you've been quite an inspiration. I am one of the old school. My contributions are quite, brief, and I just want to set them as a guide. We must establish all the convergences we are getting now. I've heard from Ibini, I've heard from you, and I know so many people are coming on. I'm excited because this is what I've been looking for since I read one book called The Bible Code by Michael Drosnin about 30 years ago. Evidential. I go with evidence because, like I said, I'm an artist, archaeological, art historian, so evidences are converging. Thank God for this, for technology as well. Everything is rallying to highlight one thing: the conspiracy of the last few centuries. In the last 500 years, there have been this conspiracy against the melanin skinned. And again, I believe in a few theories, cyclical theory, like the Yoruba will say. Yoruba believes in one continuum, that there is no distinction between the unborn, the born, and yet to be born. I mean, the ancestors that have gone. So it's a cycle, and the cycle is coming back. That convergence is one making me point out the things to you. There is all the convergence have to be placed in time. That is time, in the time that is in context. Then number two, in space, where did they happen? And then the actors. We are now converging. Even whites, even the Caucasians, white, so-called white skin. Nobody is white. Like nobody is black as well. We are all, it's a spectrum, like the autism spectrum. You have maybe 1% and you have 99. So we are all one at the end. All come from black, from this darkest color, That is the charcoal described by Job, described by everybody. So we must try and put all those evidences as they come up. We have so much being done now with those evidences that are converging from everywhere. I think that's how the universe has designed it. It is our time in the cycle. I'm appealing to the young folks like you. Please permit me to call you young folks.
Yes.
A lot of you are young in age, but you are not young. You are oracles. Somebody like Minister, I haven't seen it, Bini, the way you guys have consumed information and education, it shows that you are not, this is not your first time in the cycle. You are much older than your age. I'm begging you, I'm appealing to you to please try and put your evidences in those compartments so that you can have understanding to deploy. When it was time for the Caucasians, they deployed. That was why they could hold us, the richest, the most powerful, to slavery in the last 500, 600 years. But it is turning. I'm excited to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I would like Ibini to respond. He's also within your...
I just followed Pa Akishola. I like it when I see adults that support us, you know. The Yoruba say, Tebaro modetun sokuta to sokuta. Agbalagba wa lenye etun fulokota elatiso. You know, we can't do these things by ourselves. And Mr. Akinshola, usually Yoruba will say, for those that are not Yoruba, please give me time to pay my respects to my elders. We've done a documentary. I wanted Minister to also mention that, a 1-hour documentary on these things that I've been speaking about. I met the Minister online, and I met him because I realized one of the things that I like is, regardless of what, I don't care what you researched on. I like people that have researched. And I find people that have researched extensively more contemplative. And I dove my heart to him for the research that he's done. I'm not saying that I agree with everything. I'm sure he doesn't agree with everything that I'm saying. But a researcher, like a general, always respects a general. I'm not a general, but I said that to say that a researcher would always respect a researcher. We're actually honing up, we're actually honing up a lot of things. We're putting a lot of things together because I'm one person that is not just talk. I don't like talking. And that's why I don't have a life. And that's why I'm not interested. I'm not on any social media platform except from TikTok, basically. I'm not on Facebook. I don't do anything anywhere else because I believe in real-time stuff. And we're trying to do a lot of real-time stuff. And with men like you, elderly men like you behind us, I believe that you are our wisdom and we are your strength. We can do a lot together. I'm up for this. This is my life's work. Our people are going to be redeemed. They're going to be reorientated. There's nothing going to stop it. There's nothing going to stop it. And the reason why is not because I'm not boastful. I'm not saying it because I have something to say or because I've been given the freedom to hold the mic. I'm saying it because of the research that I've done. It's beyond us to bring it to pass. If he uses us to bring it to pass, then that's fine. This is prophecy. Prophecy means that the words of the Creator will not fail. So if we align with it, he will bring it to pass through us. But it is going to come to pass without us or with us. That's certain.
All right. Thank you so much, Ibini. It's good to have you. So, Eshiongo, Baba Akinshola. Thank you for coming on live, Ishi.
I'll just put in one short word. Another thing that you need to add to this, it breaks my heart. Because it's coming up again in every research, every research, that you have no contest when your language is not your currency. Every discussion around here would have been from a place of superiority. Your superiority would have been established without you saying a word if we were discussing in our original language. And you know what I'm talking about. When I had people talking about Bantu, the Guinea sectors and all that, we had a language. Every inspiration, every power, apart from that melanin that cannot be taken out, everything we have done had been with our language. But you are speaking such fluent English now, and you are operating at 1% of your capacity. No matter how brilliant, Ibini, you're so completely fluid, And when I heard Minister with the young lady conversation, interviewer over, a couple of months ago when I started, I thought these guys were well spoken. But I feel sad because your currency is not what you're using. So you will never be able to repay this loan that you have not taken and you are paying. You will never be able. How you are going to now turn the dial of this crystal to that, I don't know. Like Ibini said, you have no choice in this matter. You have been called. Shongo, when Shongo back when you don't know how you operate anymore. The thing operates through you. They've been using this in all the movies lately, the universe, all those movies that they've been cooking up in Hollywood. They are snitching. They are just thieving very small snippets of our heritage. They haven't even touched the icing on the cake. But I'm saying, I am happy. I am convinced, fully persuaded that you will get there. It is not by you. It is like Ibini said. You have no choice in this matter. You have no choice in this matter.
Thank you so much, sir. In Gotati Ewari, let the people permit me to speak in Paleo Hebrew for a few minutes. In Gotati Ewari, ibita ṣe ìwádìí wa dé, mo bí ó tẹ̀ máa yà ń lẹ́nu pé a rí pé ẹ jẹ́ kí n fi nǹkan hàn yín nínú kẹ́ tó lọ tó bá yẹ pé tiẹ̀ ní nǹkan tẹ́ ń ṣe lọ́wọ́ máa fi nǹkan hàn yín sí. So let the people that are live just permit me to speak this coded language for a while. Máa fi nǹkan hàn yín sí. Mo dà pé ẹ tiẹ̀ ti rí nínú àwọn nǹkan náà àwọn fọ́nrán tá a ṣe tẹ́lẹ̀. A rí i pé nígbà tá a gbé ìwé bíbélì à ń wo àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ tó wà nínú ẹ̀, a rí i pé ìwé Genesis orí kìíní ẹsẹ̀ kìíní tó bá fẹ́ sọ ní èdè Hébérù ọ̀rọ̀ mẹ́fà ló wà nínú Genesis 1:1. If you're saying it in English, ọ̀rọ̀ mẹ́wàá ni. In the beginning God created the heavens and the earth. Tó bá fẹ́ sọ ní èdè Hébérù ọ̀rọ̀ mẹ́fà ló wà ńbẹ̀. Nínú ọ̀rọ̀ mẹ́fà yẹn márùn-ún ẹ̀ Yorùbá ni. Ẹ ti rí yẹn náà tá a ti ṣe nígbà tí a ṣe sí abẹ́ tí ṣe rí nù. Ṣe rí ojú fọ́nrán yẹn báyìí mo ṣe fi hàn yín.
Lẹ́yìn mo bẹ̀.
Ẹ kí n kàn fẹ́ lè hàn yín kí ló pè so that àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ márùn-ún yẹn rí. Àmọ́ in the beginning God created yẹn nìkan ló fẹ́ dà kó fẹ́ sáfẹ́rẹ́ díẹ̀. Báwọn yòókù heaven and earth. In the beginning ní Hebrew wọ́n máa pè ní Bereshit. Yorùbá dẹ̀ ní ìbẹ̀rẹ̀. Gbogbo àwọn strong numbers ẹ̀ láti ti kọ sí ìbáyìí. Àwọn tó ní mọ èdè Hebrew. And this is modern Hebrew. God is Elohim la máa ń pè God tàbá ń gbàdúrà láwa Christian. Singular ẹ̀ ń jẹ́ Eloha. Òǹlẹ̀lẹ̀ Yorùbá dẹ̀ ní Olúwa. Heaven ní Shama. Òun ló máa ń pè ní Hebrew. Ó jẹ́ pé dà ipa yá yẹn lọ́wọ́ àwọn bíi Hausa kan ṣùgbọ́n Yorùbá máa ń ní àwọ̀ sọ́mọ̀. Hebrew adé ní Shama. And lédè Hebrew yẹn jẹ́ earth. Yorùbá ní àti. Wọ́n pè earth yìí wọ́n pè ní eret. Yorùbá ilẹ̀ tó wà ńlẹ̀ nígbà tí Ọlọ́run ní tí Olúwa ní kí omi wá sí apá kan. Ilẹ̀ yẹn fún ìgbà díẹ̀ àtẹ̀sí fẹ́ dàbí ẹrẹ̀ náà òun gangan gẹ́lẹ́ òun nìkan tó ń pè ní eret níbà òun dẹ̀ ló wà níbi tá à ń pè lẹ́rẹ̀ lédè Yorùbá. Ó dẹ̀ pọ̀ lọ bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ títí òkèlè tá à ń sọ lẹ́nu yìí. Òkèlè yẹn gangan ló ń pè ní food lédè Hebrew. Àbá yìí tiẹ̀ ṣe pọ̀ àbá gangan tiẹ̀ làwọn aráàlú òkè máa ń sọ. Tó máa ní àbá yìí that is Abba Father. Àbá mi yá. Àbá mi bẹ́ẹ̀ ni. Àkókò lèmi ti wá ń tẹ̀lé.
Ó sì máa jọ ẹ́ lójú. Ó máa jọ ẹ́ lójú. Last ó máa jọ ẹ́ lójú.
So like that ba lélẹ̀ yìí ọ̀bọ̀ ló ń pè é lè wá dẹ̀ ní Kaabo àbẹ̀ríyàn bọ̀ láti ibì kan ó lọ bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ títí wọ́n ní rà ní Hebrew ní Yorùbá ní nǹkan rà àbújẹrà. So those are the words like that. So ẹni igbákejì mi yẹn náà tó dẹ̀sẹ̀ lọ yẹn àwọn tiẹ̀ ti wá kó gbogbo Genesis 1:1 wọ́n ti fẹ́ yìí sí padà sí Yorùbá tán picking from this Paleo Hebrew. So it's nǹkan ìyàlẹ́nu ló jẹ́.
Sori mínísítà mi ò fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ ṣó mọ̀ pé ọ̀rọ̀ awo ni ọ̀rọ̀ àǹfẹ̀ ó dùn mí pé ọ̀rọ̀ àǹfẹ̀ ó dà kó ti lọ.
Ibi ni àbí ṣe tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ lókè yẹn àbí o.
Tó sọ̀rọ̀ lákọ̀ọ́kọ́ tó wà combative báyìí. Tó ní òun atheist.
Eléwédú àbí ẹ̀nà eléwédú ló pẹ̀rẹ̀.
Ọ̀rọ̀ àǹfẹ̀ ó pé méjì. Tó sọ orúkọ ẹ̀ ní ọ̀rọ̀ àǹfẹ̀ ó lóun atheist. Ó ń sọ̀rọ̀ nípa pé òun pé atheist ni. Ọ̀rọ̀ àǹfẹ̀ is an Ife aboriginal god. God of fire. Ó wà nù Hebrew. I have read the book of Enoch. Gbogbo nǹkan tó ń fi hàn mí àbí. Sórí èyí tó ń ṣe yìí wọ́n ti ṣe pé it's a gentleman tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ Igbo wọn ò mọ̀ pé Igbo àti Yorùbá. You see, I work with the Oni. I'm Oni's consultant on Olojo Festival. And a lot of work on. I keep talking about convergence. When the convergence comes to become, gbogbo àwọn tó bá kàn wọn lè ṣe nǹkan kan sí. The scientists know this. Americans know this. The British is just that the custodians of our own, the original owners of the crystal have been scattered. What is that? But you young folks, I keep using the young with respect and with trepidation. You, because it's not about age now. Look in the muffin so. I want to tell olórí àjẹ́ ní Òkè Mẹ́sì. When my grandfather who died last year was his friend was the Oba of Òkè Mẹ́sì. The girl was 12 years old. About 32 years ago when I went to visit that. She was just 12 years old.
Fi Yorùbá yẹn náà sọ àgbàdùn Yorùbá yẹn mo ti sọ fún ọ pé
torí àwọn tí ò gbọ́. So nǹkan tí mo fẹ́ fàyọ ni pé gbogbo bí tẹ bá jù sókè sí nígbà igba pẹlẹbẹ ló máa fi balẹ̀. So gbogbo nǹkan tí ẹ ń ṣe yìí already ti wà ó wà nínú cloud ó wà nínú afẹ́fẹ́ ẹ ní òṣùgbà tẹ fi gbà lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ní ìsìn ni and ẹ̀yin lọ́lọ́run darí ẹ̀ sí mo kàn fẹ́ ikọ́ tí mo wá ṣe ń bí ìlérí ni kí n jẹ́ kẹ́ ẹ mọ̀ pé ẹ̀yin lọ́lọ́run darí ẹ̀ sí o bóyá olówó ń di àbó olówó ń di ẹ̀ bóyá o ní
Minister, other tribes too are also listening to this stuff, and we are learning from Akinshola. So please, we are learning a lot. So please let him speak in. Even if not pidgin, we will still understand them.
Yeah,
and I just wanted to add some Yoruba stuff. No matter, but at least let the message be passed because if you speak for typical Yoruba. Now, only few set of nobody only Yoruba did this live. You understand?
No. I'm going to. I just want to sign out. I'll let Minister just come. I just wanted to drop my message. I'm just trying to drop a structure so that as you go, you will all know that you are just not talking. Even the owner of TikTok, if he knows what you're doing, he's going to take you out.
Exactly.
And these people are very sensitive. They are in the spirit. So, and the person who spoke about...
I've in fact gotten a flag, sir. Sorry to interject. Good. I've gotten a flag already. So, so Chika, calm down.
They are very spiritual. So they know what you're doing. They are reading you in the spirit world, in the skies. I'm saying that please just know the structure. The tribe, the races, the ethnicities don't matter. And people talk about religion. They don't even understand it. But I want to make it clear to you, Minister, that all the things you're doing, some people have passed through it. And Ibini was saying nobody can stop him because he's a joker. He will be resisted. The resistance are listening to me, but they know they can't do anything to me because of what I carry. Once you are a carrier of the message, until your message is delivered, a train will run over you. You won't die. You see it in the movies these days. That's what is happening in the physical sense. So I'm saying, I know for a fact that every melanated body are from the same source. You are saying that now. Yeah. And I know that the spiritual powers that you carry are converted towards one essence, which is Olodumare. in the Yoruba system. If you look at it in Igbo, at the end of it, you look at it in the Edo, Ibibini, you look at it in the former Jews that are far out, wherever they've been taken to. If they combine to their own language, the original language, when you look at it, thank God for AI. It is converging quickly. AI will rally the thing as quickly as possible in the next 2-3 years. That whatever way your arguments will reduce, because you will see that all the people that started with combat, that they were going to, that were looking at it, they were confronting you, they are all landing in the same place at the end. So you see that your job has already been done. It's just that you didn't understand yourselves from the beginning. Somebody said Babylon is Nigeria, the man that was trying to speak Queen's English. It's okay. At the end of the day, you realize that, and once you realize that, then you will be able to do the deliverance. It's time in the cycle. I kept Ibn Khaldun from Tunisia or up from Morocco in the early 17th centuries designed that cyclical theory so much. When it comes to your time, nothing can stop you, and that's what I wanted to register. You are working on space, in the spatial, in the time, and in the actor. On those 3 levels, you are well located. And you say, you are from Akoko, I want to let you know. At the end of the day, you will discover the aboriginal, the essence of the melanin. Everywhere you go, the thickest part that causes, let me say, Toban Shogun, are the aboriginal areas, Ekiti. Those places that were there before the Oduduwa Ife started. They don't speak English. If you go to Akoko, witches still fly in the afternoon as we speak. In Ile Ife, we told Oniano, the buyer of Oniano, when the accident that happened in 1986 or so, that consumed lives at the toll gate in Ife, when it was going to happen, one woman came to the Oni. I was there when it was testified. He said, if they do this, there's going to be an accident if a person will not be consumed. Over 100 and something people burnt in that accident. No single Ife was there because the Etutu was done. These people she was a school teacher. They went after that to look for her. They couldn't find her. It was a 23-year-old thereabout aged lady that came to meet the on Nishijuade. So you say you are Agoko as if Agoko somebody somewhere that is not known. I hear you. You will soon see that the real essence of the melanin are hidden in very dark and secret and unusual places. At the end of the day, AI or whatever they call it in the next 5 to 10 years will unearth everything. May God help you and help all of us.
Thank you so much, sir. So those in the house, permit me. You know the way our culture is as Hebrews. We have this respect for our elders. That's why I've not set time for him. If you don't mind. So I've multi-follow channel that is Ateronse Kekere si nkwe esho. Amasoro.
All right, thank you.
So would ask those who are Adam Halam. So those that are there can join now. So Gita has not spoken. Let's see. Gita Rakor. So Gita Rakor, let's give you 2 minutes if you're ready. So let's follow Akinshola Adejuwon channel page. You could learn from him, etc. So I've put it up there for us to see. Okay, so Gita, are you ready?
Okay, so can anyone hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, so I wouldn't say like for the topic, I wouldn't say I'm like totally not in agreement. However, I would say like actually like the essence of the melanin and like our like special nature. I think it's something that I acknowledge, like even without like referencing the Bible or not. And I think yes, there's still this concept of syncretism, right, where a lot of religions kind of picked from a lot of people's practices and stuff, right? Of which, I would even say the Bible was very much like part and parcel of that too, right? So, I think my main focus is more of I think it's more as regards like understanding. Like I think there was someone who came that spoke about like from the scientific perspective, which is nice and it is correct in a way because yeah, we thought they like Western education had kind of made us think we are something else, but when they kind of always research about us, they find the reverse of it and find out that okay, yeah, the people that were kind of Neanderthals or so were like it's not us. Yeah, sorry to use those words. I don't know if TikTok will flag me, but yeah. So yeah, and so I think one important thing is that I actually believe in like our kind of like our native like spirituality. I think that's one thing I need to emphasize, and I actually feel that people should embrace that rather than taking one that is kind of a copy or highlighted a lot of like our native practices we did, because that's what a lot of religions actually do, especially like Christianity, right? Where you see they picked from different concepts of different religions, and then just created an idea, and this is what everyone is referencing rather than the original source. So I think that's what I have to say. Yes.
All right, thank you so much for your time, for the submission. That's well noted. So yeah, we keep learning every day and learning. So it's good to always go to the source of things. So I just started reading the comments. Sorry for the time we spent speaking in the ancient languages. We just had to do that for a short time. By the way, we've had one strike. Well, I think Ibini, can you request again, or were you the one giving the strike? I was told one of my guests was given a strike. So Ibini, did you get a message? If it is you that got a message, I want to think it would be a little to that did it, or probably their AI. So we'll just check for some of their words. And talking about that, that's why we have this.
Okay.
That's why we have this. Yeah, welcome. That's why we have this chat rod. We need an African equivalent. So I didn't get to read your message when you're asking me to ask him to watch a documentary. So that's one of the things that TikTok does. It allows you to meet people. So let's check this app. Let's follow that app. That number one app there, chat rod. It's an African equivalent. All this censorship is just unreasonable. I've not seen any hate speech so far, but then they've given the channel a strike, which is not necessary. So let's have one F1 per person. In fact, 5 F1 per person. So we should have like 50 F1s. So let's tap the screen and let's type F1 and let's follow this channel. So when we go live the next time, we can always see. So F1, let's go. That should come in like in drones, since everybody can type simultaneously. So let's also follow the host account and the chatrod account, so that you can go download the app. I mean, in the nearest future, if we can promote them properly, we might be going live there after a while. It will be too important and too necessary, and I pray that they keep being sustained. That's the app. It will be too necessary. Time will come when, information warfare, they will not allow you to discuss some things. So we will need that platform. So follow the chatrod account. It's an African equivalent. We've got this app now is Singaporean and American, initially from China. We've got Telegram from Russia. We don't really have anything for Africa, really. So let it be at least, even if it won't be a substitute immediately, let it be at least an alternative. So if they do anyhow, we just move. Not like we have to start covering the mouth to speak. It doesn't make sense. So let's do F1 and tap to 20K. We can still do another 1 or 2 hours. We'll try to touch on Enoch a little bit. Like that. So let's see. Chat load. Okay, let's accept chat load. So Git, I think Git just spoke now, right? Git, I think you just spoke a few minutes ago, correct? Git.
Yes, I do.
Okay,
yes, I do.
Good, thank you. So let's accept more guests. We just want to, if you
All
don't
right.
mind. Yeah, thank you so much, Git. So those that want to request, you can request like right now, so that we can just fill that space, do another session. We touch, what's that thing called? We touch Enoch a little bit, then we are done for the day. Endurance, Yamo, you're welcome. So, Ara, are you able to come up to say hi? So I think I can see El Joe. El Joe can come up. Oh, Joel. Boy, sounds like El Joe, my brother's name. Okay, so let's have oh, this guy left. Okay, chat Lord, let's have you 2 minutes. Let's go. Chat Lord.
Good morning.
Morning.
Everyone. First of all, Minister, I want to appreciate your work. You're doing a great job and, enlightened, not just me, a lot of people. It's really inspiring, the level of knowledge out here. So I want to talk, contribute to what I know. If you look at the biblical recording of the Jewish people, their beliefs, how they believe in the spiritual more than the physical, you'd relate it to how if an European comes to a bridge, they'll build a bridge and cross. If a Chinese come, they'll put stick and cross. And if an African come, they'll have to pray to God for God to, help them cross the bridge. As funny as those jokes are, but this is actually, if you look biblically, most of the wars recorded in scripture about the Jewish people, you see how they relied more on God for sustenance, for their way of life and everything. And if you look at the level of poverty in Africa, though we are rich, as the Bible said in Revelations 2 verse 9, you find out that despite the bad water, despite everything that's going on and all of that, we are the healthiest, living the longest. And it's not like it's the drugs, it's not like it's everything out there from the Europeans, from, sorry to use that word, but the people I'm talking about, so that we don't get flagged. So it's not like it's what they are bringing in down here that's sustaining us, but the nature around us, the breath here, everything, it relates to it's if you converge it to what the Bible has recorded all along, you would see the core similarities, and you don't find it in any other nation or continent but here in Africa. So this is something you look at, and from a very clear mind, you can really accept that indeed this is what it is. And also about the Igbo, we do call it Igbo, right? But from my own research, it's Bo, Ndibo, that's the word.
Old
like
people,
ancient people. Yes. Ndibo, meaning that you've been there before.
And a quick one, let me add 1 more minute. And that Ngo, you understand Yoruba, do you?
No, not really.
Yeah, that Bo, like I said, is also a Yoruba word for old. You got to Bo. You see?
Wow.
The same thing. It means old and like old, ancient. Go ahead.
So, if you look at the language itself, the culture and the tradition, you see similarities with everybody around us. So everything they've been trying to do is trying to divide us, trying to make us believe what we are. We are not, we've not been there, we've been saved, they came to save us, blah. But we actually give them everything they had today. The Bible, the translation and everything, they got it from the pre-colonial times when they came. So that is the few things I have to contribute, and I must commend you. You are doing a very wonderful job, sir.
Thank you very much, brother. It's good to hear from you. Yeah, so that's just it. Thank you, child Lord. Oh, somebody had left. So let's have. I think the person I was about to call just left. Igbo migrated from Ilefe. Okay, matured. Yes, he is. So Akaragun, Akaragun, they asked you to come and explain how Igbo migrated from Ife. Yeah, Joel. Joel, you can come up. Or is it El Joe? Is it my brother? I want to listen to him. Okay, he's not my brother. Yeah, but yeah, thank you, Joel. Who else? So let the other person request again. So let's have Ayo, and we'll create more space now. Ayo, are you ready for us? Ayo, are you ready?
Hello.
Let's go.
Hi, hi everyone. Good afternoon, and I want to commend you, sir, for your research and educating couple of us in this on this platform. I've been following you for a couple of days now, but I've been listening to videos, and to be honest, I'm wowed, and it's really and well, I'm also from your home state, from Ondo State. I'm actually from Akure. So I just want to commend you for all the effort and hard work you've been doing. And basically, I've been reading and watching different documentaries about similarities with the Jews for a couple of times, but because I am a Christian, and the sense of not agreeing with so many things do come in at sometimes, and it's a real battle, because sometimes I have a WhatsApp group with my friends, and I'll bring some of the topic there, and some of them that also like to read and research, they will come against it, and some will agree with some few words of the Hebrews being Yorubas, and but in essence, I just want to say a very big thank you to you, and I hope this platform will allow us to spread this this word more because I know they are very sensitive, and they could take the platform down from you anytime from now. But I just want to say a very big thank you to you.
Thank you. God bless you. Thank you so much, brother. It's good to have you. Thanks for all the kind words. So yeah, so Kamani, are you there? Kamani, are you there? If you're there, then let's go.
Hello, Minister.
Hello, is that Chikazo?
Yeah. Okay. I just want to drop something quick. It just came into my mind, and
yeah, that's fine. You can use the time there. Yeah.
Now, one of the basic, problem for everybody, this thing is just a little bit of an opening of the eyes. I believe the first thing a lot of people need to do, they need to understand the context of what we are talking about. Even before going into the part of the Jew, they need to understand they need to understand that there is a word called deception. The devil. They need to understand that pattern first before they even go to the part of African becoming a Jew. They need to understand how they just like most of, if they need to go and watch your video, that's just it. They need to go and watch that video and understand, like take more time to understand that video properly. They need to understand the Tartaria, they need to understand the millennium year, they need to understand all those things first. Then they will now understand the reason why the devil took our our should I say our own culture, our everything, took it away from us, gave us a new name. Why did they choose to give us name? They need to understand that part, that the devil gave us a new name, colonize us, change everything about us, and divide us. So if they understand the beginning of the genesis of that part from the scripture first, before they can understand the fact why the devil wants to destroy everything about the Israelites. So if they don't understand that part, if we are dragging about this, these people are Jew, this one is not Jew, no, they will not get it. They need to first start from the Bible, understand the part where you're teaching, because what you're doing is a movement. They need to get that idea. Like that other guy that said he's an atheist, no problem. Go and watch your video, that's all. Let him watch the video. If he believes, no problem. It's choice. You understand me? So that's the only thing I can say. Anybody that don't understand, for now, it's common for you not to understand. You are just coming to a new idea, and it will take a lot of time to consume this information, because it is too much for some people now. It will affect their brain. They'll say, why this person will say will be this thing? How Igbo man will say it will be this one? How Yoruba man will say it will be this? So this thing, they need to go and understand first. Watch those videos. That's the only thing I can say for now. So anybody that they don't understand, just tell them to watch your video. Let them watch and understand the context of the whole thing entirely.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much for your submission, Chick, as well. So very important. So it's quite important. You guys can just go check some videos. In fact, if you have disagreements, questions, we can always have a look at it and modify, update the things that we know. That's why we learn. That's how we learn. So let's have AI. It's AI Kamani. I think AI Kamani.
Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Hi, thanks for having me. I appreciate the channel and the topic today. The topic is why I really want to contribute the Sub-Saharan Africa Hebrew issues, because I appreciate these points that because I've seen your videos on YouTube as well. So, like the previous speaker said, people should look at those videos to get like a background, because it's very important when it comes to this topic, particularly that people have a background first, because when you just start coming in like this, because I've been into this almost forever. So I always tell people my journey started from when I was a child at the age of 9. That's when I sat down, I heard my uncle spoke about how we used to live in Nineveh. And he's a priest, an Oromila priest in where I come from. He spoke about this story, how we used to live in Nineveh. At the age of 9, I sat there listening to him say it.
Nineveh is Assyria. Is that the capital of Assyria?
Yeah. So, and that's around Borno State and all those regions. I don't know if somebody that's from there that's confirmed it. So, my conversation today, I just want to please beg anybody that is on this platform or that's into all this topic. I've done it for years, but I think it's about time we start trying to take it out of this platform issue. Special thanks for you and others that are doing it, because in anything in life, it's the leadership that leads. Because we can do all this for as long as we can, but we come from where it is like everybody listen to the leaders. So if the leaders don't start speaking these things out of their mouth or from their own platform or from their own palaces or offices, it will be very difficult for people to take it in. I've been told by my own family to go and join Jewish people if I want to leave. So that's how bad it is. So people will never accept these things except, somebody said something before, I want to make a point on as well. We can actually find traces of who the tribes are all over the place. You just have to look at what they say and how they do their culture and their traditions. So I think this is where we need to try and make our traditional leaders see where they need to come in, and we need to put this information in front of them. I know a lot of archaeological sites in our land that we can go to and use archaeology to verify these things. So I think that is the next step I think we should take. I'm trying to see how I can do my own part, because I don't think talking to just, I don't want to use the word common people, I'm not really talking down on anybody, but I think trying to convince common people is going to take a longer time.
Yes, it will.
So I think when we start to give this information, I have a lot of information that I've documented and pinpoint places that will put this thing in front of our leaders. Let them look into it. Undeniable information, indelible truth that they can see and that can be proven, like archaeological sites. Then take it from there. And when they start to speak about it, I think then people will have you will have greater number of people not change their mind immediately, maybe start to look at these things from a clearer mindset, other than, like I said, I've had people in my own family tell me, go and join Jewish people and go your way, since you want to be like Jewish people. You know, so people still have that mindset. So it will take longer for those people to change. Even people don't even have watch your programs on YouTube when you talk about Bible, and I'll be praying that people actually go and read the verses you are talking about. I'll be praying in my heart. But I know it's very difficult. People will still read it and still have doubt. I tell people that the word Benin is in the Bible. You can find names that will sound like Yoruba names in the Bible, Igala names, Ijaw names, name it. They're all in the Bible, they're all over the place. But they will still find it difficult to go and read it. You know, so I appreciate your effort and other people as well. And I hope people key into this and do more research. Don't take this at face value, because if somebody comes to your platform and you think you are doing it just for platform's sake, if people go to my platform, I don't have anything on it anymore. I've been doing this for the past 10, 15 years. So I think at the moment I want to try to take it to another level, which is try and put this information in front of our leaders. Thank you very much.
Yeah, great. So we are on that also, on my own end and on Ibini end. I'm sure he'll be excited to hear this also. So that's basically the next thing, such that things get a little quite more official. But what part of Africa do you come from? What part of Nigeria do you come from? Sorry? Is that in South? Is that in Benin?
Yes.
Benin, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's great. That's wonderful. And I usually tell people to put aside this Yoruba, Benin, Igbo, that is like a narrow view of this thing. It's broader than that. It's a lot bigger than that. You know.
It's not, to be honest with you, not sorry to cut it short. It's not even about being those tribalistic. I think what it is that we are known because of what one of the speakers said, because of this new demarcation of maps and all that, and political issues. It's more political, to be quite honest with you.
Yeah.
Because I spoke to an Igbo guy. I said the reason you all call yourself Igbo was for political reason. Because people wanted to have larger group as the new democracy system come and say for population rule. So people start to group themselves together to have larger population, so they can have political voice. So I think all those actually have part to play in it as well. But I think with time, when this information start to come out more and more, people start to go into their own mind and read, because it's documented. Like I said to somebody the other day, I said the Bible said their hands will testify against them. So you go and read the testimony, and the testimony is in the Bible. Everything is documented, is there. You just have to have the mind to be calm, and like people say, they seek the spirit or whatever. Yeah, it's your own spirit. Tell your spirit to show you the truth in the Bible, and it will show you the truth is there.
That's great. I answered Chat Lord. Chat Lord is asking me a question down there. I'll answer that shortly. So Ibini, I'm speaking to Ibini. Are you still there? Let me give you
I'm here.
Yeah. Let me give you, maybe 3 minutes to talk with him on live, because that's with I Kamani on this leadership thing, because it's very true. We can stay here and argue all day and nothing changes. Just a few people will be inspired, that come around, and that still works a little bit. But we need to get it central. We need to get it mainstream in that sense. So to the extent that you can share with him, can you share with him some of the things that you are thinking about, to the extent that you can share in public? Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Minister. Mr. I Kamani, I hear you mentioned that you've been at this for 10 to 15 years. Man, you're a general in this cause. So we honor you greatly. We honor you greatly. And thanks for keeping hope alive. It's not easy because your mentality, your psychology, your person, your spirit, all those things are defeated by people just constantly bashing you, and telling you that you're crazy. I can imagine what you would have gone through because I know what I went through. But this is what makes a man a general ultimately in life. It's the battles that we face that carve us out to be exceptional human beings. So 10, 15 years, I just visited your page very briefly. I'm honored to know you. Now, as Minister has said, we're forming some form of alliance. And I'm not much of an online person. You won't find me online, Instagram and all these things. People have opened pages for me, but I don't do it. I'm more of a real-time person. And I was talking to Minister about some things that we need to do. First and foremost, we have a documentary out. It's a 1-hour documentary. And what I'm doing is I've authored 8 books. I've published 3 on my foundation's website. So people can go there and read those books. But ultimately what we're doing is we're producing, because I know that people have a lot of work to do. They're eating, they want to eat, they want to work, they don't have time. So we're producing documentaries so that people can sit down in the comfort of their homes and watch documentaries from the beginning to the end. And through, like you're watching your Netflix, and through those documentaries, you can come to realize the truth. And so we're also hoping to partner with a lot of foundations, with a lot of businesses, and with a lot of people. And we're going to be going into the public space. We're going to be showing these things in the public space. We're going to let people see these things in the public spaces, right? And we're also going to be sending this information also to people that are in government, letting them know. Because if we say that we're the Hebrews, we're not just the only ones that are
You're
Hebrews.
not going to believe
the people in the government are Yoruba, they're Igbo, they're Hebrews as well. So we need to get them involved. And they need to realize that this is not a political movement. This is just a couple of people that are seeking truth. They're trying to correct history, which is archaeology. So the archaeology we're doing now is simply the archaeology of the mind. People do archaeology of the ground where they dig out stuff. We're going into our brains and we're digging out information based on the information that we've been given. So we're not against anybody. We're not antagonistic to anybody. We do not care about anybody's claims. We're not trying to disprove anybody's claims. I like I said to the minister, I joined the atheist clubs. I joined the Sheshe clubs. I joined everything, not to practice what they practice, but to participate, so that helps me to also have the culture of being able to listen to somebody that doesn't agree with me. Most of the time, the problem with people is once they have a mentality or a mindset on something, they're not mature enough to receive something else in. They cling on to it. And that's not a sense of maturity. And that's not even a sense of a researcher. Those people become brick walls because they're unlearned. They're truly unlearned. When you find anybody that is obstinate to what you're saying, the obstinacy is because this is what I've been told, I don't want anything else to enter it. That shows a mind that is not advanced. An advanced mind can listen to anything and tell you, I will take this one and I will not take this one. You get information from diverse places. I've gotten information from atheists. I know how to talk to an atheist. I know how to answer an atheist question because I've listened to an atheist. I know how to answer
a room full of Muslims and speak to them. You think they will kill me the next week with their friend?
Yeah, exactly. And that's dynamism. So that's your 10, 15 years. Because you put 10, 15 years, I didn't start like that initially. That's why I'm more empathetic with people. Because I also was a little bit, when you have all this, I have this knowledge, pride, arrogance, and all that. But the vicissitudes of life, the pressure that the Creator put me through, made me throw all those things away. You're not going to deliver people by being forceful with them. They're children. They've never taken meat before. Why give them meat? So these are the things that we're going to learn. But what I keep saying is this. You, AI Kamani, you can join Minister and I on a private chat room. Let's begin to build a think tank. Men that can sit down and look at their own theology and change their theology based on new information. Because we cannot expect people that are joining us to change their information based on what we're telling them if we are not also dynamic enough to change our information. One of the reasons why I like Minister was he made a statement at some point on one production that he was on. He said, I stand to be corrected. If there's new information that says that I'm wrong, I'll accept it. That's a man. Now, to the Isheshe people, right? I respect them. There are a lot of things that Akara Ogun, I've met him before. I've had a conversation. I've been on a group with him before. They didn't let me talk. I still am on that group. I laugh with them. I play with them. Sometimes they insult me. They call me all manner of names. A bastard, Yoruba boy, all sorts of things. But this was some time back. Today we're friends. We're all having a good time. I respect Akara Ogun. I respect everybody. Because everybody comes to the truth at their own time. What our duty is to guide them to the truth. Let me give you an example. The thief on the cross. Matthew didn't come in. He came in after Matthew, Mark, Luke, John the Beloved. He came in after all these guys. But he was the first person to enter paradise. He must have been hearing the preaching. He was still stealing when he was hearing the preaching. So it will be very, very wrong for us to assume that because we started the race, we're going to finish it. And that we are better than the others. The first shall be the last, and the last shall be the first. In our own kingdom, we who are trying to be the leaders are the slaves of these people. And I've been warned, you are slaves to these men. So they will annoy you, they will irritate you. Remember that you serve me. If you serve me, you can only serve me appropriately by serving them. And that perspective changed my interactions with people. Insult me, abuse me, I will be hurt by it, but I'll come back. I don't want to come back, but I'll come back. So if Kamani, if you can find a way of me having a conversation with minister on a private level, we can sit down outside TikTok and begin to cut out the meat of this, because all these things that we're doing is just the milk. It's still the milk. The meat of this thing is building an ecclesia. That's not a joke. The 10,000 men can build it. And he says, I will build my ecclesia, not church. I will build my ecclesia, and the gates of hell shall not prevail against it. That's the valley of the dry bones. We are the valley of the dry bones. The idea of the dry bones is that we were dead in our consciousness. We did not know who we were. That's why the Bible says that where they were not called the people, there shall they be called the sons of Elohim. And that's happening now. But it takes men that can make things happen to come together. We have to come together. If they've taken these things away from us, if we're going to get it back, we have to come together and strategize. When the Creator deals with me, or he keeps on asking me questions, what would you do? He doesn't spoon feed you. He's not a father that will spoon feed you. He'll tell you, go and sort it out. And then I sort it out. If I fail, I come back. I think it didn't work. So go and sort it out again. And then I've started to learn to be independent, not independent of him, dependent on his wisdom, but independent in knowing that if I know how to connect with him, everything has been given to us from before the foundations of the world. We are men. That's why we are men. So I yield. And nice to meet you, sir. I appreciate you.
I appreciate
it.
Thank you.
So just to give a little snippet, he is working on, public-private partnership where at least there can be some of the ancient sites will be revived as real tourist centers, unlike the fake thing they're doing in the Middle East. So some things like that. So you can just do a DM.
To what you said before I forget, tradition our tradition will play a big role in all this.
Yeah.
Because most of what we do as tradition, the ancient past is encoded in it, and even the people that are doing the tradition don't even know it. Mm-hmm. Because I could tell from some traditional people that I know, there are some things they do, but there are bits and bits of things of this kind inside that they practice. But like for example, from Edo State, the name in Israel that you call priest is Kohen. In Benin, a priest is Ohen. So if you remove the K, you have Ohen. But the chief priest in Benin that is called himself an Ohen will never accept this story, regardless of the fact that there's a similarity between the two names. So those kind of people, we need to enter them with this information and leave information with them that they will go and dissect on their own, and they will see the evidences for themselves. And the group that you're talking about, I have no problem with building anything with anybody, but I'll just let you know that at the moment I was going to talk about it on the other day on the platform. I'm writing a book that I've titled 13th Tribe, and it's not just about the tribal issue. It's about the the disorganization that started in the 13th tribe. It's not actually 13 tribe. There's a reason I added one to make it 13 tribe. So what I'm trying to do with that story is where the problem start from. So I think if we are going to do any organization, we should try to also add this bit. We should let our people know where the problem started. It's like a doctor. We want to give them a piece of the diagnosis. Like, where is this thing come from? This is where it started. This is how it started. So that you can know the pain. Also analyze the pain it has caused. Because I always tell black people, I say, Oyibo man go do counseling if anything happen to them. Nobody canceled us. After what happened to us.
Very well said.
So we need to now learn how to reprogram ourselves. Cancel ourselves. So to bring this healing. And just to add to what the bros was saying before, we don't need to read books. Our ancestors are not stupid. They left everything in our DNA. There's this new research I found out recently. It's called Ghost DNA in West Africa. They don't know where this DNA in West Africa come from. So our ancestors, I read it, I was laughing. I said, "No, this is not go smart past our people. I never knew anything." So because when many of us give, I was talking to somebody the other day. You must have known about, if any of you have kids, when you have a child here, the top of your child here, it looks like he's breathing. I don't know anybody here know.
Yeah.
So if you must know, you can encode things through that means, through that place, into a child's DNA. It's just words. You can encode words through that place into a child's DNA. So these are things we need to bring back. Most of these I'm talking about now, you must have remembered when the child is born in the 8th pass, they will put a cotton wool on top of his head. I don't think they do it anymore now, because they don't even know what it means. It's like putting a clean, a pure thing there, because that is the seat of the soul. But I don't think many people know why they do it. So all those things, we need to know where it comes from. Like I said, the healing need to come by way reconciling ourselves. And this information, like I said, is coded in our DNA. It will comfort on its own. We don't need to fight for it.
That's great. Thank you so much for your submissions. Let's have triple A. So you can do me a DM. So I'll link you up with Ibini and you see how you can work in. Hey, are you ready?
Hello, Minister. You want me to talk or?
Triple Man A is the one trying to speak.
Triple Man.
I think it's just the network. Okay, I want us to read at least, if possible, just one chapter before. Or maybe Triple Man just wants to listen also. But Chikazo, if you're ready, if you have something to say, let's go. 2.5 minutes. So that we'll just touch scripture a little bit. Chikazo, your time is on, yeah?
I really like what the other guy, the AI Connie, said. And I think I buy that idea. Because it's not all about talking or saying all this on the platform. It's also by also going straight to that particular place, making more research. Do you understand me?
Yeah.
So making more research and then finding artifacts. And I think, was it this month or last month or 3 months, they found a particular score that is dated back to like thousands of years in the Yoruba land. And the archaeologists, like few months ago. And it shows, I think they showed it on BBC, CNN. I think they did that stuff then. I think they went to Ileife. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think it's Iwelelu, yeah.
Yes. So these things are very. It is not easy to say, but it is something that like what you're bringing now, it's like a new ideology. They know people will fight you because people will, especially the other religion, both the Christian, both the this, and they will judge you. They will, but if they can find a physical proof, the physical river. But the most important thing is to pass the information. Just like you said, River Niger is the Euphrates River, right? Or River Prime, or something related to that.
Yeah.
Do you know you don't even need to prove anything? Show them that River Niger. You don't need to do anything. Show them the River Niger. And if you can do a pure documentary, I tell you, if you go to Anambra State in Aguleri, they will give you more light about the people of those Jew people. They will give you more information. If you still take that video based on your own research too, you go to the Yoruba land, find out more about so and so and so and so. Even if you don't have an archaeological proof, they have artifact they found. Go to that video. It is far back dated as thousands of years. Those things are part of the proof that Yoruba have existed years before that time. Do you understand me? You don't need to show any facet proof. You understand me? Yeah. Because we were not there. This is just a new light, and we're trying to start up a foundation from it. All those places you notice, okay, just like somebody said, the Babylon, that thing struck my mind. The language, a place where they have over 300 and something languages. And if you imagine that in one location, it is something you have to think about. Only one setting, then get over how many languages to show you there is something special about those people. So I think that's what I can say for now. Thank you.
Oh, okay, yes. We're about to just read. So after we read a little bit, we'll just take one last tranche of guests. But reading is usually very exciting. In fact, my mind now, I want to read just two chapters, but we might end up going further. Now, we started from chapter 8, maybe 2 days ago or 3. But then I want us to just quickly run back to the previous chapter 1 and read it towards 8 again before we continue. We stopped at 20 yesterday. So, chat Lord, your question, the Holy Spirit, yes, Holy Spirit is still around. I've heard it too before that when Jesus comes, Holy Spirit will no longer be here. But I think it's picked off of one scripture that he'll be here until he that letteth will let him. Something like that, I'm paraphrasing. So, but then there's no other scripture of which they had to almost interpret from that scripture to come to that. Oh, is the screen upside down? No, it's not. I think it's just the stuff I brought up. So the Holy Spirit apparently has not left, or if he left, it's just during that time of when some judgment needed to be made. The Holy Spirit is definitely around. So I don't know if that answers your question, chat Lord, before we read 1 or 2 chapters from Enoch. Reading it would whet some people's appetite, cause them to want to read more, but it's usually very interesting. All right, thank you, chat Lord. So let's go. God, we ask that you guide us as we read your word and help us see beautiful things from your law. In Jesus' name. Chapter 1. This is Enoch chapter 1. The word of the blessing of Enoch, how he blessed the elect and the righteous, who were to exist in the time of trouble, rejecting all wicked and ungodly. Oh, he swapped. You're correct. It's laterally inverted. Let me correct that. I just checked on another device. I noticed that. See, this their app again is doing funny stuff. I'm trying to knock that off the screen. Is it so hot or why is it doing that? Okay, so I'll try to correct the lateral inversion. That is funny. Okay, Control Alt arrow. Okay, let's try that. See if that works. Before that, let me see the effect. Control Alt arrow. Let's see. Okay. Oh, maybe because I'm not on that page. Let me do it on the TikTok page. Let's close this. Okay, corrected yet? Not yet. Control Alt arrow. See if it works. Not yet. Things having some funny. You just put something on the page and it's not taking it off. Okay, let me try from here if it's gonna take it off. Okay, let me do it from here. Center to screen, rotate, flip. Okay, let's see if it's corrected yet. Not yet. I found how to correct it to be result in a few moments now. Flip horizontally. Okay, I think it's corrected now. Okay, thank you for the comments that showed us. So usually it's interesting. Sometimes it may be boring. Please, I want to add something very important. Unique Aralite. I'll ask you a question real quick. Unique Aralite. Okay, thank you so much, Ibini. It would be great to have you again later. Thank you so much. So let's see. Unique Aralite. Ask your questions. You can type it or you just request real quick. Unique Aralite, if you can hear. The word of the blessing of Enoch, how he blessed the elect and the righteous who were to exist in the time of trouble, rejecting all the wicked and ungodly. Enoch, a righteous man who was with God, answered and spoke while his eyes were open. So we are reading the book of Enoch to everybody to hear, to see. And this is chapter 1, verse 1. And while he saw a holy vision in the heavens, this the angels showed me too. From them I heard all things and understood. Now he's the one speaking, I believe. What I saw, that which will not take place in this generation, but in a generation which is to succeed at a distant period, on account of the elect. Upon their account I spoke and conversed with him, who will go forth from his habitation, the Holy and Mighty One, the God of the world, who will hereafter tread upon Mount Sinai. So that mountain has had that name for as long as Enoch's time. Appear with his, let's keep reading. appear with his host and be manifest in in the strength of his power from heaven. All shall be afraid, and the watchers be terrified. Great fear and trembling shall seize them in the ends of the earth. The lofty mountains shall be troubled, and the exalted hills depressed, melting like a honeycomb in the flame. The earth shall be immerged, and all things which are in it perish, while judgment shall come upon all, even upon all the righteous. But to them shall he give peace. He shall preserve the elect, and towards them exercise clemency. Then shall all belong to God, be happy and blessed, and the splendor of the Godhead shall illuminate them. Chapter 2. Behold, he comes with 10,000s of his saints. Now, this is the part of the book of Enoch that is in the book of Jude. Behold, he comes with 10,000 of his saints to execute judgment upon them that destroy, upon the wicked. So just for reference, let's quickly put it there. Jude chapter 1, verse 18, I think. KJV. That's the part of Enoch that was quoted. Want to ask, you can ask your question. Just drop your question. Unique Aralite. Okay, so let's just read that one real quick. So look at verse 14 here. Jude 1:14. It's made it bigger. I want it to be like this. And Enoch also, the seventh from Adam, prophesied these things, saying, Behold, the Lord cometh with 10,000s of his saints. So this is that part that is quoted in Enoch and Jude. Sorry, that's why most people usually would accept the book of Enoch as scripture. So that's that part that was quoted before. To execute judgment upon all, and to convince all that are ungodly among them of their ungodly deeds which they have ungodly committed, and all their hard speeches which ungodly sinners have spoken against him. So I think this is a part of the Bible that has the highest number of ungodly in one verse. But if anybody asks you what was that, it's in Enoch chapter 2, verse 1, is where was quoted in the book of Jude 1:14. It's Enoch 2:1. Behold, the Lord cometh with 10,000 of his saints to execute judgment upon them, and destroy the wicked, and reprove all carnal for everything which the sinful and ungodly have done and committed against him. Chapter 3. And all who are in the heaven shall know what is transacted there. They know that the heavenly luminaries change not in their path, that each rises and sets regularly, everyone at its proper period, without transgressing the commands which they have received. They behold the earth and understand what is there transacted from the beginning to the end of it. They see that every work of God is invariable in the period of its appearance. They behold summer and winter, perceiving that the whole earth is full of water, and the cloud and dew and rain refresheth it. Chapter 4. They considered and behold every tree, how it appears to wither, and every leaf to fall, except of the 14 trees. So someone can drop the chapter and verse we're reading, so that people that are just joining will know. My first question is, what is the real name of Christ in our Hebrew language? It is Yahusha. Okay, it's Yahusha. But then the name Jesus seemed to be the new name he had gotten because of the wonders we see that name performing. Okay, and also because of the way we see timeline. Apparently, Jesus must have returned when he said he will, which is just a few decades at most after the time when he resurrected. So that's why we believe it must be the new name. And the book of Revelation says you'll be given a new name. So that's to answer your question. unique Aralite. You can type the next one if you still have it. So let someone type what we're reading to people so they know. You can also do F1, read one or two, at least maybe we should be able to get to that 8 where we stopped previously. Then we want people not to be afraid of this book. It's a good book. It's like we have uncovered the reason why they were hiding it and tried to scare us away from it. Chapter 4. They considered and behold except 14 trees that don't wither, which are not deciduous. Honestly, I don't know what that means. Let's see the meaning of deciduous. Chapter 4 is one verse, interestingly. I think deciduous has something to do with water. Let's just check it real quick. Deciduous meaning. Of a tree or shrub. Okay. Shedding its leaf annually. Okay, it's this literal meaning. That means a tree that sheds its leaf annually is called deciduous. So he's saying those trees are not deciduous. Okay. It's good to know the meaning of what deciduous means. Okay. So which are not deciduous, which wait from the old to the appearance of the new leaf for 2 or 3 winters. Okay. Chapter 5. I'm moving real quick. Again, they consider the days of summer that the sun is upon it. See, yeah, the sun is upon it. Its very beginning, while you seek for a covered and shady spot on account of the burning of the sun. In other words, summer is hot. You need to stay in the shade. While the earth is scorched up with fervent heat, and you become incapable of walking either upon the ground or upon the rocks in consequence of that heat. If I've walked in Africa, you know sometimes the ground can get that hot. You can't walk outside in public. So let's someone type what we're reading so that people joining can know what we're doing. Enoch chapter 6. And also let's do F1. We'll soon finish, probably by 1 o'clock again today. Or slightly after. So chapter 6. They consider how the trees, when they put forth their green leaves, become covered and produce fruits, understanding everything and knowing that he who lives forever does all things for you. That's the works at the beginning of every existing year, that all his works are subservient. That means they serve him, basically, subservient to him and invariable. Yet as God has appointed, so are all things brought to pass. Actually, we may go a lot longer than 1. I just remember something. We may go longer than 1, so we might still do 1 or 2 hours more. Okay, so let's go. They see, too, how the seas and the rivers together complete their respective operations. But you endure not patiently, nor fulfill the commandments of the Lord, but you transgress and calumniate. I think somebody's name. I think calumniate means to do something not good. I think calumniate is not a good word. Calumniate. Calumniate means make false or defamatory statements about somebody. Wow. So why do people call themselves Callum then? That's somebody's name. Name of a Scottish, it means dove. Really. It even sounds like callous. And you see an African that doesn't know the meaning of stuff, go call their child this. Calumniate means to slander, really. To make false and defamatory statement about somebody is what calumniate means. Interesting. Okay. Where is it at? So you calumniate his greatness and malign malignant are the words in your polluted mouth against the majesty. You wither in your heart, no peace shall be to you. Therefore your days shall you curse, and the years of your life shall perish. Perpetual execration is still speaking against them, shall be multiplied, and you shall not obtain mercy. For that's talking about those who are speaking against the Most High God. In those days shall you resign your peace, and eternal maledictions of all the righteousness and sinners shall perpetually execrate you. That's another word. I don't know the meaning of it. I remember when I first read the book of Enoch, also I had to keep going to the dictionary. Execrate, just the meaning of execrate. Execrate meaning. So sinners will execrate the person, feel of express great loathing for. Loathing means hatred. This one means to curse or to swear. Okay, so sinners will swear or curse rather those people along with the ungodly. The elect shall possess light, joy, and peace, and they shall inherit the earth. Anyway, we've put it on the title there anyway that we're reading the book of Enoch. So that's what is going on. Okay, let's see. Yeah, there's a comment. Real knowledge is power. Yeah, knowing who you are is so deep. Yeah, to allow us dig more. Yeah. My first question is, what's the name? Okay, we've done that. We've done that. Yeah, they shall possess light, joy, peace, and they shall inherit the earth. But you, unholy, shall be accursed. Then shall wisdom be given to the elect, all of whom shall live and not again transgress by impiety or pride. Wisdom will be given to the elect, and all of whom shall live not again and not again transgress by impiety or pride, but shall humble themselves, possessing prudence, and shall not repeat transgression. They shall not be condemned the whole period of their lives, nor not die in torment and indignation, but the sum of their days shall be completed, and they shall grow old in peace, while the years of their happiness shall be multiplied with joy and with peace forever, and the whole duration of their existence. So it's like we literally start from the fun part. Chapter 8 is so fun that we couldn't stop till. So we'll still read into chapter 8 before we jump to 20, probably. 7. It happened after the sons of men had multiplied in those days. Aha, it started. So this is the interesting. By the way, I want to quickly check something if you guys don't mind. What's in chapter 1? It keeps saying some people are the words of the blessing of Enoch is system trouble rejected. God answered and spoke. While his eyes were open and while he saw a holy vision. Okay, that's Enoch. For from them I heard all things and understood what I saw. Okay, upon their account I spoke. Okay. So let's get to the interesting part. 7. Great fear and trembling shall seize them. Shall seize who? And the watchers shall be terrified. Okay, it's talking about the watchers. Okay. Oh, so those watchers are actually the people he was talking to, that they are cursed and the way they have spoken against God. So they started to curse God. And you see demons usually do that. They curse the Most High. They hate human beings. They hate the sons of Adam. They hate Africans. See? And they curse the name of God. That's a terrible thing. 7. Okay. It happened after the sons of men were multiplied in those days that the daughters were born unto them. This is Genesis 6. It's in Enoch 7. So those daughters, those women were elegant and beautiful. And of course, they're dark skinned, by the way. And when the angels or the watchers, the sons of heaven, beheld them, they become enamored of them. Enamored, you can even pick it from the French. It means to like somebody, maybe actually sexually altogether. But amour is the French word for love. So enamored, they started being liking them. But let's check what it means so we don't assume. Real quick, enamored, copy, paste that here. What's the meaning of enamored? Old English, yeah? To be filled with love for somebody. Yeah, so it's the same thing. They were filled with love for the daughters of men. Okay, so let's go. So they were, but then I don't think it was the fault of the daughters of men. They were just beautiful. I mean, there was nothing you could do about that. But God sent the watchers to do something else, not to come start having them. So they were enamored by them. Let's keep going. That's the way to pronounce that, by the way.
Enamor. Enamor.
Enamor. Okay. Okay. Oh, each other. I wish I would have not jumped. Let me try to read it here, just while listening, in case you're not seeing it. Okay, they were enamored by them, saying to one another, that's where one another came, saying to one another, come, let us select for ourselves wives from the progeny of men. Let us begat children. And their leader, Samyaza, said to them, I fear that you may perhaps be indisposed to the performance of this enterprise, and that I alone shall suffer. They want to make a covenant. This is what happened at Hermon. He said, if I do this thing, all of you will leave me when the Most I want to punish us. There are several books of Enoch. Can I know which one you're reading? This is the main one. There's one there. They are combined together in one. Which one do you know, Son of Grace? Tell us the one you know. It's the main one. It's just one, really. But it's merged into three. You have 1 of 5 chapters in this one I'm reading. So he said, you guys will leave me alone if we do this. So their leader Samyaza said to them, I fear that you guys will be indisposed to the performance of this enterprise. Verse 4. And that I alone shall suffer for so grievous a crime. So they are aware. They know what they're doing. But they answered him and said, we all swear. And now they will swear, they will make a covenant and bind ourselves by mutual excretions. What does that mean? So that's the meaning of that. Why they named that mountain that, by the way. Excretions is act of expressing, cursing, denouncing, or intensely condemning someone or something. It's basically swearing an oath. That we will not change our intention but execute our projected undertakings. Then they swore all together and all bound by themselves by mutual excretions. Their whole number was 200. So this is where we have 200 watchers. That's why people used to suspect some councils, some places in Israel where they have 200 this, 200 that. Excuse me. So this is where that was going. Enoch 7:7. Okay. So who descended upon Ardis? This Ardis, they will still call it Hermon later, which is at the top of Mount Hermon. That's it. Some will spell it as H-E-R, Hermon, Mount Hermon. So the fallen angels are there. Okay. Yes, they are all the same to the best of my knowledge. This one is Ethiopian anyway. But they are all same. The book of Enoch is basically one. That mountain, therefore, was called Ammon, you see, because they had sworn upon it. So that tells you the meaning of the word Hammon. And bound themselves by mutual excretions. These are the names of the chiefs. Samyaza, who was their leader, okay, Urakabaramiel, Akibiel, Tamiel, Ramiel, Daniel, Azkiel, Sarakniel, Asiel, Amars, Batral, Anen, Zaveb, Sam Savil, Artael, Turiel. You know, and I've heard, people are just unwise. Well, they just say things. I've heard somebody said that he said he was even speaking in colloquial Nigerian language that God self he's doing the same mistake, same sin that the watchers committed. But I think God will forgive them because of their ignorance. They said, I think the person is an atheist, that you even need to look at that God. How come 1/3 of the angels left you? He said, myself, I think you are probably not a good person. Why did 1/3 of the angels leave God if he was a good God? In fact, and they said, yeah, God is, some even say God he likes authority. He just wants to keep reigning. Can he not allow some other person to still reign? You think you are in the United States or in Nigeria, wherever, where they do politics. You don't know who you're talking to. You know. So they said even is even suspicious of that God. That Satan is even a good person. He rebelled. So they don't know these things. They don't know these things. They don't know the real history. Gab, you're welcome. So they don't know these things. Said Satan is even good the way Satan rebelled. Even that God is questionable. How can 1/3 of people leave you? This and that. Learning the hard way may mean they lose their eternity, by the way. So, Gab, you can quickly say hello. We're just in a reading section. We are going to go live long for today. I didn't remember. Today is going to be long. Generally, yeah.
Hi, good morning, Kule.
Yeah, morning, brother.
Oh, good afternoon.
Yes, it's afternoon, really. So, our lives on Thursday will be longer. Yeah, go ahead.
I was on the live session earlier. I was listening to one lady calling had some heated argument with some guys where they were asking for proof of the Hebrew origins of we in West Africa. Yeah. So I just wanted to quickly add. Actually, there are several historical accounts, and I would also say word of mouth accounts that we can that I feel are actually very, very accurate, or that we can actually rely on. One of the word of mouth accounts I would use is the Awujale.
Okay, tell me.
Awujale. That's the Oba of the Jebus.
Okay.
Yeah, so the Awujale actually claims that, or states that, according to their oral history, the Jebus' oral history and the royal family's oral history, that they actually originate from Noah. So they don't even trace their own origins to Jerusalem, per se. They trace it to that they are from the daughter of Noah.
Okay.
Yeah. Wow. So the first time I heard it, I thought that was a wild statement. Like, why would they say such? So, but I'd heard about certain. I've heard it from several other people where they have actually mentioned and where they went into details of. So in my own research, I now started checking, and I found out that, in this 16th, 17th century maps of Africa where they have like the Negro land and they stated like Kingdom of Judah, all this stuff. In the present area of where the Jebus are right now is actually stated as the Kingdom of Jabu.
Jabu, yes. Like Jabushite or something. I've seen it.
Yes. Then now, if you now also go back to the origin of Israel or Jerusalem as it is, the Jebusites actually precedes the Jerusalem that we know of right now. There were people that were living in that area before King David came and conquered them. That they were known as the Jebusites. And they had lived there, and they traced their origin also to Noah, sons of Noah. So you see that it actually tallies with what the Awujale said. Although the Awujale said daughter of Noah, but the Jebusites actually have their history as the sons of Noah, the Canaanites.
Wow.
You get now. Back to what I was discussing with you last week when I told you of how my grandmom told me that Ijebubu come from Egypt, that they came from Egypt, and I've always just had that idea that okay, I'm from Egypt.
Okay.
So then I also I've listened to other historians talk about the migration pattern of the Ijebu people and how they came from the southern Sudan area, which is like Egypt per se, because our whole area was like Sudan, Egypt were together. They migrated from that way down to present West Africa here. So you see that there's actually very, very strong evidence, historical evidence, and we can put the biblical evidence too, because the Bible states about the Jebusites, but nobody knows where they are anymore. So, but there's Awujale now, who is a Jebu man. claiming that they came from there. So by the time you put it together, you'll see that it's almost foolproof. Like it's almost 100%. You can actually just lay by the time you join everything, I see that this actually makes perfect sense. So for people doubting that, okay, the truth is that people have been stating it. Oni of Ife has stated it several times that they came from like the King David and stuff. He stated it several times, but people think that he's just making some wild allegations. But there's actually truth in what these guys are saying, because if you think about it, this royal thrones actually have very, very rich oral history that may not even be known to the public.
Yes.
But will be known to the Obas per se, and other people very close to the throne. So if the Oni can come out and make such wild statements, there is actually some truth in it. He knows what he's saying. He actually has reasons to state those things based on what he knows. You understand? Then I also want to speak about, okay, if by the time we all know that, okay, we are the Hebrew people, what are we supposed to do with that information? I think that it's not about the location per se. It's about what is inside us, our DNA. Our DNA holds our past and holds our future. Everything about us is already inside us. The melanin is there. It's inside us. So we should the fact that we are knowing that we can trace our past now, we seem to be wanting to trace our past now, should also let us know that we actually have what is inside us to make our future better. So because some people may just be wondering why, okay, if we are the Hebrew people, what are we going to do with that? Are we going to now make ourselves the holiest people in the world? No, but it's just to let us know that we are not a lost people. We're actually the greatest people in the world. And we should build our future based on that, based on the power God has given us. I don't want to go into some other spiritual stuff here, but with this knowledge, I think people should be able to build gather their strength from inside and make the future better. Because we may keep talking and nothing will come out of this. But personally, there are some other spiritual stuff that I think we'll discuss later, but for this discussion, let me leave it at that.
All right, thank you so much for submission. So while you're talking, I was just pulling up some of those maps. Can you still hear me?
Yes, I am.
Oh yes. So just pulling up some of those maps for people to still see some more. So it's just interesting. So this is a 1603 map. That is Biafra there in 1603. That's Benin. So you need to begin to remove this idea of Nigeria a little bit. You know, they all learn the hard way. Yeah. It's reported one King Solomon Queen rests in Jebu. Yes, that's Queen of Sheba. Is in Ijebu. Yeah, wisdom. So that's Queen of Sheba in Ijebu. So that's Biafra there. Borno is still there. 1600. Borno has been there. So Borno Lakos.
So sorry, can you point back to that Queen of Sheba stuff?
No, it's not on this map. Someone mentioned it.
Okay.
Yeah. Someone mentioned in the comments. So let's continue the reading. So let's move the background noise. What else? Yeah, but before the reading, let's still watch or see some more maps. I was also showing us this one. I think this one should have that Jebu you spoke about. So, but then at least that is Yariba that people usually like to say. Just one of those names. So that's that Yariba there. So I think that is Sokoto there, Sokoto. That's Borno. And this map is 1870. Fairly recent. So I'll try for maybe 60 more seconds. Let me see if I can get one that has Jabu. Or do you remember the year of the map? I can try to pull it up. You know the year. You're muted.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. You know the year, I can try to, it's easier for me to find it. I can't hear you if you're saying something. You're muted. You are gone off your phone to another page. If you maybe it's okay, maybe he's trying to look for the so he said they keep Christian Sabbath here that long ago, 1710. So that's Great Benin there. 1710. That's River Lagos. The next one says Biasa. So I'm trying to look for that. Looking for that Jabu. This is Wida. This also means Judah, by the way. Wida or Ida. Right there. Yeah, New Heaven and Earth. So that is Wida right there. Same thing as Judah. Okay. Okay, that's not that. Let me check here for the Jabu. Abraham, Ottilius. Maybe here. Okay. Abraham, Ottilius map. If we don't find it here, we'll just carry on. So that's Biafra again. 1603 has been there. That's Benin has been there. So you guys are brothers. You've always been side by side. See? Always been side by side. Still Niger River. That's Zamfara there. Madinga is Fulani. Fulani there. Zegzeg is Zamfara. Bono Lake. That's Kano, spelled with a C. And all these things are on our website. You can find it there. So I'm asking us to check their own regions too. So if you're from Guinea, you can check your area if you have any area there. Cameroon. See Cameroon and Biafra. In fact, they even put Cameroon to the left of Biafra to show that it's one people. It's one people. There's one of those maps that has Tile Toko in it. Really surprised. Yeah, okay, that's it. If you understand that old Hebrew language, if you understand Yoruba, just type yes. Let's have 2 or 3 people. Yes. So I can show you. Easy, you're welcome. If you're there and you understand Yoruba, you can type yes. So that I'm not just talking to myself. I'll show you till it go here. There's still anybody to understand it. Gamba. Okay, I think the Jabu is here. You are still there. Oh, he's gone. So this is Jabu we're looking for. That's Badagry. This map is 1817. So this is Jabu he's talking about. Jabu. There's another one that's okay. Someone understands Yoruba there. So look at it, real infinity. Look at the way they spelled Stiletoko. Look at it. Stiletoko means both those at home and both those abroad, or both that combination of those at home and those abroad, or those at home and those in the farm. How authentic are these maps? Well, you can go check them. They are in the public domain. This is Mission from Cape Coast, Castle of Ashanti, West Africa map, 1817. So for the person asking, they are quite authentic. That's Shadrach John. So that's Tile Toko there. I was just gonna read it when I first saw it some years ago. I was gonna read it. Tyler. I'm like, oh, seriously, this is Tile Toko. That is there. So that's the Jabu the brother is talking about. So that's the homie there. They also call it Abomi. So that's that. So it's their own people. One people. Tile Toko. Yeah, they spelled it in English form. Tile Toko. See there. And this map is 1817. Let me see if I can show you the date on the map itself. Yeah, that's it there. So the brother that is asking, you can go check. 1817. This Ashante, by the way, is a Hebrew name of Ashan tribe, Ashan people in the scriptures. And you find Ashante in Ghana today. Yahudi, this is the word for Jew. This word means Jew, Yahuda. Yahuda is the name of the guy without the J, because there was no J. And Yahudi is the person that comes from Yahuda. Yahudi is Hausa. There. See how they spell Hausa here. So let's see. This is mind blowing. Yeah. Does it affect the Christian faith? No, it doesn't. It purifies it, so to speak. It decolonizes it. Is what it does. Too many people's Christianity is colonized. I've heard someone say that, in fact, that now that he's knowing that Jesus is an African man, that he's even having a problem worshiping that Jesus. And the person that says so is African. So you can tell that person is not okay. That's Hausa. So maybe to also help some of our ladies to stop wearing or reduce the way they wear wigs. Barabadi has been Kasina. So it is possible, if I'm not mistaken, that this Kasina is probably just that variation of Katsina we know today. It's Kasina there. Gambaru River. We'll still go back to scriptures shortly. Madingo. So who's Bahuri? Moisa, Sawi, Dankara. So Ashanta. Okay, Ahanta. Axim. Abradi. Asin. So the maps are on our website. This one, we'll make this one the last one before we go to continue our reading, Book of Enoch. While that is loading, so this will show you another, although we didn't even reference this, because we think that they are taken from the book From Babylon to Timbuktu. Some of it is why we didn't reference it. So this map just points out to you all the places you find Jews. Okay, I think the book is literally from the book that is called From Babylon to Timbuktu, is where this map came from. So that's why you see Benai Ephraim there. Ben means son, sons of Ephraim. That's Western Nigeria. Azin, Ashanta are in Ghana. Yep. So that's that. You can drop what part of the world it came from, or part of Africa it came from, so you can search. Help you search. This is the Dahomey Jews. Jewish traces are still here. It says, okay. This is Kanuri people. Tibesti. This is Levite city in the middle belt. There are Levites there. So many of these people you see singing, Nigerian music ministers, singing Christian, they come from this middle belt. There are some of them from this middle belt. They're singing things that come from their DNA, singing their ancient language. So it's Levite cities here. Not something the colonialists can fake. Okay. Let's see. Does it mean that the present day Israelites are not the real ones? No, they are not. Who are the Philistines? I saw it now. Philistines are the real Palestinians. They're just southern of Africa is where they are. But of course, those ones have been taken off. Till later course, but English, yeah. So Philistines, let's read it. Where did we see Philistines just now? Oh yeah, that's it. The Minoah Philistines, that's Palestine. The compiler of Genesis 10:14 knew that Palestine and other Cretans were in strong oasis strongholds, Karuhim, controlled by Egypt, Kasluim, okay, out of which came Palestine, yes, and Kaftorim. It is not possible on so small a map to show all the surviving Philistine communities. So there are some Philistines that survive. Philistines are from Ham, by the way, just like Mitzrayim, which is Egypt. Yemen Jews, Falasha Jews, Negro Jews, Moorish Jews. They're all there. Kabinda survivors, Luanda Jews. This Gabon. Jewish traces are also here. So this is just the real Israel. That is it. And I like showing you this map. We have not shown it for some days now. I will interpret what is in it because it's written in Spanish. Oh no. Quality Store UK, you're welcome. Bode Nathaniel, you're welcome. So they are black as well, Philistines. Yes. I mean, the whole world was black at a point. Anybody that has the white skin is not something that was known to Adam. So technically, you find that in the book of Enoch. Technically, the white skin is not Adamic in nature. It comes from a strange place. Okay, so I think this is open. So look at it. That's why I'm telling you all that place you see is the land of the Hebrews. So again, so look at it here. This map is in Spanish. El Puerto de Ofir y la Antigua Derrota de Tarsis. It's saying the port of Ophir. Ophir is in southern Africa here where you have gold and all there. So the port of Ophir and the ancient map of the defeat by Tarshish. Okay. Now this is Tarshish. It's present day Spain. All right. And they draw this La Islas means the islands. Okay. That's Sidon. That's Joppa. You see, they didn't even write. You see, they didn't write Jerusalem here. This map is from 1754. But this is the key. I'm trying to show you. The Asians, Asians are mostly Hamites, but something happened to them also. They started going white. They probably were invaded also and were populated that way. But tribe of Ham, land of Shem, isn't towards the eastern part of the world. In fact, you can even find that on the internet. So ask yourself, where are all the 12 tribes of Israel? That's true. So necessary. Yesterday's body. So this is the key I want to show you in this map. Derotadlos. Look at this. Check if it's visible. Yeah, it's visible. Derotadlos Tyrios Ye Breos. And what that means is the defeat of the tyrants. The tyrants are still part of somewhere in Sahel here. And the Hebrews. You see, and they were defeated by Tarshish. And look at where he puts it. Exactly the same place where Josephus said that from Guinea is where Samaria starts from. Derutalos, Tyrios, Ibrios. Let me pop it onto you on the translator. Let's see if we can get it. Yeah, translate Spanish to English. So, Derutalos, Tyrios, Ye, Hebrios. See, this is that we're not making that up. Grace. See, we are not making it up. Can't make that up. So that's it there. Saint Bawe, you're welcome. So Derutadlos, Tyrios, even this Tyrios, I didn't spell the word Tyrios. Tyrios. Tyrants, yeah, that's it there. Defeat the tyrants and the Hebrews. You see? See? That's it there. Let me put this word. Defeat of the, let me switch it again. Derutados, Tyrios, Yelos, Hebreos. Defeat of the tyrants and the Hebrews. And you've got it here. Zion, you're welcome. See? Derutados, Tyrios, Hebreos. So this is where the Hebrews are, and they were defeated from Spain, from Europe. See? So that's the land of the Hebrews, period. No long story. 1754 map. You can check it. Gabriel Ramirez map of Africa, 1754. Even that, let me show you something about it. Even the Africa that I'm telling you all the while. Let me show you something in Italian. Okay. Not Africa, let's say Hebrew. It's been said that this is even where you got Africa from. Africa, Hebraica. Even the Africa that you say, from Hebrew. Let's speak Romanian. Because these things came from Latin. Now, do we have Latin from here? Okay, let's try Latin. Hebraice. So that was modded, as it were, to become Africa. Romanian. Like Hebraica. So that became Africa. I've heard that also before. Black people have nothing to do with Hebrews. It's funny. Let someone just help me reply that person. They say Portuguese. Hebraica. You're correct. Hebraico. Oh, but then it just brings back the H and the B, almost like English. Or in Hebrew, it's Evre. Let's read scripture. Let's just continue our scriptural reading. Let's close those pages. It's created. We're not using that one today. Personal messages. Okay. Let's continue the reading. We'll keep going. I still have maybe 1 more hour to go. So it's telling us the name of those fallen angels. They descended and they fell. Asael, Armas, Patral. This is Enoch chapter 7, sorry, we're reading. For those that don't know. Okay. Savebe, Sam Saviel, Artael. Those are the ones that took that oath. Let me get this lower deal off so that it's not distracting. Okay. Yeah, Shadrach, you're welcome. Watch one of the interviews. What if I'm mistaken? You said the rapture has happened. Yes, that's Shadrach. Yes. This is what Jesus said. I'm repeating. People are actually the source. Has everything to do with it. Yeah. So Shadrach, that's what we are seeing. You go make your research about it too. Yes, everybody was shocked when we saw it. But then you then begin to think, but Jesus told you people this thing. Why didn't you believe him? He said, I'm coming soon. But because you have gone to school, they have taught you science. You said, let me help Jesus using science. Maybe Jesus was saying that, but what if he was telling the truth? What were you saying? So Shadrach, go check it up. It's what we saw. Go and have a look at it. Let's go. So they're telling the names of those fallen angels. RTL, Turiel, Yom Yael. That El and Al just means a Lord or God. These were the prefects of the 200 angels. That's the top ones. I think those are 10 he just mentioned, or maybe 20. Okay. So then they took wives, each choosing for himself. Oh dear, terrible event. Whom they began to approach with whom they cohabited, teaching them sorcery. They teach those women sorcery, incantation. So it's women that started learning these things. They're telling my watchers. By the way, let an Igbo person correct me. The meaning of angel is indemose. Indemose. And indemose means the spirits that teach, which suggests to you an encounter of the Igbo people with angels. Yeah, indemose. Yeah, correct. The spirits that teach. That's what it means. Indemose. So now these spirits are teaching bad things in this context. But then angels generally teach. It's literally inside of the concept. I mean, it's the language of the Igbos. Indemose. And that's where you have that song, Demose Binigwe, Anasi, Hallelujah. Like that. The spirits that teach. But many of these people, these are Nigerian Christians, they don't know. And when they know, it will strengthen them afresh. It's going to be a different vibe. They will decolonize their Christianity. They will stop supporting leaders that are taking things from Europe that have deceived us so much and destroying their country for that. They will understand that things are deeper. Many of them, when they show them on camera or they show their village, they say, oh, we are now on the world map. No, you are at the center of the world. So painful. Some of them will do almost anything just to show up that, oh, yes, come and show us here. Yeah, this is Anambra. Oh, they're talking about Anambra and CNN. The CNN will not talk about Anambra or say something negative most times, especially what's the name of that on BBC. So they talk about your village or your country. Now say, wow, they're showing our country, they're showing our state on CNN, as if they don't need you guys to survive. Let's not even get there before they start saying they're flagging whatever now. But the self-esteem has been so washed. They just mention, they even call your name wrongly, they will misspell it, you'll be happy. But then it's not good self-esteem. You need to build that up. So if you know some of this, preachers, around, just let them know these truths. They will stop just acquiescing and they will decolonize their ministries. Very important. Thank God for the fathers that are building structures here. Thank God for them. There's something that they saw. So I know they may not have done everything right, but you can't afford to just criticize them. They saw something. One of those men, as I said in my part 2, I've not even watched the part 2 myself because I was in an interview, but I don't know what the interviewer caught off of the video that I said. One of those fathers, he said God told him that this is the land, build here. But they're criticizing him today. They're still building. They're still building to now. So they may not have done everything perfectly, but then those men know something. Forget. Those men know something. God told him, this is the land. One of them even called their place Canaan land. 100% correct. But people who criticize them, they have not done everything perfectly. But you yourself, are you perfect? You're not perfect, are you? He called the place Canaan land. One of them built a whole city there, and he circumvents it is fenced around. Just went into the bush and built that. They know something. And they don't know it by the way we do, where we can show everybody. I don't think so. If they did, they would have told everybody. They don't know. But they know it by the Spirit. That's the power of walking in the Spirit. Very powerful. Very powerful. Let's read some more. Let's see how far we go. So they taught those women, sorcery, incantations, and dividing of roots and trees. And the women conceiving brought forth Nephilim, giants. Oh, let me pop up the screen. And the women conceiving brought forth giants. Brought forth giants. If this thing is cutting your screen, just go out of the app, then come back in the app. I think it will refresh so you can see what you're doing properly. So let's see. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, check. Okay, let everybody one F1. This life is going low. It shouldn't be this. It was 50 something before now. Just type F1. Let everybody type F1. Then let's each person like a few times. Get it to 21K. Then let's share. Just to let them know he's alive. F1. Let's go. So, and the women conceiving brought forth giants, whose stature was each. I'll show you something here. Whose stature was each 300 cubits. We are entering the interesting part. In Aramaic text, the Aramaic text preserved the name in an earlier list of names of these watchers. Yeah, just telling you other version of the names. Let me show you something here. So the children that these women gave birth to, of course, I can't imagine they gave birth to those children with that size from the start, because there's no way the woman would have been able to. So, but then probably their full-grown, mature size is 300 cubits. I want to show you something about 300 cubits. So we should be having like 31 F1s now also. Let's push it and get this to 25K or so. Share if you know. Don't be selfish. Don't be selfish. Let's share for people to see. Like this. So just share it a few more times to get to 25 shares, then 25K or so likes. So they don't flag us again. All right, where were we? So let me show you something about 300 cubits. Now, it said the stature is 300 cubits. Let me show you something. I've shown it. Those that have watched our world history series, they would have seen it. But look at, I want to show you a mystery. 300 cubits in meters. Can anybody see what's the size of 300 cubits in meters? Can anybody type the answer? Because 1 cubit is what is 300 cubits in meters from what we checked? 138 thereabout. 137, yeah, exactly. Did you guys see that? And this 137 is the height of what? Let somebody type in the comments real quick, just to know if you guys are there. This 137 meter is the height of what? Where did we get the 300 cubits? Is the height of who? Just know if you're sleeping or you're awake. Height of the giants, correct. So this is where we got that from, 300 cubits. Whose stature, he said, the women conceiving brought forth giants whose stature was each 300 cubits, and devoured all which the labor of men produced, until it became impossible to feed them. Big giants. They were eating everything that human beings were producing. So they were also lazy, by the way, is what that means. Because with that kind of size, you should be able to work on the farm. I mean, even help human beings or whatever, but they're evil from their heart because of the way they were born. So there are 300 cubits. Let me show you something now. Let's go. Let's open a new tab. Height of the tallest pyramid. What's the height of the tallest pyramid? Can somebody check on the screen? In fact, let me show you a list. This is the tallest by height. These two. Pyramid of Giza, Pyramid of Khafre. They are both in Egypt. What is the height? 138. So 136 and 138. In fact, the two tallest is 136 and 138. Exactly. So what's the height of the Nephilim? 137. Exactly in between the tallest and the next tallest. So it suggests very strongly, give you an idea who built those pyramids. Just an idea. Or, I mean, why is it exactly spot on like that? By the way, if you keep reading Enoch or the book of Jubilees, I think it's Jubilees, to tell you there was a young man who found some writings that were carved on some stones, and they were writings of watchers. And pyramids also built of stones. So you see that. Exactly, almost to the last 1 meter accuracy. Greatest pyramids are 136, 138. This is meters on the top, meters. See? So these are some of the things you see in some of these books. So those giants built the pyramids, very likely. Very likely. Very likely. All right, let's keep reading. So these are the kind of things they were giving birth to. Now let's now look at, to let you know, now listen, that is why we tell atheists, so-called atheists. So what is now the probability that somebody just sat down and just wrote this? Oh, we want to deceive the Africans. What do we write? Just write one story. Just write one story for them, and the story will be matching everything like this. It doesn't make sense. It's just pure ignorance. It's just pure ignorance to say, if you can tell me that they use the Bible to deceive. Of course, some people still even use the Bible today to get money from people, to extort people and things like that. But to say somebody just wrote it, it's just to deceive Africans. It's just, oh God, you have not read that book. You have not read it. So that is spot on. Okay, I can't even remember how I saw that. I can't remember again. I just know I saw it incidentally. But that's God's spirit and God's grace helping. So it was impossible to feed the giants. Let's go. Now look at what the giants began to do. When they turned themselves against men in order to devour them. Let me check if we have not missed anything. Where is it? Okay. There's a lot of footnote here. Brought to them watchers, 3 races. First, great giants. The giants brought forth some, slew Nephilim, and Nephilim brought forth the Eliod. And this is increasing power and greatness. Okay, so verse 12, we're going to verse 13. It became impossible to feed them. And they turned, when they turned themselves against men in order to devour men. So they started Ooh, I'm not showing you the text anymore. In order to devour them, and began to injure birds and beasts and reptiles and fish, and to eat their flesh one after the other with the blood, exactly, and to drink their blood, as if I knew. Well, I knew I've read it before. Then the earth reproved the unrighteous to eat the animals like that. Just bite it and eat it. Anyway, let's keep reading. Moreover, Azazel, so this is where we started the other 2 days ago. Moreover, Azazel taught men to make swords and knives. Now they're teaching them atomic bombs, shields and breastplates, the fabrication of mirrors, the workmanship of bracelets, ornaments, the use of paint to beautify eyebrows, the use of stones. So he taught them makeup, doing makeups. I can't say it's bad. I don't know what to say, but look at where they said you can't. Okay, how will you say mirror now is bad? It's like saying phone, cell phone is bad. Is it bad? Yes and no. Because what mirrors does, it begins to show you yourself. Look at yourself 10, 15 times. Now you can take 200, especially our beautiful women, take 10, 15, 20 pictures and now sit with it and start deleting like a project. And you're not a graphic designer. Just showing yourself all the time. Just yourself. Show yourself. I have fine pictures too. You see it on our website. So, but then look at where these things were invented. Fabrication of mirrors. See. So it's not like we are trying to be harsh against women or something, but look at where this thing come from. Eyebrows. Making eyebrows. The use of stones of every valuable and select kind, all sorts of dyes, so that the world became altered. Impiety increased, fornication multiplied. I think I just jumped. Okay, let me just ask the house. I remember your show, some big buildings. Yes, high gates like last week. Yes. Although I would want to think it's the good watchers that build those ones, you know, or probably the saints. But then most of them just have bigger heights. So should we read? Let's tell in the house. Should we read? Continue 8. I would be here irrespective, actually. So that one is not to be voted, actually. But should we read 8 or we jump to 20? We have read 8 to 20, I think, yesterday, or maybe between the last 2 days. So should we continue from this 8 or we jump to 21 where we stopped? So type 8 or 21. Let's have a quick vote. So we run. Okay, I've got one vote. Yes, what? But yes, what? Type 8 or 21. I don't want me say 21. Maybe he was here yesterday. Vote. 21. Vote. I think it's equal now. 21. Okay, I think Real was also here. Vote more. There's 26 people here. So let's have more vote. Some people don't like to participate in life. They just want to enjoy. Someone said 8. Someone said 21. Let's vote some more. If you are in the comment section, vote. Otherwise, we'll just jump you and pass. Jump and pass. Let's have some more votes. They are there and they're not typing anything. Don't get the moderator angry. He can block you if you're not participating. In fact, they might think you are from CIA or something. How to vote? No, just type the number is what I mean by vote, actually. We are saying, should we continue verse 8, chapter 8 rather, or we jump to 21 where we stopped yesterday? Eight, please. Okay, we'll read it fast. I think the thing is almost a tie. So we'll read it fast. So now look at Amazarak, and it'll also be a good reminder for those who already have read it before, or who was the one who read it 2 days ago. Amazarak taught all sorceries, dividers of roots. Amas taught solution of sorcery. Barakiel taught observers of stars, that's astrology. Akibiel thought science, that is zodiac science. See, let's keep going. You see, now it's called astrology straight up, or astronomy. Tamiel taught astronomy, which is really astrology. Asaradel taught the motion of the moon, and men being destroyed cried out. They started shouting, God help us. Which one did this? God help us. Help us. I'll try to read fast. So Michael and Gabriel and Raphael and Suriel and Uriel looked down from heaven. Okay, they saw the blood. Now they started talking to God. Okay, oh you holy one. So these angels, these 4 angels started praying to God, talking to God, and look at what the other angels have done to the sons of men. So, oh you holy one, look at what is happening. You are just. Then the king said, then they said to their king, Lord, to their Lord, the king, you are Lord of lords, God of gods, King of kings. Your throne and glory is forever. That's how they started their own prayer too. Forever and ever is your name sanctified. You made all things according to your power. Okay, so they kept speaking to him like that. Okay, so before you, all things are before you. Behold, nothing can be hidden from him. Yet he's not saying anything, like we said before, waiting for them to speak. So look at what Azaziel has done. He has taught them every species of iniquity. Right? I'm still moving. So he has discovered crimes to them, that is, showed them how to do bad things. So he said the women also have brought forth giants. They're telling God what's happening, even though he knows. Thus has the whole earth been filled with blood and iniquity. I'm just running fast. So, and complaint has gotten to the gate of heaven. So their groans exceeded, and none can escape the unrighteousness which is committed on the earth. You know all these things before they exist. In other words, God even knows before time. And you have done so, and what has been done by them, yet you do not speak to us. Oh, they told God, like, why are you not telling? Why are you not saying anything? They say, God, you do not speak to us. Why? And that's candor there. That's sincerity there. What on account of these things do we ought to do? So they have the power, but they don't have the authority yet to do anything to those fallen angels, to those watchers. And it's beautiful. Then the Most High, the Great One, spoke and sent Arsayalalo to Lord, to the son of Lamech. Who is the son of Lamech? That is Noah. He sent him to Noah. Okay? Saying, say unto him, in my name. Wow. Conceal thyself. See, this is a risky thing to say in church. But many times when you hear God, sometimes angels speaking to you, but those angels are literally channeled by God because they are fully, completely given to him. So they yield to the Holy Spirit. It's still the same Holy Spirit. They yield to the Holy Spirit 100%. Unlike human beings that can still be jumping up and down. So Ara, thank you. I'll go from 8. Ara has been with us for a long time, by the way. So towards the end, we'll get some of these quiet people to come up and talk. They just stay there and they enjoy the thing. And we'll bring them up. Fikayo is still here also. Thank you. So look at this. So sometimes when you hear God from this and maybe other scriptures, but this one removes one more layer from what is going on in the spirit, is what the book of Enoch does, and the book of Joshua also. You notice in the whole of Old Testament as we know it in the Bible, you hardly hear about activities of demons. It's just in 2-3 places Satan even himself was mentioned, or any demon. Number one is Ezekiel when he said, I will exalt my throne, O Lucifer. That Lucifer, please exalt my throne above the throne of God. That's one. The second one is Isaiah, when he's saying something similar, that you dwelt in the garden of God. Then the third one is when he said he moved Satan to number Israel. After that, nothing else. Maybe Job, yes, the fourth one. Satan also came amongst them. After that, nothing else about Satan. Meanwhile, he was there. Oh my God. If you read Joshua, you will know. Just like we're reading Enoch. He was there, tempting people, pushing people, causing trouble. So those books, the thing with them is they open one extra layer or even two extra layers off of the physical dimension. Literally in their explanation of what it does. Yeah, you're welcome, Mar. So it's what it does. It opens like two dimensions off, so you see what is going on. But the way the scriptures, conventional scriptures that we know does it, it just tells you what's happening outside. Then maybe what God is doing. It doesn't tell you what Satan and his wicked hosts are doing against those people of God. Just the same way we are seeing Nigeria now going the way it's going. Who know their demons working on that, causing some of those terrible things. Anyway. So say to him, in my name, conceal yourself. So when this, by the way, I think this is the Gabriel. It should tell you in the footnote that this is probably Gabriel. This Asayala Lord. So when that Asayala Lord comes, it won't say I am Asayala Lord. Forget it. If an angel tells you that, maybe you cast him out. It's very unlikely. Okay, that they tell you their names. So, but when he appears to that Enoch now, the son of Lamech, he's going to tell him, I am the Lord. Do this, do this. Oh, what am I even saying? Just go to the book of Genesis. You will find it there. And say, and the Lord said to this, and the Lord said to Noah, and Noah did everything the Lord told him. But this is the person speaking to him at the background. You see, the added book directly linked to Christ. Yeah, the link to Christ. Why do you think some of the books were removed? Is that apparent? Because it opens up the African people. Yeah, they kept it out of the Bible. Yeah, kept it. Interesting. So when we read, of course, the book of book of Genesis, you just say God said to Noah. God said to Noah. This guy is telling us who is behind that the vessel that God used to speak. So it tells you some level of logistics involved in that communication. So it's not the Most High One, because the Most High One is so powerful. He's very, 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 very far from us. I know it doesn't sound like the New Testament grace. God is my friend, he's my friend. Lord Jesus, you're my buddy, you're my friend. Oga. You don't know what you're saying, no? So it's a two-way thing. You will know him as a friend. At the same time, he's also the judge. He's a great king. He's the great king. So anyways, the logistics is that he went through this Asayala law to give that message to the son of Lamech. The son of Lamech is Noah. So tell him, conceal yourself, then explain to him the consummation which is about to take place. That is, the world is about to be destroyed. The earth shall perish with water of deluge, and all things which are in it shall be destroyed. Now teach him how he may escape. So they'll begin to teach him things, and how his seed may remain in the earth. And the Lord said to Raphael, that's the second angel given an instruction, bind Azazel, hands and foot, cast him into darkness. Okay, put him, he said, cover him under the earth. You see, cover him with pointed stones. There will he remain forever, and he will not see light. So until the great day of judgment, let him be cast into the fire. So restore the earth, still speaking to Raphael, restore the earth which the angels have corrupted. Okay, that's another assignment for Raphael. And so you see that there's nothing evil in this book. It just shows you some just slightly more details. And like I like to tell people that the book of Revelation is a lot more scary than this. Wow, wow, that's powerful. Look at this. We read it the other day also. Look at how he told him to restore the earth. Restore the earth, talking to Raphael. Restore the earth which the angels have corrupted, and look at what he told him to do to the earth. Announce life to it. So do you see the power of proclamation? When they're asking you to pray, declare this, declare that, declare this in the name of Jesus, declare that. Announce life to the earth. Okay, pointed stones, pyramid. Okay, maybe. Okay, but I think that is talking about under the earth, maybe not necessarily the pyramids. Maybe not. But then it's not impossible, you see. And that's plausible. Maybe I should read that again. Real infinity. That's true. Let me read that. And that's what happens when you read scriptures together like that. Let's see. Restore the earth. No, just before that. Okay, it may not be. It may not be because pyramid forms like a pointed stone that points upward. When this one is like it's like jagged stones that's like zigzag stone to pin him down. Is what it looks like. But then it's very similar to that. Although this is watchers, not necessarily the Nephilim. And let me be a little graphic, by the way, just for a few minutes. So let me be a little graphic. It's very likely that the watchers are the same size as humans then. Now, humans themselves might have not have been even 6 feet. They might have been 10 feet, maybe 13 feet. I don't know. But it's likely, logically speaking, from a human point of view, it's likely that the watchers, the one that had relations with the women, were the same physical size with the women. Very likely. Before the logistics of coitus and all that. So it's very possible they were the same size. So, but then maybe somehow, supernaturally, of course, the children they gave birth to just blew up to 300. But if the waters themselves were like 300 feet, 300 cubits rather, that's 137 that we saw. Logistically, it sounds like it would be difficult for them to have relations with the women, generally speaking. So the watchers might have been the same size and like that. All right, so those are just speculations, things that makes sense. So this may not be the pyramid because it's the watchers is actually binding, not the Nephilim yet. Nephilim were literally destroyed. Okay, let's see. Where is it? So yeah, so announce life to it. We have not started doing prayers on our channel yet. When God releases us, we'll do prayer. Prayer and worship, because those three are important. This is word study. We do prayer also. That's when we announce things to our own lives. And then we worship the Most High too. But we're doing it step by step as God leads us. So announce life to it that I may revive it. So you see the logistics there. It needs to do that announcement before the life pops up. Those are the legalities of the spirit realm. All the sons of men shall not perish in the consequence. They will not be destroyed, which they have taught their offspring. Watchers have, okay. All the sons of men shall not perish in consequence of every secret by which the watchers have destroyed and which they have taught their offspring. All the earth have been corrupted by the effect of the teaching of Azazel. To him, therefore, ascribe the whole crime. So it's like the offense is more than those who just had that relations with the woman. To Gabriel, this is the third angel is instructing. To Uriah. Not yet. We are still busy. So, and to Gabriel also, the Lord said, go to Beaters. Now, this Beaters is a place. Okay. To the reprobates, to the children of fornication, and to destroy the children of fornication. Talking about the Nephilim, those big giants. So Gabriel can even fight, you see. The offspring of the watchers from among men bring forth and excite them excite them. Okay, do this strategically. One against another, let them perish by mutual slaughter, for the length of days shall not be theirs. He said they would beg you, they will entreat of you, but their fathers shall not obtain their wishes upon them, because they want to live up to 500 years. Human beings by that time was living that long, so they also want to live that long. Number 4, to Michael, a more popular angel amongst men. To Michael, likewise, the Lord said, go and announce his crime to Sam Yaza and to the others, and with them who have been associated with the women, that they might be polluted with all the impurity, and with all their sons shall be killed, when they shall see the perdition of their beloved. So they will see their children die, the Nephilim die. Of their beloved. Bind them for 70 generations underneath the earth. 70 generations. We tried, now maybe 700 years. What is a generation in the time of Enoch? That may be 700 years or 7,000 years. because they lived a lot longer. 700 years, 7,000 years, 350 years. One of those three. Anyway, underneath the earth, even to the day of judgment. Suggest why it is that long. And for the consummation until the judgment effect of which will last forever be completed. Then shall they be taken away. I'm reading fast. The worst depth of fire of torment. In confinement they will be shut off forever. Okay. Immediately after this shall be together with them burned and perished. They shall be bound unto the consummation of many generations. Destroy all the souls addicted with the lions. The lions is fornication, an offspring of watchers, and they have tyrannized over mankind. Let every oppressor perish from the face of the earth. The plant of righteousness, rectitude will appear to become a blessing. I think he's talking about Noah. Righteousness and rectitude shall be forever planted with delight, and then shall all the saints give thanks and live until they have begotten 1,000 generations, 1,000 children, while the whole period of the youth and their Sabbath shall be, let's see what this is, shall be completed in peace. In those days all the earth shall be cultivated in righteousness, and every tree shall be planted in it, and in it shall the vines be planted, and for 1 measure 1,000, 1 measure olive shall produce. So that's food coming back. Purify the earth from all oppression, from all injustice, exterminate them from the earth. Then shall all the children of men be righteous, and all nations shall pay me divine honors and bless me, and all shall adore me. And I can imagine why God doesn't allow angels to interact with men so much anymore. I mean, to the point where they know their names, etc. No more middlemen, just go through Yeshua, Yahushua. Pray in the name of Jesus. The earth shall be cleansed from all corruption, from every crime, from all punishment, from all suffering. There will be a deluge, which is the Noah's flood, upon it. Okay, saying after that deluge, neither will I again send a deluge upon it from generation to generation forever. In those days I'll open the treasures of the blessings which are in heaven. Peace and equity shall associate with the sons of men all the days of the world, in generations of it. Next, chapter 12. Before all these things, Enoch was concealed, and nor did anyone know of the sons of men know where he was concealed, where he had been, and what had happened, you see. So they don't know where Enoch was. He was just gone. He was walking with God. He was wholly engaged with the holy ones, you see, and with the watchers in his day. Enoch, was blessing the great Lord of peace, and behold, the watchers called me Enoch the scribe. And the Lord said to me, Enoch, scribe of righteousness, go tell the watchers of heaven who have deserted the lofty sky, as the one that sinned, and have polluted the women, or who have been polluted with women, and have done as the sons of men do, taking to themselves wives. Okay? And have been greatly corrupted on the earth. Behold, who slaughter their beloved, the same thing he told the angels. Said they will not obtain mercy. Okay? Let's read real quick. A great sentence is gone before them, neither shall they receive mercy, and supplication be yours on account of the oppression which you have taught, and on my account of every act of blasphemy, tyranny, sin, which you have opened or discovered to the children of men. Then departing from him, I spoke to them together. So he went to deliver the message to the angels. That's Noah now, human being, Enoch, the seventh from Adam, speaking to the watchers. And they all became very terrified. They became afraid. Now, they now started begging him to write a prayer for them. And he actually did. He was starting to beg God. Let me check. Where did... Adewumi is asking, why did they not allow reading the book of Enoch in church? I don't know. But we're in church already. You know, we started with prayer, so we're already in church. Church is not those four walls. But I understand your question. I don't know. It's because of what the colonialists did. And if you know, even you will not even have had access to the Bible altogether. There were people that fought, like Wycliffe, for the Bible to be translated. They locked it down. Especially, I believe it was once that 1776. They want to lock everything down. Just like you have things in the Vatican vault. And I don't think there's anything they have there really that we're not already talking about now, like we're speaking now. So Bible was going to be in Latin. In Roman Catholic Church till today, they still, well, until recently, they still read the Bible in Latin, and you will not hear anything they say. And the early Roman Catholics in Nigeria, they read the Bible to them in Latin, almost as bad as you read in Arabic today, and they still pray in Arabic language in Islam. Exactly the same thing they do in Christianity. They pray in Latin. See, they read scripture in Latin to them. So is what the enemy is doing with those people in that part of the world. So so Enoch prayed for those, wrote a petition for the redemption. Yeah, thanks. So Enoch wrote a petition for them, praying for them. Can you imagine? So I don't know why Enoch himself was that merciful with the watchers. So he prayed for them. I'm just washing my face. I'll get back on the live shortly on the desktop. So he prayed for them, but God did not answer. God didn't answer Enoch's request. So we'll do about 45 more minutes, and we will just let people say hi and hello. Then we close for the day. Come back tomorrow morning. So you can follow the live if you have not followed. If you have not followed us before, follow the live so that when we go live, we don't have to start sharing to you manually. Okay. I've been live for about 5 hours actually. So now raise up their eyes to heaven on account of, okay, now the watchers could not even look up to God anymore. You see. Therefore, I wrote a memorial for prayer and supplication for their spirits for everything which they have done. Proceeding, I continued over to the waters of Dambadan, okay, which is on the right to the west of Armon, okay. Okay, so we'll soon see some locations like we did yesterday and 2 days ago. Some locations which happen to be in Nigeria, by the way. Oh, where are we? Okay, I just read that. So this should be next. Reading the memorial of their prayer until I fell asleep. So he was reading that prayer. Wow. Reading that prayer, trying to pray to God for the wicked angels, bad things they've done. Okay. So he fell asleep while he was doing that. And behold, a dream came to me. A vision appeared above me, and I fell down and saw a vision of punishment that I might relate it to the sons of heaven. Okay. When I awoke, that means he saw their punishment. God showed him their punishment. All being collected together stood weeping. The angels weeping before a human being. Obel Seyael, which is situated between Libianos and Senesar. It will tell us where Senesar is at the bottom. We'll check it. With their faces veiled. So that's where the fallen angels are, not that place where they were crying. I related in their presence all the visions I had seen in my dream. Even angels are believing your dream, and you don't believe your own. God forgive you. And they began to utter these words, of righteousness, reproving the watchers of heaven. This is the book of the words of the righteousness, of reproof of the watchers who belong to the world. Okay, according to that which he who is the holy and great commanded in a vision, I perceived in my dream. Let me jump. So the mighty one has put into the mouth of men that they might converse with it. Oh, and that part is important. So he who is holy and great commanded me in the vision. I perceived in my dream that I was now speaking with a tongue of flesh. Was he not speaking with a tongue of flesh before? That I was now speaking with a tongue of flesh and with my breath, which the mighty one has put into the mouth of men. And the tongue, like we said, is Hebrew. That's the language that Adam spoke, is the Hebrew language. So the logical question is, how did Adam, who is the first, began to speak the language of Eber, who is the 14th from Adam, like his 14th great grandson, is called Eber, and it's from him they called Hebrews. So how come Adam was speaking Hebrew? Very simple. In Genesis 11, the Hebrew language was taken away from men. I showed us the place yesterday, Jubilees 8:25, thereabout. The language was taken away from human beings, and but rather it was revealed back to the 20th man, which is 20th man, which is what's his name? Abraham. So Abraham is the 20th. So God revealed it back to Abraham through an angel. It's written in the book of Jubilees. So, and Abraham was the one that began to speak the Hebrew language back. But because people know him as Hebrew, a Hebrew, a child of Eber, so the other nations of the world that are speaking scattered languages started calling that original language, which was nameless. I mean, if there was one language in the world, that language would not have any name, because there's just one language. So you just call it talking. You won't know that languages exist. You just call it that people are talking, because it's literally just one language. So it didn't have a name, but when it was restored back after the Tower of Babel, later restored to Abraham, they named the language after where Abraham came from, which is from Eber. That's the Hebrews. Okay. I hope you're getting something. Are you learning anything? Let me know if you are still there or you have slept off like Enoch. Like Enoch slept in his vision. You're still there? Type yes. Let's see, like 28 years. I think that will work in place of F1. It's like 26 years. Okay. Alright, I guess it's still there. Okay, good. We'll soon finish by 3 now. There, bro. 3 West African times. Thank you, Son of Grace. Oh yeah, I should rack F1. Great. So Hebrew is the language of creation, and we have found 20 Hebrew words and Yoruba words that are same. The same thing with Igbo. Okay. So that land is not normal. You cannot expect them to allow Nigeria to just prosper like that. Satan wants the soul of Nigerians. Europeans want the resources of Nigerians. You see, Satan is using that their greed for resources to use them to destroy these people. But what Satan wants is actually to punish the people, to make them suffer and deny God. You see a Yoruba man saying the other time that he's an atheist. Meanwhile, the guy is confused. We didn't engage in more than 3-5 minutes, he has run away. Doesn't make sense. If you tell me you are a Yoruba, you are a Juju man, you can start from there. You say you're an atheist, it's Europe that got into his head as it is. If he has serious problems, he would he would wake up. Even if it is one Babalawo he will meet, you will have one form of spirituality or the other. You can't tell me you're African and atheist. It's a contradiction of terminology. African atheist. One person even is Afro atheist. I think there's one lady like that. She's Nigerian also. I've spoken with her before. So you're Afro atheist. I've told her it's a contradiction of terminology. It does not make sense. Afro and you're atheist. Tell me you're Afro Juju. I say okay, good. Afro Juju is the name of a music genre in Nigeria. I still believe you as Afro Juju than Afro atheist. It doesn't make sense. Afro atheist. I've told them my mind. Like we're saying something that maybe even some people from their camp is listening, because sometimes they listen back and so that's the Hebrew language. Is the African language. It's the language of creation. Let's keep reading. We'll run to 20 now, so that we'll be at the same page with everybody. And understand this in your heart. As given to As he has created and given to the power of comprehending the word of understanding, so as he created and given to me the power of reproving the watchers. Okay, the offsprings of heaven. So watchers are offsprings of heaven, Nephilim are offspring of watchers. I have written your petition in my vision. It has been shown to me that what you request will not be granted. Bad news for them. As long as the world endures, judgment has been passed upon you. From this time on, you will never ascend into heaven. Okay? He said that, that on the earth he will bind you as long as the world endures. We're going to get to see the origin of demons. Let's keep going. But therefore, these signs these things you shall behold, the destruction of your beloved ones. That's the Nephilim. And shall not possess them, but they shall fall before you by the sword. They'll start killing each other. It's Gabriel that was sent to do that work, to make the Nephilim begin to slay each other. Neither shall you entreat of them. Let me show you. I don't know the height of this, but I don't know. But it's funny. Petrified giant. So some people, although this is too much of AI, let me show you a real one. But that one, they tell us it's a statue that they built, but people are doubting if they could build that in those ages, in those times. Woman, I think this one is in the United States with sword. Okay, that's one giant sword there. Okay. Oh, let's see. Okay, let me just say, let me not call it giant. Woman, what's that thing? Woman statue. We saw, I think it's in Russia. I think it's this one, yes. Now, anyway, I don't know. Although the picture is a little funny. Let's see. Zoom out. So Women's Day. It's Women's Day. Let's find out the name of the statue so that I can use it to search. Oh, thank you, Father. Motherland Call. Do the same thing. Ctrl C. Okay, I think Motherland Calls. You can find it in. The reason why I'm thinking about that is because of the fight, the way they were fighting. But then this one was not slain, it's just but people are doubting, I think it's in Russia, people are doubting that they built this. And the face is even masculine somehow, but the body is feminine. It's just, but this some of those. But of course, the Motherland Calls. But the official narrative is that it was built, just like Statue of Liberty, that it was built. So we believe. So it looks like a petrified giant. Let's check what's the height. It's gonna tell us. 279 feet, 85 meters. So of course not as tall. Okay, to the tip, let's see the sword. Or the height might be different from the standing 85 meters tall from the base pedestal to its peak. Okay, so to the woman height maybe just 60 meters there, which is actually still very, very tall. The person's height is just 1.8. But anyway, the official narrative is that it was built in 1967. Well, it's not impossible. But anyway, it just reminds me of that. Is why I pulled that up. Boom, boom. Let's go. Bye, 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 goodbye. Okay. Neither shall you entreat for them, nor for yourselves. I'm sure if it was regular Bible I'm reading, people will have run away because it will sound too familiar. But then we should learn also not to be familiar with other scriptures. Okay, so neither shall you entreat for them, okay, not for yourselves, but you shall weep and supplicate in silence the words of the book which I wrote. Okay, vision appeared unto me. Behold, in that vision, clouds and mist invited me, and agitated stars flashed, flashes of lightning impelled. Okay, let's keep reading. And pressed me forward, while the winds in the vision assisted my flight. Okay. Verse 10. They elevated me aloft to heaven. I proceeded myself until I arrived a wall built with stones of crystals, a vibrating flame. Okay, a vibrating flame surrounded it, which began to strike me with terror. Oh, careful. Sounded like sound effects. Wrong drum. So, strike me with terror. Into the vibrating flame I entered. I drew nigh unto the spacious habitation, describing the realms he went to, close to the throne of God. As well as pavements were formed, and crystals likewise was the ground. Its roots had the appearance of agitated stars and flashes of lightning. A flame burned around the walls. It was portal blazed with fire. When I entered into this dwelling, it was hot as fire and cold as ice at the same time. You see, no trace of delight or life was there. Now that's another place. Terror overwhelmed me, and a fearful shaking seized me. Violently agitated and trembling, I fell upon my face in a vision. I looked, and behold, there was another habitation more spacious than the former, every entrance to which was open before me and erected in the midst of the vibrating flame. Okay. So it says here that it is impossible to describe to you either in the splendor or the extent of it. So it says here, its floor was on fire, above were lightnings, agitated stars, while the roof exhibited a blazing fire. It keeps saying, attentively I surveyed it and saw that it contained an exalted throne, the appearance of which was like frost. Okay, while its circumference resembled the orb of the brilliant sun. And there was the voice of the cherubim from underneath this mighty throne. Rivers of flaming fire issued. To look upon it was impossible. I wonder how he saw it. Maybe with another eyes. One great in glory, or maybe he could just flash his face once. One great in glory sat on it. That's the Most High probably. Whose robe was brighter than the sun and whiter than snow. No angel was capable of penetrating to view the face of him, the glorious and the effulgence, nor could any mortal behold him. A fire was flaming around him. A fire also of great extent continued to rise up before him, so that not one of those who surrounded him are capable of approaching him. Among the myriads of myriads, that's millions or thousands of thousands is what that means. He will tell us in the C, in the footnote, who were before him, and to him holy consultations was needless, yet he did not sanctify who were near him. Depart far from him, either by night nor by day. They were with him continually, nor were they removed from him. I also was so far advanced with the veil on my face and trembling. Then the Lord with him, then the Lord with his own mouth, called me So there's a difference when he sends an angel and when he calls him this way, saying, approach hither, Enoch, at my holy word. You know, in the beginning was the word, and that word was with God. And he raised me up and drew me near to the entrance. My eye was directed to the ground. Then addressing me, he spoke, hear neither be afraid, O righteous Enoch, you scribe of righteousness. Approach hither and hear my voice. Go say to the watchers of heaven, who sent you to pray for them. Now listen to this part. Go say to the watchers of heaven, who have sent you to pray for them. Tell them this, you ought to pray for men and not men pray for you. Like we said yesterday, God was calling the angels Agbaya. You know, Agbaya means old and good for nothing, something like that. Yoruba word. So whether have you forsaken the lofty of heaven and in which endure forever, and have lain with women, and have defiled yourself with the daughters of men, and have taken to yourselves wives, and acted like the sons of the earth, and you have given birth to impure offsprings, which is giants, is what it calls here. Okay, you being spiritual, holy, possessing a life which is eternal. You see. So this myriad means 10,000 times 10,000, the same thing you have in the book of Revelation. Okay, you have polluted yourself with women and begotten in carnal blood, and have lusted in the blood of men, and have done as those who are in flesh and blood do. Okay, so these, however, will die. That's their children will die. Nephilim will die. And I have given to them wives. Oh, rather, sorry, it's saying that men are mortal, okay, because they will die, but then these angels are actually immortal. So these, however, die and perish. That's the mortal human being, of course, after the fall. Therefore have I given to them wives. Oh, it's telling us the reason why we have marriages. Why? That they might cohabit with them, that sons might be born of them, and that this might be transacted upon the earth. But you from the beginning are made spiritual, possessing a life which is eternal and not subject to death. So when we change to that eternal body, we will not need coitus anymore. We will not need that marital relationship anymore. Because, I mean, we've got an eternal life already. See? Therefore, I made not wives for you, because being spiritual, your dwelling is in heaven. Now, the giants which you have given birth to are born of spirit and flesh. They are hybrid. And they, now watch this. This is the source of evil spirits on the earth. When a human being makes mistakes, the mistakes are mortal. They are things that can easily be solved. But at this level, at this level of things, when mistakes are made, it becomes something out of hand. Now the giants who have been born of spirit and of flesh shall be called upon the earth evil spirits. That's when they are dead, and they're still in idols today. When you hear those ancestral demons, when they require blood, they have been drinking that blood on the earth before, literally. But now they still want to take it as spirits, and on the earth shall be their habitation, so they will stay here. Evil spirits shall proceed from their flesh, because they were created from above, and from the holy watchers was their beginning and primary foundation. So that's where demons come from. Evil spirits shall they be on the earth, and the spirits of wickedness of the wicked shall they be called. So they will call them wicked spirits, unclean spirits. The habitation of the spirits of heaven shall be in heaven, but upon earth shall be the habitation of the terrestrial spirits who were born on earth. So this is where their passport is. They don't have passports to the heavens, as it were. So let's type some more F1 as the last lap. We're entering the last lap now. You're still there, type F1. Should have like 25 F1s now. Type F1. I've seen just two. Maybe some of you just kept the phone somewhere and you're just listening. As if it's audio Bible. Yeah. Enjoying audio Bible. Okay. So let's go. F1. Roll Jojo. Thank you. So the spirit of the giant shall be like clouds. And this is what you see sometimes when you cast out evil spirits out of people, which shall oppress. So they are oppressing spirits in the possessed people. Because they've lost their bodies. They want bodies. Oh my God. Have anybody, let me ask you a question so that I can confirm. I will try not to be controversial. Have you watched some deliverance sessions? Because I have. And those evil spirits will say, I'm a giant man. I cannot leave this body. I'm a giant man. I've been there for 300 years. How many of you have heard that before? I'm a giant man when deliverances are being conducted. Yeah. So you hear it very frequently. Go and look for. We usually don't mention name of ministries or people here as such, except they come themselves, of course. So if Chika Joseph was here, I'm sure he would know some of these things firsthand because he himself is that kind of ministry, prophetic ministry and things like that. So you see, I'm a giant man. You want to this spirit husband, it's the same thing. Those things are real. There's white people that have spirit husband, but they call them aliens. There's a woman, like I said before to us. She didn't have any husband. She was getting pregnant. Pregnancy would go at month 6 months. They would take it from her stomach. And she knows these aliens that come to her. She even says she likes them. The way you can be. They can carry dogs and breastfeed dog. I don't know. So, but then, it's just fact. It's not hate speech. So they say that I'm a giant man. Is confirming this thing. That is here. That's where they come from. They've lost their bodies, lost their first estate, and they're looking for bodies to possess. All right, let's proceed. Let me turn that back on. Hope this thing water doesn't get in this thing. Trying to cool it. All right, it's just pouring water. Let's proceed. Where were we? Yeah, so they will possess people, they will corrupt people, they will cause people to fall, contend bruised, and they will bruise upon the earth. Verse 10. Yeah. They shall cause lamentation, no food shall they eat. They will be thirsty. Some of those things happen also in deliverance when they are thirsty like that. They shall be thirsty, and they shall be concealed, and shall not rise up against the sons of men and against women, for they come forth during the days of slaughter. During the days of slaughter and destruction. Okay. We should at least be able to get to that 20 or 21 where the others are. Okay, chapter 16. And as to the death of the giants, wheresoever their spirits depart from their bodies, let their flesh that is perishable be without judgment. Thus shall they perish until the day of the great consummation of the great world. Talking about the very end. Book of Enoch has timeline also. We'll get to that when we get there. If we get there actually, because Enoch is one of 5 chapters. Okay, thus shall they perish until the day of the great consummation and the great world. A destruction shall take place, the watchers of the impious. Okay, place of the watchers and their children, which is the impious, the giants. Although English like to say small devil is what they call impious, but it's the opposite here. And now the watchers who have sent you to pray for them, who in the beginning were in the heavens, say, I Say, in heaven you have been. Secret things, however, have not. Oh, gone too far. I have to zoom out. We're at 16 just now. No, not yet. So let's see. Okay. So say, in heaven you have been. Secret things, however, have not been manifested unto you. You have yet have you known a reprobated mystery. Okay. And this have you related to women in the hardness of your heart. And by the mystery have, and that mystery, and by that mystery have women and mankind multiplied the evils upon the earth. Say unto them, never therefore shall you obtain peace. Imagine a world where there is no mirrors. Well, they could see from the water, I think, water surface at least, but not as frequently as mirrors. I'm just thinking out loud. Say to them, never therefore shall you obtain peace. That's those watchers. So they raise me up in a certain place. That's the good angels that are working with Enoch, I believe, in this vision, where there was the appearance of a burning fire, and where they assumed the likeness of men. That means if they like, they can change their form to look like human beings, talking about the angels. They carried me to a lofty spot on a mountain on top of which reached to heaven rather, and I beheld the receptacles of light and of thunder and of extremities of the place where it was deepest, and a bow of fire and arrows in their quiver. Okay, every species of lightning, number 4, verse 4, and they elevated me to a babbling stream and of fire in the west, which received all the setting of the sun. And I came to a river of fire which flowed like water and emptied itself into the great sea towards westward. And I showed us that the great sea is what Nigerians will call Bar Beach, is Atlantic Ocean, yeah. What they've called, it used to be Ethiopian Ocean, but now they've called it Atlantic Ocean. So let me open that up if he responds to us on time. Yeah, we're gonna need it. So that's where westward is where the Great Sea is. But those that put Israel in the Middle East, they call the Mediterranean the Great Sea, and it's not so. But we have corrected that here, and that's the Great Sea right there. So let's proceed. So that's the Great Sea. Okay. And I saw every large river. So I think they elevated him to the top of the dome, the top of the earth, the firmament. I saw every large river until I arrived at the great darkness. I went to where all flesh migrate. By the way, you can't see all the large river if the earth was spherical. And I beheld mountains of the gloom, which constitutes winter, and the place from which issues water in every abyss. And I saw also the mouths of the rivers in the world, and the mouths of the deep. Chapter 18. And I surveyed the receptacles of the wind, perceiving that they contributed to adorn the world, the whole creation, and to preserve the foundation of the earth. By the way, let's just say Enoch's earth. So just to see people that have read that, just to create a model for it, is something like what you're seeing on your screen. Some of you have seen it before. Or image in a new tab. Let's see if it's clear enough. Let's try this. Something like this. Firmament, this is the earth, this is hell. Pillars of the earth, this is the skies. Okay, firmament. Okay, someone else put it like this. Okay, open in image in new tab. Okay, it should be clear. Yeah, so that's it. So gates of winds. So that's Enoch's earth. Mountain of God, like that. So basically he's flat like that, then with a dome. The great darkness here. Okay, and it says there are portals, gates of the sun. So sun goes through these portals and come back through these other portals, like that. So just to give you a view of what people have reproduced from. Okay, there's also a theory that says the world map is upside down. That too can cause some controversy. Yeah, I think that upside down is two things. Number one is the elevation. Southern Africa is of a higher elevation than Northern Africa. That's why they even call the Northern Egypt, they call it Lower Egypt, even though it's in the north. Then also, symbolically also is another thing that translates to. Okay. But then yes, I understand, we've heard that also. Okay. Let's go. So I also beheld the four winds. So like we showed the map yesterday, we still have maps that show those four winds and they show angels. They're blowing winds on the earth. And I beheld the sky. Okay, it's even here. Which bear up the earth. Wait, I also beheld the four winds which bear up the earth. Wow. And the firmament of heaven. Tells you about firmament. Is firm. And I beheld the wings occupying the exalted sky, arising in the midst of the heaven and of the earth and constituting the pillars of heaven. So he was seeing things from the broad eye, bird's eye view. I saw the winds which turned to the sky, which caused the orb of the sun and all the stars to set. And over the earth, I saw the winds which support the clouds. I saw the path of the angels. I perceived the extremities of the earth, the firmament of heaven above it. Then I passed on towards the south. Okay. Where burnt both day and night. 6 mountains from glorious stones. 3 towards the east, 3 towards the south. Those which were towards the east were variegated stone. What does that mean? Variegated stones, real quick. Check the meaning of variegated. Okay. Exhibiting different colors. Okay. Variegated. I didn't hear.
Variegated. Variegated.
Oh, variegated. Okay. So, yeah, so it means having different colors. So variegated stones, one of which was, start calling the names of the stones. Antimony towards the south, red stone. Antimony, I think, is the name of an element, by the way. Chemical element. The middle of one reached to the heaven, the throne of God, a throne composed of alabaster, the top of which was sapphire. I saw too a blazing fire hanging over all the mountains, and there I saw a place on the other side of the extended territory where waters were collected. I likewise beheld terrestrial fountains. I mean, the picture just tells 1,000 words is what is going on here. All of that is what this person is trying to draw, or something similar to that. See columns of fire there. So I likewise beheld the terrestrial fountains, the deep in fiery columns of heaven. Aha, exactly. Columns of fire is what you have here. You see, we're about to read. You see, columns of fire. So the person just trying to depict what we've got. We're finishing soon. And in the columns of heaven beheld fires which descended without number on high, nor into the deep over the fountains. I perceived a place which had neither the firmament of heaven above it, nor solid ground beneath it. The place was just desolate. Okay? And I beheld 7 stars like the blazing mountain, and like spirits entreating me. Then the angel said, this place until the consummation of heaven and earth will be prison of the stars. I think it's talking about the watchers. Okay, and the host of heaven. Okay. What did the stars do? The stars which roll over fire, which are those which are okay. The stars which roll over fire are those which transgressed the commandment of God before their time arrived, for they came not into their proper season. Therefore he offended with them. Therefore was he offended with them and bound them until the period of the consummation of their crimes in the secret year. Chapter 19. Then Uriel said, here the angels who cohabitated with women appointed their leaders, and being numerous, they appeared in appearance, made men profane, and caused them to err, so that they sacrifice to devils as to gods. And they still do that today. For in the great day there shall be a judgment with which they shall be judged until they are consumed, and their wives also shall be judged, who led astray the angels of heaven, that they might salute them. 3. And I, Enoch, I alone saw the likeness of the ends of all things, nor did any human being see it as I saw it. 20. Because he was, of course, conversing with other people, and they were not seeing that. These are the names of the angels who watch. Uriel, one of the holy angels who presides over clamor and terror. He's telling you their functions. Okay. Over clamor and terror. He said Raphael is one of the holy angels who presides over spirits of men. Raguel, and I think Raphael is one that went to bless the earth, announce blessing all the time. Raguel, one of the holy angels who inflicts punishment on the world and the luminaries. Michael, one of the holy angels who presiding over human virtue commands the nations. Yes, that's why Michael was there in the time of Daniel when Daniel was giving those prophecies about nations. Sarakiel, one of the holy angels who presides over the spirit of children of men that transgress. Gabriel, one of the holy angels, presides over Ikisat, over paradise, over the cherubim. 21. Then I made a circuit. I think this is where we stopped. Then I make a circuit to a place which was completed. Then I made a circuit to a place in which nothing was completed, and there I beheld neither the tremendous workmanship of an exalted heaven nor of an established earth, but a desolate spot, prepared and terrific. There too I beheld 7 stars of heaven, bound in it together like great mountains, and like blazing fire. I exclaimed, for what species of crime they have been bound, and why have they been removed to this place? Then Uriel, one of the holy angels, who was with me and who conducted me, said, Enoch, wherefore do you ask? Wherefore do you reason with yourself and anxiously inquire. These are those of the stars which have transgressed the commandments of the Most High. See, the Most High God, and are bound and are here bound until the infinite number of days of the crimes be completed. How can you complete something that is infinite? Until the infinite number of days of their crimes be completed. Okay? From there, I afterwards passed on to another territory place, where I beheld the operation of a great blazing fire. We'll get to a place where it will show us one location in Nigeria soon. So we'll keep that as to be like a reward for us, like a bonus for the day, for those that were not there when we. Terrestrial foundings, does it mean he saw another world? It looks like this same world we're in, but it's like he's seeing both at the same time. Because this our world is very superimposed. Spirits and are trafficking all over the place. And there's more spirits on the earth than there are even humans. So he's seeing those things superimposed together. And that's how spirits see, of course. They see their own world, of course, and then ours. So that's what I believe is happening to him. So wherefore I beheld the operation of a great fire, yes, columns of fire struggled together to the end of the abyss, and was their descent, but neither its measurement nor magnitude was I able to discover. Okay. Neither could I perceive its origin. Then I exclaimed, how terrible is this place, and how difficult to explore. Uriel, one of the holy angels who was with me, answered and said, Enoch, why are you alarmed at this terrible place? This, he said, is the prison of the angels, and here they are kept for ever. Okay, we'll still be in 22. For there I proceeded to another spot where I saw on the west glory a lofty mountain, a strong rock, 4 delightful places. Internally it was deep, capacious and very smooth. What's the meaning of capacious? Let's have a look at that. Very smooth. Capacious. I think I've read it just before. Okay, having a lot of space inside, roomy. It's like spacious. So internally it was very deep and spacious and very smooth as if it has been rolled over. It was both deep and dark to behold. Okay. 15. Page 15. Then Raphael, one of the holy angels who were with me, answered. Let's respond to this guy. L. So that's 5 hours mark. 7. Seriously. I'm answering the puzzles and it still keep telling me error. I hope you guys are seeing. Come on, go through. Yeah, that's it. It's gone through. Okay. Let's proceed. Then Raphael, one of the holy angels who were with me, answered, these are the delightful places where the spirits of souls of the dead will be collected for them, where they were formed, and here will be collected the souls of the sons of men. These places in which they dwell shall they occupy until the day of judgment and until their appointed period. Okay, so there's a place that departed spirits go to. Okay, according to this at least. The appointed period will be long, even until the great judgment. And I saw the spirits of the sons of men which were dead, and their voices reached to heaven while they were accusing. Then I inquired of Raphael, an angel. No, I think we have gone past something we read. I want to show us something where Damascus is, because Damascus is one of the places where Enoch was seeing this vision. So this 3 o'clock and we have gotten to 21 as promised. But I think there's somewhere in Damascus, which we showed the last time. We want to show the other people today too. I think we got it from a footnote. Well, I can do this, Control F, Damascus. Let's see how that goes. Okay, there's just one mention of Damascus, which is here. So that's in, oh, we've left it a long time ago, 14. But let me show you Libanus and Senisar. What verse is that? It's A. Where is it? Yeah, so let me show you the context. After this, we'll stop. Then we'll do verse 22 again, starting from tomorrow. So I'll show you Damascus now. We take some guests, then we come back tomorrow. Yeah, Damisak. So some people already was here yesterday. So, and behold, a dream came unto me in a vision. So we'll just show the people that have not seen the Damascus in Nigeria. And behold, a dream came to me, and visions appeared above me. I fell down and saw a vision of punishment. Okay? That I may relate it to the sons of heaven and reprove them. Where when I awoke, I went to them, all being collected together, stood weeping in this place, Obel Seyael, which is situated in Libanus. Okay, I stopped then, but I don't know why I didn't check the footnote. So that place is Obel Seyael. Obel Seyael. Obel Seyael. Okay. So, and he said it is situated in Libanus and Sanessa. So that's where fallen angels were weeping, right? So that's where the crying angels were. So, and it tells us here that that Obesuyael is in Damascus. So you see Damascus there, it says near Damascus. So I want to now show us where Damascus is in Nigeria. So then for us to see that, we need to know the right pronunciation of Damascus. Interestingly, I just saw now that Elewedu followed us. For those of us that know the Elewedu. The Elewedu that was, we were just showing him some things and he had to run away because he didn't have any point. So sometimes they take time and over time they'll change. Let's see. First mention of Damascus that we're looking for. Yeah, that's it. So where is it at? So I have a quick scripture where you can pull it. Genesis 14:15. I should remember that next time. Genesis 14:15. That's the same place, right? Exodus, Genesis, where KJV. Let's check that real quick. That's the same place where they were fighting with Nimrod. Incidentally, by the way, guys, maybe we'll touch on that one day. But then this Amraphel that Abraham was fighting with is Nimrod. Is Amraphel, king of Shinar. In Genesis 14 is Nimrod. So verse 15, what happened there? And he divided himself and his servant by night, and they smote them and pursued them unto Hobah, which is on the left hand of Damascus. Okay, so that must have been northward. Left side, left hand of Damascus. Okay, so this is what I wanted to do anyway, to show you Damascus in Nigeria, but we need to show you interlinear, the way Damascus is properly pronounced. Damascus is Greek sounding. The real way to pronounce Damascus is Damasak or Damasak. So this is a Damascus. Damasak or Damasak. That's the pronunciation of Damascus there. Okay. So that's Damasak. Okay, or Damasek. So then all you need to do is to come to Google Maps precisely. Where is it? Where is it? Loading. Unresponsive. Taking time. Google Maps. Okay. See that response. So just type Damasak, Nigeria. So look at Damasak there. And like I like to show people, when if what I showed you now was a Damasak, just what. So I've sent you an invitation. Just accept it. Daddy J, I've sent you a request. I mean invitation. Just accept the invitation. Who else? I want people who have not spoken before to speak. Tunde Obasa can come say hi. Robbie, Femi Osinaike, just come say hi. Robbie, come say hi. So let's just fill that space. Whoever comes first will fill those 6 spaces. And those who can come up, if I should be able to come up, but just drop your final note on the chat. So let's start with Shadrach. I don't think he was spoken before. Shadrach, let's go. 2 minutes. You're good to go. Can you hear me, Shadrach? If Shadrach is not ready, let's go with Ara. So you guys can talk about how you got to know about our channel, where you first heard about our channel and things like that. So let me set the timer for the first speaker.
Hello.
Yeah, so I'll just give you 2 minutes to, or let's say 3 minutes, 2 minutes thereabouts.
2 minutes is too much. I'm at work. I'm actually very busy at work right now.
Okay.
But I would say that I have really enjoyed this whole session. I think I first got to hear of you when you had the podcast session with the lady, and I was very intrigued actually. Seeing you on the live just got me to want to get to know more about what you had earlier spoken about, and honestly, it's been an enlightening session. Thank you so much for everything that you've done. I'll keep it brief, and I would like to end it here because I have to go back to work. But I'm still with you guys at the same time. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much for kind words. Okay, so let's have the next speaker. Are you ready for us, Shadrach? I think he said 2 minutes. Someone said 2 minutes is too much, so let's take. Okay, Shadrach, are you ready? Shadrach he's dropped his phone. All right, so let's all follow the channel, download the Chatrod app, check on our website and subscribe on the website if you want.
I'm back.
Oh, you're back.
Sorry, I'm back.
All right, let's go.
I just stepped out.
You're muted. Yeah.
But I didn't get the.
No, just like final words, basically. I think you've spoken once, haven't you?
No, I haven't. I requested, but I wasn't granted.
Okay, so let's go. 2 minutes. That's your time.
What I want to. Okay. Well, personally, it's a great discovery and revelation. It's amazing, really, but at the same time, it brings in some kind of confusion. Where does one stand? After having we've been brought up a certain way with certain beliefs, and now we're discovering that what we believed in all our lives, basically, probably a lie. So trying to find a way to balance it, to balance spiritual stand, for instance, that is why I'm going to continue to follow and listen to you. Probably I'm going to find that balance somewhere because it's quite confusing. All has been.
Can you ask one question? The most confusing question, if you don't mind. I can still respond to that in 2 minutes.
Okay, the most confusing question right now is basically about, heaven.
About what?
Hell.
Okay. What about it?
Heaven. Is it real?
Oh, you mean the return of Jesus, right? Is that the part?
Yes, return of Jesus. Yeah,
no, of course it's real. Yeah, of course. All of that is.
And all that.
Mm-hmm. All of that is still same. So it's just that's why we don't bother people so much about the rapture part, because most things are still the same thing, despite the fact that Jesus has returned, based on what he said that he was going to return soon. most things, the way you engage with God, matters of righteousness are still same. So that's the thing. You understand? So what we have is judgment is coming. Yeah.
Okay, if it has come, if the rapture has happened, you understand, where are they? I mean, were they really, was it like people were taken away, like the Bible described it? You understand? And then those of us left are supposed to be, maybe we didn't really, meet up with the requirements.
But then it wouldn't be we, it would be our forefathers. You understand? Because the time when it happened, from what he said, yes. But let's just watch some more videos. They are very, very self-explanatory and they're not so complex, so that I don't keep repeating it. It gets redundant. You understand? Right?
Okay.
Yeah. So just watch some of those.
I'll find the videos on your page, right?
Yeah. So you can check. This is our website and we'll display it. Yeah. So you can look for that website is rolling up there. The yellow text rolling there. So the website looks like this, what you can see on your screen. I hope you can see it. So it looks like, looks like that.
All right. Yeah, thanks again.
Yeah, so thank you everyone for your time. Sheikh Ziman, thank you in this game. So Daddy J, you can still request now if you still want to say something. Yeah. So that Jay, send your request now. So thank you for those that have joined. We'll see you guys tomorrow by God's grace. Yeah. Okay, I think it's popping up soon. Yeah, you're welcome. So Daddy J, you've got your time. We'll give you 2 minutes. Let's go.
Yeah, thank you very much. I really appreciate what you're doing. Actually, I came through your page, my FYP, during your interviews with the other lady to whom you were explaining certain things about discovering that actually some parts which have been mentioned in the Bible are actually in Africa and precisely around the West region, like in Nigeria, where we have some of them. I'm a Roman Catholic, but growing up, this doctrine which they give you when you're growing up as a child, it gives you that inner core of believing what your parents will say. But now I believe this is a time where we have to emancipate ourselves to ask questions. Because I, for one, even while back in school, I've always believed in the Catholic doctrine, in the sense that you don't just rely only on the Bible, but you go to some cultural aspects in concluding certain things, coming to a conclusion about certain, maybe what they call dogmas and things like that. So this your channel is giving me an eye-opener to realize that the Bible somehow, I think the translation of the Bible or some certain scriptures or why some books are not included into the Bible, maybe they had a purpose. There was a purpose for it. Because like one lady was asking, how come the book of Enoch is not a part of the Bible? And we have so many other texts which are not also parts of the Bible, which we believe that these are people who have lived and recorded in time what they have witnessed or what they also studied or what they read. So I continue to follow your channel because I really want to have an insight of many things which, some doubt and clarifications and why things are happening. Because like you are talking about the Jerusalem and the one of today, those are two different locations. And if you follow the book of Enoch and maybe some descriptions in the Bible, realize that these places are two different. Was it yesterday or today I was following about your explanation of Lebanon actually meaning like light?
Okay.
And or was it like Lebanon or the word where they talk about the citadel of Lebanon actually meaning like light? And we try to relate that to the book of Solomon where he harvested some of these trees to build the house of God. And the Lebanon we have today doesn't have trees as per se, like timber and things like that, which some of these resources are actually coming from Africa. So we realize that there's a controversy which we need to dig inside to find out actually where some of these things are located in our today's world. So my main reason I'm continuing to follow your channel is to get an insight of many of these things, and I really appreciate the work you're doing. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much, brother. All right then, so that's exactly your time. So thank you everyone that has joined so far. So just follow this channel, everyone. We will be back tomorrow morning by God's grace, same time, 10 o'clock. We'll continue. We can just take guests. If the guest rushes a lot, then we continue flow with the guests. Then we read Enoch 22, continue from 22 forward gradually like that. Explain change of the name Jesus to Yeshua to Jesus by men. Can a name be changed? Thank you so much. Yeah, you're welcome. So yeah, it's like although we see Jesus as the English version of Yeshua or Yahusha, and many people are saying it's a bad name or something like that, but because of how much power that name carries, you know that name is right. I mean, as against Yahusha or Yeshua, okay, the Jesus name is still right. Okay, and what we are saying is with our knowledge of timeline, it's likely to be a new name that was given to him, as was promised in the book of Revelation. Now that we know that many of that Revelation prophecies are fulfilled, so that's why we are saying is likely to be his new name. Although, and yes, even the letter J was created around the so-called Middle Ages or Dark Ages, which is when we believe it's time when Jesus reigned with the saints, and it's still reigning now. But then the saints he reigned with has left, and it's written that Satan will be released. So that's the time that we think we're in. So between now and tomorrow rather, watch more videos, or till the next time you come, watch more videos. Follow this channel now. Go to that website, our website, and where is it at? Yeah, so just go there, subscribe to it. You get access to the maps and things like that. So that's that. Thank you everyone for joining. We'll see you. Broadcast is recorded, yes. But what do you think we can do to the broadcast, Shedrack? How can you? Would you? I don't. Maybe I don't know how that part of TikTok works, but I know it's recorded. Yes, welcome, Ara. I know that it's recorded, but how do you get to watch it? Do you have access to it, Shedrack? Or I need to post it for you to see it? Can let me know, Shedrack. Well, it's recorded, I'm sure about that. So that's the part I'm not sure, but it's recorded. You no longer use the name of Jesus. Okay. You can just reconsider it. You can just reconsider it. But it's okay. We are all learning and we're advancing forward. It should be automatically added to your page. Yes, it's added to my page, but I don't know how you can rewatch it. But then I don't know why you want to rewatch 5 hours 25 minutes. Okay, but I think some people can crop it and put it on YouTube or something. But then I don't know. But it's recorded to answer your question. So thank you everyone. We are going to see tomorrow. Till then, let's keep okay, Jesus of Nazareth. The real names of Christ in Yoruba. You see, Yeshua. Names are not meant to be translated, by the way. When you translate names, you are breaking a rule of translation. You don't translate some categories of nouns. If say somebody's name is Nathaniel, if you're speaking Yoruba, you will still say Nathaniel. If you're still speaking English, you say Nathaniel. If the guy's name is Trump, when you're speaking any language, you call him Trump in that language. You don't translate names. It shouldn't be translated. So that Yahusha will still be correct. If your name is changed, that means it's not you. Yeah, generally. So it shouldn't be translated even between languages. So it shouldn't be translated. So we'll see. Yes, not yet. Almost finished. So it's Yahusha, the real name, unique. So thank you everyone. We will see in the next live, which is tomorrow by God's grace. Study English to love international translations. Name should not be changed. Yes, that's true. Yeshua, Yahusha. Yeah. All right then. See you guys tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. West African time. I follow the account so we can know when we go live. Thank you. Thank you, Real Infinity. I've been sorry, I've been addressing you, but I've been muted. I didn't know I was muted. Sorry about that. Someone should have told me in the comments. So let's power tap as we started. I didn't know I was muted all the while. Richard, you're welcome. Can you hear me, Richard? Richard, can you hear me? Let's tap the screen, tap to first 5K likes. Okay. So that we do our first a quick few hours. Richard, you can request again. I think maybe it's your network that dropped you. So let's tap the screen. Let's tap the screen as we go. If you can hear me, you can type a yes, so I'm double sure that you can hear. Edo boy, you're welcome. It's good to have you. So look at the topic. Look at the topic and see if you have any opinions. Then you can share your opinion as we move. And let's share the live. If you're passing by, like you're going somewhere or something, you can follow the account so that we don't need to notify you the next time when you come. Joseph, you're welcome. Joseph Amado. So look at the topic and share your opinion. So look at the topic and share your opinion. So let's power tap. You're welcome, Emperor. User 188. You're welcome. Tap. Grace Rose, good to have you again. So let's have somebody come up. You can let us just to say hi. Let somebody come up, say hi, one or two persons, just to say hi. Then you can go back to the comment section. I know everybody's waiting for us to start, today's discussion, but I need a few people to come say hi first. Then if you can hear me, type a yes in the comments. At the same time, let's also type F1 so we can get this started properly. So tap the screen. We're still waiting for our 2K likes at least. Alan Pesanti, you're welcome. So, Bob D. Builder, it's good to have you. So I know you guys are waiting for us to start, but I need at least one person to come say hi. If you're requesting, let me know. Just request, come say hi, then we start. Josie, you're welcome. Afokoshi, welcome. So we need one person to come say hi and say hello before we start. Lulu.
Hello. Hi.
Hey, hello. How are you?
I'm fine, and you?
Good.
Thank you very much. I like to listen to you,
Okay, go back to.
Yeah, as you're coming in, you can.
I'll go down, to listen to you then.
Yeah, so you can tell us where you first heard about our channel and when, and you can then drop your submission. Good morning. Morning. Yeah, you can go ahead, brother. I think you're muted. We can start with Bob D. So Bob D, you can share your thoughts if just while we wait for a phone call. Bob D, are you there? You are muted, Bob D. Bob D Builder. So Bob D Builder, you're muted in case you don't know. But if he's not ready, let's go with Fukoshi then. Fukoshi.
Hi.
Yes, hello, brother. Good morning.
Good morning, boss.
Yes, brother. So you can tell us where you first heard about our channel and things like that. Then you can do your submission or your greeting.
Yeah. So I first saw a short with that lady. I've forgotten the channel. It was kind of an interview session with where a certain lady was deep. I was like, damn, where's this guy getting all this info from? Like, it was kind of very laid out, very practical submissions of our history as Black people, the original Jews and stuff like that. So I started following that lady and then going through a lot of your videos. I was like, this is what I want, because it's hard to see authentic people with submissions like this one and who has an agenda, So it was quite interesting. So through that lady, then I found your channel, and then I said, this is the guy. So I started following and checking out your videos, commenting where I can and stuff like that. And I think it's quite interesting, quite interesting. And it's I don't know, but it seems like a very long shot for us as a people to come to the total realization of the truth of the things you are revealing. I think it's going to take a very long time, but I am hopeful. I'm very, very hopeful that maybe the generation, if you keep pushing the agenda, there are people with, like minds out there who probably they've not had the privilege to do the research like you, but, there's this inner knowing that most of us know. There's this knowing of the truth that most of us know that we've not had a chance to research and lay it out like you have done. Wow. And there's a lot of people out there who are seeking the truth, because I think it will work, but it will take time. You just have to keep pushing the agenda, keep pushing the message, and keep putting in the work. And it's good for, I will advise that whoever feels the same, whoever is in sync with the things you are teaching, they spread it. Okay, spreading the word, that's the only way other people can get the message, and eventually I think it's going to be a very big community of enlightened people who know who they really are. I think that's where it's all going to start from. Knowing that, okay, this is who I am. All right, we are not mediocre. We are a great people, a great nation. It's rather unfortunate that we've lost all that. We've lost all that, and trust me, as a people, we don't know anything at all whatsoever. We don't know anything. We think we are living the life, but trust me, we've not even started living our lives, because you have to know who you are to live your life. We are living a life that has been designed for us by people. So we've lost touch with who we really are. And that's my major concern as a person, finding out our real identity and then moving according to the way we are supposed to move. That's the way we are. Africa is in shambles. We have everything, yet we're so poor. We don't even contribute nothing to nothing.
See, that's very true.
You see, yeah, we don't contribute anything. We are only consuming, even though there's so much to do in Africa. There's so much, yet we are doing nothing. We always wait. We are always waiting for others to set the pace. Then we follow. I always liken it to, you take a fish out of the water and then have the fish compete with the monkey climbing trees. You understand?
Yeah.
The fish cannot do nothing. The monkey will always outpace the fish, and the fish will struggle very hard and eventually die.
The game is rigged.
It's rigged from the onset. You understand? There's nothing we can do if we go at the pace that has been, designed for us to follow. We need to find out and get back into the water, and then let's see. Let's go back to ourselves, and then let's see if we still have to lag behind.
Somebody's in the comments.
I
don't want her to, or him or her to go yet. But I wish they can come up as a guest. They are not quite clear about the things we're sharing, and they have a different opinion. Sometimes I like giving people like that priority, but then they're not coming up. If someone can ask them to come up, that's Lulu Sankofa. So Lulu Sankofa will believe that that Enoch is African. Okay, we believe that that the Hebrews, in fact, not just the people, the land, the real land of Israel is not in the Middle East. Not just the people. So if you can come up, Lulu, you can tell from the way we do our lives, we'll listen to you. We'll be very respectful, and we'll be wanting to learn from you. That's the only thing we'll push you about. We want to hear from you and learn from you. And if you have sources, that's fine. You can just tell us your impressions. It doesn't have to be super academic and all that. So Lulu, if you can come up. You're interested about Yoruba related to Hebrews? Yes. Adebayo, you can also come up. I've sent you an invitation, Adebayo, concerning Yoruba's connection to the Hebrews. So we can discuss. But if you guys keep staying, you can't discuss here, Lulu Sankofa. Why? Why can't you discuss here? Are you seeing the person's comment, Efokoshe? Efokoshe, are you seeing the person's comment?
Yeah, I'm seeing it.
So I wish they can come up. We are not
definitely.
Yeah. Honestly,
definitely.
Yeah. Honestly, myself, there are things I don't have a clue to. I'm still trying to get it. But if you are hiding information from us, what if we are wrong? How do you correct us?
Exactly.
Yeah. So that's the most misinformation ever. Yes, Adebayo, thank you for coming on. Look, Adebayo is also not coming up. He's saying that it is misinformation. You are probably from Ghana yourself, right? For Koshia?
Yes, I'm from Ghana, yeah.
So if someone is saying that they don't understand, they don't believe that Africans are the Hebrews, that is a misinformation, and they are not coming up. So Adebayo, I wish you can come up. I think you have come up once before. Michael, your prince, you're welcome. I can type it just like we are talking now. Lulu, you can. It will be faster if you come up, Lulu. To be much faster.
Exactly.
You know, there's literally 4 people that are waiting. And is there anybody on the panel that does not agree with what we are saying? I like giving them priority sometimes, especially if they be respectful. Is there anybody on the panel that doesn't believe in it or doesn't understand? It's not even a belief. It's something you know. Okay, or someone that doesn't think, that is not thinking along that direction, you can let me know. Please, we are still talking right now. Sorry, I can't turn on my camera because I'm at work. You don't need Emperor, you don't need your camera. You can come up without the camera.
Hello, how are you all doing?
Yeah, I'm fine. Let me let this person finish their submission so that we can. But I wish Lulu can come up. So it's faster that way. So Lulu, just give me a minute, guys. Sorry. So Lulu Sankofa, where do I even start? We have found over 25 words, almost 27 words in the Yoruba language, and Adibaya can also hear this. Please let the guests mute so that I'm hearing myself back from somebody's microphone. So we have seen over 27 words that are African and are the same thing with the Hebrew words. And we can show you that if you were up, but people here, some of them have already seen those videos, which will be like redundant to them. And apart from that, we have checked circumcision, the cultures, because the research is broken into the peoples, the languages, the cultures, the land, and then the timeline. But we have seen, 27 Afro-Asiatic words. There should be more. Yes, exactly. If you come up, you can show us more. What part of the world? Yes, exactly. If you come up, you can show us more. Especially considering Asiatic migration into Africa. Just come up, Lulu. It's So then, looking at the traditions also. Then, have you read the book of Jubilees, Lulu? It would be disrespectful of me to keep 4 guests and I'm responding to someone sending just chat. So, but just watch some of our videos. Let me put you there so that you can. I need to respond to those who have taken the time to come up. I can't keep them just there. So let's go. So just do your submission real quick, brother, so that I can take the next guest. So that's Efokoshi. I think you're muted. Efokoshi, if you can hear me, let me unmute again. I've invited you to unmute, Efokoshi.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
Yes. Yeah, so just do your submission so that we can. Yeah.
Yeah, so just like I was saying, it's hard for us to believe these things. It's very difficult for a lot of people to come to the truth that the real Africa is the real, Hebrews or Jews or all that is Africa. And if you grew up in the village, I've had my own reservations until, I went to the village some time ago. And then I met a few people and see people who know nothing about the Bible, all right? But the way they live their life, when you look at during the Exodus times, the way they planted, the way they harvested. They say if you harvest, you need to leave at the corners, leave some of the corn at the corners for strangers, for people who exactly. Those people they've never been to church. They don't even know what the Bible looks like. But everything was just like it was instructed for the Israelites. And look at the way the guys did the way they worship, the altars, slaughtering cows and animals and stuff. That's Africa.
That's the Hebrew straight away.
That's our ways. That's our ways.
if this modern day Israel, they don't do that. They do a few things, they use the fowl, just like they use the fowl, take the fowl, pass it around the head and say stuff. But it's not as brutal as Africa, where you see an altar full of blood and cows and animals and stuff like that. That is us. Talking of pots with fire and all that. When Abraham met, everything points to us. But unfortunately, we have been so indoctrinated to the extent that we can't see past the Bible. We can't get outside the box. And that's a very big problem for us. That's a very huge problem. We can't see outside the box. It has become very difficult for us to just look outside the box.
Let me let Ado, I get you, bro. Just hang on, stay on, please. Let me have Addison. Then after Addison, we'll go to Ojiako. Addison, can you just do 2 minutes real quick? Addison, you're muted. And while Addison is speaking, someone can help me respond to Lulu Sankofa in the comment. Those that have their, because I can't be doing that. Let's go. Addison, are you there? We're on, I believe. Oh, not ready yet. Okay, let's move to Audrey then. Audrey Khan.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah. Morning, everybody.
Morning.
My brother, thank you for the work you are doing, because if not for anything, you have enlightened some of us. I've been following you. All your videos, I watch it and I share it, even to my WhatsApp. I use it to make my WhatsApp status. Because education is the key. People like you, we have to rally around you, regardless where you come from, because you are trying to bring us out. In the sense that I would like to ask everyone to try to be sharing your programs, all your videos. They have to share it to go viral. Because what you are saying is very hard as a young man like you. Sorry to use the word, you are young.
Correct, sir.
Doing this kind of work. Some of them that call themselves professors cannot do what we are doing. Honestly, anytime, any day I come across your video is a applause for me. I drive joy for listening, to learn more. Brother, please keep it on. Don't allow anything to distract you. Add more courage and more power. By God's grace, we still support you in everything you are doing. I live in Europe, not just that I'm back home. I know what you are doing. Your message is going far. Keep on pushing. God will support you and we will be there for you, honestly. I'm very grateful to come across your page and I will keep on sharing it.
Thank you, sir.
Keep on trying. We are there for you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, bro.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Papa. Thank you so much for the encouragement.
Thank you. Thank you. We are here to encourage each other, honestly.
Yes. Thank you, sir. So let's according to what Papa just said, let's try to share. It's like the least we can do. We are not asking for money, at least not yet. We are not just share it, check it. Of course, we're not asking you to just blindly share misinformation. Well, check. GeoKC, you're welcome. Just GeoKC computer, you're welcome. So we're not asking you to just share misinformation and just believe things. Of course not. Fact check it and check. Okay, if it's making sense, you checked it. Okay, just put it there. And if we check the tune and the tone of our messages, we usually say, if just check this, do you think this is this? Do you think that is that? Then so people can check. We don't know everything ourselves. We have to go scramble for some of those things. And some of it was revealed to us, etc. So, but then let's share. That's the least you can do. Let's also follow this account so when we go live, you can easily see that we are live. So yeah, so that means thank you so much, Papa. Archery. So let's go to user 910 before we go back to Addison. Is it Addison? Yeah, Addison. So let's go back to user 910 at the very bottom of the screen. So user 910, are you ready for us? Let's get to our 5K likes. Let's get this thing to 20 shares so that we push this morning. User 910 at the very bottom, are you ready? Let me unmute or send it. So if not, let's have Addison. Addison, let's go. Addison, are you ready also? Okay, he's here. User 910.
Good morning.
Lone Wolf, you're
Yes,
welcome. Wellington, you're welcome. Let's go.
I'm just joining because I just woke up not so long. Being the part of the world I am, and so I'll just listen for a while, then I'll come back.
That's fine. Are you from the Americas?
No, I'm from UK.
United Kingdom. Okay, that's fair enough.
I was not a Nigerian, so
okay. Thank you so much.
So I'll listen more. Though I've been following some of your short, videos, and I share them with my friends, and but I want to listen more before I'll come back again and say anything.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you so much, and that's great wisdom. Even I myself speaking, before I came out to speak, I've listened to many people, so there's a lot of wisdom in listening. That's why that scripture, books of wisdom teach us to let every man be quick to hear, slow to speak, slow to get angry. So thank you so much, user 910. So let's just keep responding to that Lulu in the comments, so that I wish they can come up, but they're not coming up. So it would have been faster if they come up, especially if they are ready to listen, and we'll listen to them. So, but let those that know the things that we have shared and have their own facts can share with the Lulu in the comments. So, yes, Addison, are you ready?
Yes, I am ready.
Okay, let's go.
Hello, everybody. Look, let me start by saying that I'm a very inquisitive mind.
Okay.
I like to question a lot of things. And for some reason, I wouldn't know why, I just stumbled on one of your videos, and ever since then, the algos have been bringing your videos to my FYP. And I find that, I've not really done much research. It's just that when I hear things, I love to just have an open mind. I love to just, not be rigid about new information or fresh information. I'm that type of person. So, personally, I've had a lot of questions. I've had a lot of things that are not just
adding up,
not adding up. You understand? Something with me, I have always believed that there's a lot of history that has been deleted. There's a lot of information that have been wiped off. I wouldn't know by who or when or how or to what extent. Because if you look at, anytime I look at Nigeria, anytime I look at my people, there is something within me that's always saying Nigeria is more than this. There is more to our history. There is more to our origin. I could almost feel it that, I may be wrong. I could almost feel it that, human origin, the start of mankind is not far from Nigeria. Look, every other part of Africa may have the same feeling as to, why they are special or why they are unique people and all of that. But I just knew something very strong is always, ticking that box, like something is not adding up. There's a lot to, the excuse me, the origin of Africans and, especially Nigerians. And when I see all these videos about human creation, the Anunnakis and the Sumerian tablets and the rest of them, you begin to have more questions than answers. And when you look at the way, especially Africans, the way Africans embrace other cultures, other religions, you know that, I mean, Africans may never get out of their issues, their problems, because they've lost touch with their origin. They've lost touch with who they are, so they can't become who they are meant to become. So when I see videos like yours, I'm really inclined to listening to, with an open mind to, information, to getting more information. So, I mean, that's why when I stumbled on your live, in fact, it was your video, then I saw that you are live. I just said, look, man, I got to jump on this live and just listen up and learn more. Thank you, man. Thank you. Great job.
Great. Thank you, brother. You're welcome. So thank you for your time. So that's just it. I wish the person in the comments could come up, especially those who have a different opinion, and like the Lulu that's just down there or anybody else. So let's have a few more people come say hello or hi before we dive into today's exposition and insight. Okay. So is there anybody that has not spoken? Okay, I think I should let Afokoshia finish his submission because he was trying to finish his submission the other time. So Afokoshia, you were about to land on something.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much going on in the hair now. It's like there's always something to say. I mean, I love the submission of Addison. I mean, trust me, like I said, there are a lot of people out there who are hungry and thirsty for the truth, man. And if you are that kind of person, even though maybe you do not have the facts, you don't have, the facts written down, but there's a knowing within you. As soon as you hear it, something triggers. It was like, that inner knowing, it's stronger than any test you can ever read. And you see this process of awakening to the truth. Unfortunately, it's not for everyone. All right, there are people who needs this at this point of time. All right, even Christ, when he came, he couldn't do everything. It's up to the people who are ready for it. So my prayer will be to, so just like the first guy said, share this till it reaches a lot of people who are in this place at this time, who are in this frame of mind to truly wake up at this point of time. So, we can carry it along and then push the agenda as far as we can. Yeah. Because trust me, information like this are rare. It's rare. That's why if me, for instance, if someone says, oh, I'm an atheist, I don't believe in God, I don't even blame them. The person who says they are an atheist, they are all seeking for truth, and they can't find truth. They can't find answers, so they conclude. On this journey, it gets to a point where you are stuck. You don't even know whether to turn to the left or right, whether to believe this or not to believe. You get stuck. And people who can't push through, they just conclude, there's no God, this faith. If you draw conclusions, based on what are you drawing these conclusions? It's a very big world. It's a very huge world. There are billions of possibilities and realities in this life. And you are just one person. What conclusion can you draw? So it's better we humble ourselves, find the truth, and then liberate ourselves, and then our people, give people a chance, hear them out, liberate ourselves and liberate our people.
Very strong.
All right,
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think I'll just leave it here now.
Yeah, thank you.
Let's hope that some more people come on board so we can, we can take it further.
Yes, thank you so much, brother, for that. So let's just touch a few things. Thank you, Timothy Timotokwe. So let's touch on a few things. You can go on our website. We have this map there that shows you. Just put it, this map is it contains dozens of maps condensed into one. Okay, dozens of maps and references condensed into one, and all of them are matching and putting places and spots in places. So we found the kingdom of Judah to be here. If you're just coming in, you can mute. So we found the kingdom of Judah to be just about here. We found the river Euphrates to be here. Okay, right? We found Damascus to be in northern Nigeria, which is Damasak. We found the Ur of the Chaldees to be here. Okay, we have found Agadez or Akkad, the land that is built by Nimrod. One of the cities he built is Calne, is Akkad. It's just there. Then Mesopotamia is the same thing. This is one of the places in the Bible that has the most confused names. It has several names. So, so this has literally 6 names. 6 names like that. And it's the same place, but it has 6 names. It's not necessary for you to have that many names, you see. It's one of the most confused, as it were, names in the Bible. All right, so Padan is the same thing as Aram, is the same thing as Padan Aram. Look at all those names there. So all of that is the same place. So we found Babylon is here, and for all of these things that we are finding, we have references for them. Okay, so why did we put Babylon here, for example? This is a 7-page document. Like somebody said, you know, not like I'm saying it myself, but it's actually the truth. You have not even begun to scratch the surface of what the Most High has revealed to us through this channel and through this website. So we have not even begun to scratch it, with all humility. So we put Babylon here. The question is why? Just scroll down to W, reference W, and reference X. And when you scroll, please let everybody type F1. F1, just type F1, please. Let's have like 30 F1s on the page right now. Okay, let's type F1 if you can hear me at all. So just type F1. So Lulu Sankofa, we've asked you to come drop your submission and your ideas. Okay, like I said, we don't know everything, but we can learn from you. We can hear the things you have to say. But if you have decided to stay in the comment section, we can't really learn from each other that way. Okay, if we are putting out misinformation, then someone should help us and correct us before we go too far. Okay, and that's why we've asked you to come up, but you've not come up. So that's that about it. So, but then let's let everybody type F1. Let's have like 30, 40 F1s on the screen, and let's get this thing up to 10K likes, or let's hit 5 first, then we'll push it up. So then there is 0 shares, literally 0 shares. So these are the kind of people that may just go report you. But the way TikTok is, they would first hurt your account before they find out the truth, and by then you can't go live for several days or something. So, but anyway, but then Lulu, I've said it